Hello, yeah, I'm Yehuda Geberer, and I'm here with my good friend, Reb Moshe Yarmish, the famous, legendary photographer of great rabbinic leaders, Gedolei Yisrael. And I want to thank you, Amudim, for the great opportunity to be back here at this special Amudim event. It's great to be back for a second year, and if Amudim invited us back for a second year, then I guess it's an even more cause for excitement. And it's really a privilege to be here together with the photographer legend Moshe Yarmish for the segment Behind the Camera, part 2.0. So we had part 1 last year, which was very well received, and it's still archived on the Amudim website, I believe. So if you remembered from last year and liked it, or if you're curious about it, we had some fantastic stories about these really amazing pictures and the history and the personalities associated with them. We're here for part 2. It's mostly new material. There's a couple of personalities who might be familiar from last year, but there's new stories, a new angle, and mostly new Gedolei Yisrael altogether. The stories and the history behind these historic pictures of great rabbinical leaders is something that can be seen through pictures. The cliche goes, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and it's not just a cliche, it's actually true, and it's worth far more than 1,000 words. So I'm happy that you'll all join us here. I'm Yehuda Geberer, a historian, tour guide, and host of the Jewish History Soundbites podcast, together with legendary Gedolim photographer Moshe Yarmish. And we're all happy that you're here to join us on behalf of Amudim as we embark on a photographic and historical, exciting journey together. So what we're going to do is the pictures, which are worth more than 1,000 words because they form a historical record. They are able to tell a story. They make it more alive, more relevant. They give it context. And there's all kinds of associations with each picture, and it adds so much more color than any text in the world could. And that's why it's so much better to tell a story through a picture. Why? So that's the answer why we're doing with pictures instead of just reading a text. But why Moshe Yarmish? That's the next question. Because there's many people who have photographed great rabbis, great Torah leaders, great Gedolei Yisrael over the years. But there's a certain uniqueness to the images that you have captured, especially in the pre-digital age. I think that's what's most important about your work, in that it was more focused, and it was more, I remember you describing last year about how you'd go out on specific journeys to obtain certain pictures at certain moments. And therefore, your stories, more than others, perhaps have an even more exciting and fun story to tell. So I think we're ready to go. And we'll go right ahead with the first picture. So let's start with this picture, Rabbi Victor Miller, one of the greatest rabbinical leaders, rabbis in the United States scene over the 20th century, lived a long and fruitful life. And his popularity seems to grow following his passing, as so many people listen to his audio lectures on every conceivable topic. The man was a genius who literally covered every facet of both Torah and scientific and general knowledge. So what can you tell us about the picture that you took here?
Okay, Rabbi Victor Miller, there happened to be a Hachnasa Sefer Torah. I think it was given to his son's yeshiva, Rav Shmuel Miller. He used to have a son who passed away, I think, during COVID recently. But it was written, they were writing it in the house by somebody by the name Feldman. It happened to be right here in Flatbush, and it's interesting because he used to walk a lot. His yeshiva was, he was like, I think on Avenue R and Ocean Parkway, and I think he used to walk almost every single day like miles. He was like, I think the destination was pretty much his son's, where his son used to live, which was pretty much close to like a mile away. And there was many pictures. I'm not the only one who took pictures of him on the street. There were many people on Avenue J in Flatbush. I don't know if these are familiar with people who are listening. You would see him many times just walking the streets. He would, he would take a long, leisurely walk. There's famous picture of him looking at, there used to be a New York Times stand on one of these corners. And he's like, there's a picture of him like bending down even just to see the latest whatever. But he happened to take a tremendous amount of, a lot of walking. It happens to be that he was coming from this Hachnas Sefer Torah where he wrote an ice into the Sefer Torah, and he was just walking to wherever he was walking to. I captured his, walking on the street. He happened to put his hand up. It looks like he was like waving to me. It wasn't. I just happened to capture the moment. And this picture has been very, wildly popular for Victor Miller fans. It's just, it's colorful. It's nice. He's smiling. It's outside. It's just, it was so-called one of the best sellers. What can I say?
Yeah, and I can see why. Also, a few of the things you said, especially the last thing about his smile. He was, in many ways, a very serious individual. He took things and topics very seriously, and when you hear him speak, he has a very, certain intensity to him, and not to make light of things. Everything was a topic, was a sugya, was something to dissect and analyze, and therefore to get that lightness to him, to that smile, that warmth, which brings out the other side of his personality, because he was an incredibly fatherly individual. Like I emphasized, although he did serve as a mashgiach in a yeshiva in Chaim Berlin for about 2 decades, for close to 20 years, for most of his life he was a pulpit rabbi. He was a rabbi in Chelsea, Massachusetts for a couple of years, and then for many, many years in Brooklyn, Rugby, and then in Flatbush. And he was a leader of people, of families, and he built them up. So this is someone who definitely had a much warmth and much of a smile to him, and to be able to get that on camera was that's what I like best about the picture. Also about the walking, the other thing you said also resonated with me was the walking. He's someone who was somewhat known for his walks, both because he put such an emphasis on the health aspect of it, about his exercise, and how important it is, and be out in the fresh air. And he made his life's mission to live the Shar HaBchina of the Chayvus HaLevavos, the looking around the world, around us, the natural world, the physical world, the animal kingdom, the astronomy, the Neflayos HaBayre, to look and see God and see everything about it, the Marabu Masecha Hashem. And he saw it in the simplest things. So even on his daily walks, he talked about sunlight and air and water, the things that we really take for granted, not just how an ant builds a colony underground. But beyond that, he was a student of Slobodka. He was someone who grew up in Baltimore, went to New York to learn in Yeshivas Rabbeinu Yitzchak Elchanan, which became Yeshiva College, Yeshiva University at the time he was there. And then he gets exposed to Rabbi Isaac Sher, who was the Rosh Yeshiva in Slobodka, and he comes to fundraise in the United States during the interwar period. And Rabbi Victor Miller gets enraptured by him and goes on a boat, and he's off, this American boy, to learn in Lithuania, in Slobodka. He stays there for 6-7 years, becomes an incredible student there, very close with Rabbi Isaac Sher, and he personified the godless Adam, the greatness of man, the aristocracy, that nobility of character and bearing of Slobodka throughout his life. And that also comes across in the picture. And it's also related to his walks, because supposedly this story is true. I didn't actually check, this specific one, but it really matches his personality. But he was once asked if one day he merited Techiyas Hamesim after his passing. He was be brought back to life for 1 hour after having seen the world of truth and seeing what goes on in the next world. he had 1 hour to be back in this world. What would he how would he utilize his time? Would he study Torah? Would he daven? Would he study Musar, like a real Musar Talmud of Slobodka? How would he use that hour? And supposedly the answer he gave was, it really depends. If it was 7 o'clock in the morning, I would be davening. If it was 8 o'clock in the morning, I would be eating breakfast. If it would be at this and this time, I would be taking my walk. And if it would be at this and this time, I would be learning in the Beis Medrash. And he basically was conveying that he believed that his life was so in order and so scheduled, and he had worked it out, that he's doing the right thing at any given moment, that everything he was doing was Avodas Hashem, everything he was doing was the right thing to be done at that moment. He never wasted a moment, and therefore his walk down Ocean Parkway that you described and captured in this picture is the same Avodas Hashem as far as he was concerned as his learning in the Beis Medrash. So I think that's what's brought out as well in this picture.
Very true.
Let's move to number 2.
This picture of Rabbi Pam was taken Purim 1987. Although the picture looks like he was posing for me for a picture, it really wasn't. It was, as they say, I captured the moment. Interesting thing about this picture is many years after I took the picture, Tarvadas honored Rabbi Pam, and he was like the guest of honor. And this picture was on every single lamppost in Flatbush, all over the place. And he was like, whatever. I got a lot of grief from it, but whatever. He was very, very uncomfortable, not because he didn't like the picture, because he just, he didn't like it, his picture all over the place, plastered all over the place. This picture was, Shuvu uses this picture as, because Shuvu is represented Rabbi Pam, so they almost like so-called inherited this picture. But no, I took the picture. It was taken on Purim 1987. I learned by Rabbi Pam for 6 or 7 years, but when I got smicha from Rabbi Pam, but this was, in his class, for every Purim for his class, he would, they would have like a little masiba, and across the street from the yeshiva in the Beis Medrash Cotton, as it was called, or the elementary school, I'm sorry. And look, this picture captures who Rabbi Pam was, always with a smile, always, how can I describe Rabbi Pam? I mean, whoever remembers it, the glasses and the smile, and this was in his good years. Later on he was like, not well, whatever. So look, but this was Rabbi Pam, as they say, betokvai, who Rabbi Pam was. I mean, his essence, his kindness, and everything, comes through in this picture. I'm sure you can give a little historical thing who Rabbi Pam was.
Before the historical thing, the way you're describing it, he was essentially your Rebbe.
Rabbi Pam was my Rebbe. He was my Masada Kedushin. He was by my kids' bris. He wasn't Sandik because I happened to have the Skulener Rebbe was the Sandik. But I learned by Rabbi Pam. I have smicha for Rabbi Pam. I learned by him. Besides the 2 or 3 years that I learned Yerdeya by him, I used to go to his Chumash year, and I recorded his Chumash year for 6 or 7 years. I used to drive him all the time. So I guess you want to call it a Talmud Rabbi Pam? Yes, I'm a Talmud Rabbi Pam.
So beyond this, as your hobby is taking pictures of everyone, every gadol, this is much more personal. This is someone who you felt personally connected with, and to have captured it, that, like you said, the essence. Hello, I'm Yehuda Geberer, and I'm here with my good friend, Reb Moshe Yarmish, the famous, legendary photographer of great rabbinic leaders, Gedolei Yisrael. And I want to thank you, Amudim, for the great opportunity to be back here at this special Amudim event. It's great to be back for a second year, and if Amudim invited us back for a second year, then I guess it's an even more cause for excitement. And it's really a privilege to be here together with the photographer legend Moshe Yarmish for the segment Behind the Camera, part 2.0. So we had part 1 last year, which was very well received, and it's still archived on the Amudim website, I believe. So if you remembered from last year and liked it, or if you're curious about it, we had some fantastic stories about these really amazing pictures and the history and the personalities associated with them. We're here for part 2. It's mostly new material. There's a couple of personalities who might be familiar from last year, but there's new stories, a new angle, and mostly new Gedolei Yisrael altogether. The stories and the history behind these historic pictures of great rabbinical leaders is something that can be seen through pictures. The cliche goes, a picture is worth 1,000 words. And it's not just a cliche, it's actually true, and it's worth far more than 1,000 words. So I'm happy that you'll all join us here. I'm Yehudi Geber, a historian, tour guide, and host of the Jewish History Soundbites podcast, together with legendary Gedolim photographer Moshe Yarmish. And we're all happy that you're here to join us on behalf of Amudim as we embark on a photographic. The thing Aving is doing was Avodas Hashem.
Yes, yes, I was very close to Rabbi Pam, in yeshiva every single day with him. So I happened to capture this picture, but yes, I was very close to Rabbi Pam. It wasn't like my other pictures where I happened to be a paparazzi and I happened to capture the moment. This was, every day I saw Rabbi Pam. It was
right. So you were still like, this was when you were still younger. You said you were by his Purim Suda. You were like, this is before you were taking. This is probably one of your earliest ones. Before you were taking pictures.
Not the earliest ones. I would say I started taking pictures be'erich in the late 70s with a little camera. I was like a little kid, and this was like more like around 10 years later when I was like so-called an adult. This is before I was married. But I got married in 1991, so this is 1987. I was, I didn't get married very young, but I was a good, 20-something years old.
Amazing. Now, Rav Pam, first of all, is Rabbi Avram Yaakov HaKohen Pam. That's his full name. He actually was very proud that he had a yichus as a kohen. He said that his father had a Megillas Yuchsin, the lineage of their accurate, good family of Kahuna, all the way back to Aaron HaKohen, which was lost during World War I, unfortunately. But we take his word for it. So he had that real yichus of a Kohen. He again, that radiant face. It's an incredible to capture an image like that and that light on camera, because so many people described him like that. So many of his Talmidim described him like that. And here you see it. And if I'm not mistaken, it wasn't just used for Shuvu, it was also used on his biography.
It was used on his biography. It was used in Shuvu. It was used, Rabbi Shalom Smith wrote a bunch of Sfarim. I think Art Scroll translated it, or somebody translated it, and that was on that cover. I mean, it became like, as they say, it got a life on its own. So it was originally mine, as they say.
Already, you keep on saying originally. I hope you didn't lose out because of it. Went into the public domain.
Yeah, whatever. It is what it is. Some people will be very proud that this is the picture that, if you want a picture of Pam, this is the picture of Pam. So 99% of his Talmidim have this picture on their wall, prominently displayed in various sizes. This is who Rav Pam was. And as they say, I've sold many over the years of this particular picture.
Well, why did you said it caused him grief when they used it on the Shuvu dinner. Why did it, or the Tarvadas dinner?
Because it was on the lamppost, and then it was torn off the lamppost when, the garbage men came. It became like, I don't know, he was like a little uncomfortable with it. But, he did it for the yeshiva, and the yeshiva needed to raise the money. And then, he went with a smile, and he didn't really say, but I know that it like irked him a little that it was there. Not that it was my fault, but I guess he didn't put it two together. Oh, I was the one who gave him the picture that was, all over the streets. But I just know that was his personal feeling regarding that particular event, where it was all over the place. And whatever, but hopefully I didn't cause him any grief too much. And I'm sure that the dinner was fabulously successful. So I guess that gets a good ending to it.
Right. It's interesting because I think that brings on another point. The story of the picture about him not being so comfortable that it was all over the place is that that's kind of part of his biography, is that he never wanted to be thrust into the limelight. He was very comfortable being a Rebbe in Torah V'das to Talmidim like you, and not acting on the world scene as a world Torah leader. And he was almost forced into it. He described a phone call that he received from Rabbi Yaakov Kamenetsky when Rabbi Yaakov was getting older, and Rabbi Yaakov was coaxing him to take a more active leadership role, take more initiative. And Rabbi Pam was very reluctant at first. And Rabbi Yaakov basically didn't take no for an answer. He hung up the phone on him, and he basically forced him into it. And what Rabbi Pam, he didn't express resentment. He took it on with the full responsibility. And it was amazing how he emerged as the public leader during the last 2 or 3 decades of his life. Once Rabbi Yaakov and other senior Torah leaders were getting older, and so he took it on fully. But he had this reluctance. He had this simplicity and modesty. He never wore a rabbinic frock. He didn't want to be in the limelight, but he did it anyway. And here, the picture itself, you're saying, it becomes part of that story. That here he needs to be in the limelight. His picture needs to be all over Flatbush in order to help raise funds for Torah V'das. And he's even willing that, like you said, the garbage that are tearing it down, he's literally being torn down for Torah V'das, and that's also okay at some level, because he understands that that's what needs to be done, even if it's not the most ideal thing to do. And what's even more interesting is his legacy, because here's someone who was so modest and quiet on one hand, and so reluctant to be in the limelight on the other hand. And correct me if I'm wrong, and this is more contemporary than history, so I could be wrong. I'm never wrong in history, but it could be I'm wrong in contemporary. That Rav Pam has probably more Talmidim than anyone else who have taken active roles in communal leadership, of organizations, of shuls, of yeshivas, of national organizations, of international Orthodox organizations. Askanim, what we would call, but good askanim, and he like left and right, everywhere you look at, they're almost always, or very often Torah V'das Talmidim, and specifically students of Rav Pam. So it's incredible. I mean, someone who is so reluctant. He was so beloved.
It's beyond comprehension. They loved him. They just loved him, and they would do anything, to help him and to make him happy, whatever it was. Those were. And there's a certain thing that when you see a Talmud of Pam, you could tell by the person what he does that that he's a Talmud Rav Pam. It's just a certain amount of Ma'ur Vein Habriyas, not aloof, just nice guys. They're just nice, each one mentioned, and that's what he inculcated into his Talmidim,
Right.
I mean, there's many examples of it, but you could tell a Talmud Rav Pam stands out, unique.
As his product.
Yes. Amazing.
Okay, let's move on to number 3. So here we have the Bluzhev Rebbe, Rabbi Yisrael Spira, the great and holy Rebbe of Bluzhev in Galicia. He himself lived in Lvov for many years. I gotta say, and I said this about a lot of your pictures last year, and I think this about a lot of your pictures in general, but this is one of my favorites, and just from everything about it, and I want to elaborate on what about the Bluzhev Rebbe and all that. But first, I want to hear when you took the picture, how you took the picture. How did
first
it
of all,
happen?
I'm just curious because it happens to be that I happen to have a friendly with a few Bluzheva Hasidim, and they go crazy. It's like I've taken many pictures, but for some reason, I'm not exactly sure. I assume every person has what they like about this picture, but they go crazy about this picture. A Bluzheva Chassid tells me, he says the way the Rebbe's fingers are, that's how he has etched in his mind. I mean, I don't know if you ever saw the Bluzheva Rebbe, but this was their memory of him, and the picture, it just captures the way they remember him. But you're the third person who told me that this is their favorite picture. This picture, I think, was taken in 1986 or 1987. I'm not 100% sure. It was taken Hoshana Rabbah, and Hoshana Rabbah was a Rebbe happening for me. I would run from one place to another because not everybody was on the same schedule. And in Bar Park, I would run to Babiv, I would run to Amshnov, or whatever, and happened to be there. I happened to run in here. Apparently, it was the time that they were either it was a Shana's time, going around. I don't remember exactly what time it was, but he was sitting there. It was open, and I just took the picture. And there was this one picture that I took, and then that was it. I mean, I guess you could see, from historically, I'm sure the yarmulke that he's wearing is probably from the Bnei Yisachar, if not Bnei Yisachar, the Tefillah Tzaddik, somebody from his, I'm not exactly sure who it is from.
I'm not sure either, but it's one of those that you said, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably one of those. And it's a Shana Rabbah, as holy of a time as it is. I mean, I guess he would say Yom Kippur, but I guess I couldn't picture Yom Kippur. And this, as I said before, captures who he was, and more than that, I can't say. Like you said, it's a great picture, and I have to be there at the right moment.
Yeah, it's really amazing. And this was like, I'm not even familiar with the whole Bar Park scene. There's like a Bluzheva Stiebel. That's where he ran his whole chutzner.
On 57th Street or 58th Street between 13th and 14th, between 14th and 15th Avenue. A little small Stiebel over there. I mean, the Stiebel in my mind is famous because if you remember, there's a famous picture of the Satmar Rebbe, a black and white picture of the Satmar Rebbe walking down the stairs in Borough Park. That was coming out of the Bluzheva Stiebel. It happened to be the Bluzheva Rebbe's grandson's Pidyon Haben, and the Satmar Rebbe was there, and the famous Harry Trainer picture of him walking down the stairs. So that was the Bluzheva Stiebel. I'm not even sure if they're still there. Maybe they just threw it down and they built something else over there. I don't know. There's a few Bluzheva Rebbes today, grandchildren, whether it's the Ribbitich, Bluzhev, I don't remember what they call themselves, but that's the Stiebel that I took the picture in.
And it was never a big, huge one. It was never.
No, they had it, and they had Bluzheva Hasidim, whatever. They had 100 people, and then it wasn't a very big shul, and he was happy with that. He didn't need, he was happy doing whatever he was doing. He also was not interested in people running after him or whatever. He did what he did, and not interested in the fanfare or whatever. And that's where I captured the picture.
So it is amazing. I mean, he's someone who passed away at the age 100, 2 or 3 years after you took the picture. So he lived for a full century. The picture's when he's 97, 98, something like that. And he, besides for living through a century, he lives through the Jewish 20th century, which is the most momentous and in many ways tragic century in Jewish history. And he goes through all that. He's someone who probably more than any other famous rabbinic personality went through the war and the Holocaust through 6 full years. He was in Poland. He was not in Hungary or any other place. So he went it from beginning to end. And the miracle of his life and his rebuilding on a small scale, like you said, he doesn't make a place of big maestas, a lot of his institutions and thousands of Hasidim and a huge base managed. But that rebuilding, there's so much to see in that picture itself. Those sunken eyes and the yarmulke of his ancestors, of either the Dinavar, the Bnei Yisachar, or or the Tzilat Tzaddik or whoever it was. I'll tell you what, like personally, when I think of this picture is I try to think, what is he thinking of? What's going through his mind? There's something there, this holiness, this concentration. What is he, what's going through his mind, his holy mind at this time on Hoshana Rabbah, with his kittel and the gartel and the talis, and it just gives this whole scene. He was in Lvov at the war's outbreak. He goes through the Lvov ghetto, which was a terrible place. He's later at the Yanovska Road Camp, which was, in Holocaust historiography, there are researchers who dislike referring to Yanovska as a concentration camp, because since so many people were killed there, it's not even fair to classify it as a concentration camp. They want to reclassify it as a death center, a death camp, and not as a concentration. That's how horrible Yanovska was. And he survives Yanovska. He was even on a train to Belzec, which was a real death camp where no one survived, but he was sent back from Belzec to sort the clothing of recent victims. So he was in the furnace of death itself. He is then transported to other camps, ends up at Bergen-Belsen towards the end of the war. He went through it from beginning to end. Not only that, he loses his wife and family. After the war, you mentioned that his children and grandchildren became rabbis. It was his second marriage. He had adopted children. He had real children from his second marriage. His wife was a survivor who had lost her husband and her family. And it's like
I don't think he had children from his second wife.
It was just the adopted children?
It was his wife's children.
His wife's children.
You have to understand. He at the wartime, you're talking about he was in his 50s.
Right, that's another point.
He wasn't a young man.
Most survivors were either child survivors hidden, but most survivors of the camps were in their 20s, teens, 20s, maybe 30s. And here he was in his mid-50s during the war. And he somehow survived. And some of the greatest Holocaust and inspirational Holocaust stories that I relate over to groups in Europe is about him.
I think Yafa Eliach interviewed him.
Yes, Yafa, the late Yafa Eliach, the great Holocaust survivor herself, child
interviewed
survivor,
him personally.
He granted her interviews. It was also not a very typical thing. A big Hasidic Rebbe granting Holocaust interviews to a female Holocaust researcher, and she interviewed him extensively. In other words, she sat for several sessions where she went through his whole story with him. They are from the most accurate stories in Hasidic tales of the Holocaust, which she wrote. Some of the other stories in there are a bit questionable, but his stories are impeccable. They come straight from the Bluzhev Rebbe's mouth, and of course many other ones come from his wife, his second Rebbetzin. A few in particular that stand out by me is when he, in Yanovska Road Camp, the sadistic assessed one of the things that they did to them there. At one point they were forced to jump across a ditch. And it seemed to be physically impossible to jump across for a healthy man, maybe for an Olympic sprinter. And here there's people who were starved, who were malnutrition, diseased, beaten, tortured, broken, and they were expected to jump across this ditch. And they're standing there, and anyone who would fall in would be shot, and this would be their way of basically carrying out a selectia of who's still fit to work. Because if they're physically able to get across the ditch, then we can keep them for slave labor for a short time longer. And the fellow standing next to the Bluzhev Rebbe before he jumps, he says, "How are we going to make it, Rebbe? How can we jump? We can't jump." So he says, "I have no idea. I don't know how we're going to do it. We just have got to try and jump and close our eyes and rely on Hashem, and we'll make it." And he says Shema, or he says Vidui, or he says something, and he makes the jump. The next thing is he opens his eyes and he finds himself on the other side of the ditch. He looks around and he sees his partner, the one who started off with him, also still standing next to him. And this fellow says to him, "Rebbe, how did you do it?" And he says, "I closed my eyes and I held on to the coattails of my great ancestors, of my father, of the Tzila Tzaddik, of the Bnei Yissaschar of Dinov, of the Noam Elimelech, of Lezhensk, of all my great tzaddikim ancestors. I held on to their coattails, and they schlepped me across, and that's how I ended up across. But how did you get across? And the guy standing next to him says, I held on to you. That's how I got across.
Yeah.
And that story it blows my mind each time, because that's Jewish history. How do we get across life? How do we get across our 2,000-year exile? How do we get across the challenges of raising children and of making a living and of collectively as the Jewish nation? How do we get across history? And we did it by holding on to the coattails. We're not letting go of our past, not letting go of our ancestors, not letting go of our tzaddikim, as far as his partner is concerned, not letting go of who are near and dear to us, of everything that we come from. And we hold so strong onto our past, and that gets us across the ditch. We don't fall into the ditch when we hold on so tight and don't let go. So that was a great story. There was another one. It's quite a famous one. It was towards the end of the war, when he's in Bergen-Belsen, and in his barracks, a few broken Jews come together. They try to light Hanukkah candles on the first night of Hanukkah. They I think they took either shoe polish or some margarine from their starvation rations, and they made a wick out of their sleeve or something, and they honor him in lighting this wick on the first night of Hanukkah, and he recites the first bracha, Asher Kedishanim Seisun Lahadlik Ner Shel Hanukkah, and he recites the second bracha, Sha'asa Nisim Laveseinu Bayom Mahem B'Zman Hazeh. And then he stops, and he turns around, and he waits a few seconds, and he doesn't say anything, and then he turns back around, and he says the third bracha for the first night, Shechiyanu V'Kiyimanu V'Giyanu Lazman Hazeh, and they light it. And a few minutes later, of course, they put it out because the SS might come, and they're nervous, and life goes on. And someone approaches the Bluzhever Rebbe, who's an irreligious Jew, not affiliated, but he knows who the Rebbe is, and he says, Rebbe, I respect that you wanted to do a religious act and you wanted to maintain a religious identity, because that's preserving our humanity and our identity and our Jewishness in these terrible times. And the Nazis are trying to dehumanize us, and we're showing that we're still alive. We can do it. So I have even if I'm irreligious and I don't believe in it, I respect that you did it. And I'm happy to participate. And I even understand how you made those first two blessings. You're blessing about the mitzvah. You're making another blessing about the nisim, the miracles that were once done to us. But how dare you make that third blessing? Shechiyanu v'kiyimanu v'giyanu lazman hazeh. You're happy that we're alive today? We're 5.5 years into this terrible war. We've all lost our families. We're going to get killed. We're for sure not going to survive. What are you happy about? And the Bluzhever Rebbe tells him, I agree with you. I did not want to recite this bracha either. I don't think it was appropriate. And I turned around and I paused because I knew there was a rabbi of a town in Hungary in our barracks, and I wanted to ask him, is it even permitted to recite this bracha? Because no one's happy that we're here and alive today. Just like you said. But you know what I saw when I turned around? I saw hundreds of pairs of eyes looking at me with anticipation, with a hishtoikikus, with an excitement, that even in Bergen-Belsen, even after everything we've been through, even after everything we lost, we're still waiting to light the Hanukkah candle. And I said, that's I'm excited to see that the Jewish spirit has never been crushed. And again, that's when I see that, I think of this story also. And the last thing is that you went into a Beis Medrash in Borough Park. Borough Park is in New York City in the United States of America. When he grew up, and he was in his mid-50s, like we said, when the war broke out. And he grew up in the old world of Galicia, the world of the Divrei Chaim of Tzanz, of the Bnei Yissaschar of Dinov, of the old Galician Polish Hasidus. He never imagined that he would one day be in this urban American materialistic environment, attempting to rebuild a Hasidus with a new family. He would never have dreamed of it. But when he was pulling into a ship, New York Harbor, 1946, he was one of the first groups of survivors to arrive as refugees after the war. And he comes into New York Harbor, and he's standing on the deck alone with just a shirt on his back, no money, no family, no anything, as someone who had a community of Hasidim before the war, someone who had so much and lost everything, lost literally everything. It can't even be described how much he lost. And there's an American sailor, a non-Jewish sailor, who's standing on the deck, and he says to him, "Rabbi, you see, that's the Statue of Liberty. And that's a welcoming to all immigrants, to refugees. There's even a poem authored by a Jewish woman, Emma Lazarus, at the pedestal of the Statue of Liberty. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to be free," and so on. And you're welcome here. Rabbi, you can start again with everything that was destroyed in your life. You can start again in the United States. And the Beluga Rebbe starts to cry. And he says, "Thank you, Mr. Sailor, for welcoming. There's one place in the world that will allow Jews to come, that will welcome Jews in. But I have to make one correction. Huddled masses, there are no huddled masses anymore. There are a few individuals. And it's up to those individuals to go ahead and rebuild what was lost." And he saw himself as one of those individuals, that here, there is no more huddled masses, but these individuals are yearning to be free and to rebuild the Yiddishkeit, and he did. He did, and he remained it as individuals. He didn't build the big masses of Hasidus. He did it as individuals, but his impact was on so many individuals, even if well beyond the world of Luzh Hasidim. So many people were touched by his life and his actions and his leadership. I believe that the Siyam Hashas, which is till today dedicated to the memory of the 6 million Kedoshim who were lost or were killed in the war, is because of his initiative. He pushed for that the Siyam Hashas should be in their memory. This is one of many things that were his impact. So he really is someone special, and I think that that 100 years of history that he lived is written on his face in that picture that you were able to get on that Ishana Rabbah. Let's go to number 4. So here we have the previous Skulener, now it's 2 previous, the old Skulener Rebbe, Rabbi Eliezer Zusha, Portugal, who was the rabbi in Skulen in Romania. So what's the story of this picture? Later, soon we're going to show the picture of his son, who succeeded him as the Rebbe, Rabbi Yisrael Avram, Portugal. So it's the father and son duo who are the Skulener Rebbes, leaders of Romanian Jewry, both in Romania and later in the United States. What is your connection to Skulen, and how did you come to take these pictures of the father and the son?
Okay, so first of all, this picture was taken by a grandson's wedding in Williamsburg. What year did he pass away? 82. This was
I remember it was in the
82, 83. Yeah, so this was like 81, whatever. And this is under the chuppah. He, at the end of his life, he was pretty much blind. He could not see. And usually when I take pictures with a flash, it just happens to be, I get a lot of people who are screaming at me, whatever. And, for him, it didn't really bother him. He didn't see it anyway, so nobody really said anything. This was by a grandson's wedding, and I was just, lucky to, I took a bunch of pictures over there at that time. It was like the first time that I really had a good camera and took, very nice pictures of him. My so-called relationship with Skulen comes from my grandfather, Rabbi Tzvi Bronstein, or they call him Harry Bronstein. He was very big, Askin. He went many times to Russia. He had an organization called Altidom. He was a Mayo, but he was very instrumental in taking out the Skulener Rebbe and his son from Romania. He was in jail at that time. It's very how it came about. My grandfather used to sell on the side. He used to sell Carmel wine. This may sound insane, but he sold Carmel wine, and at that time, Romania produced Schlivovitz, one of these brandies or one of these things, and at that time,
I can't stand Schlivovitz, by the way.
Oh, okay. So they had something that they produced over there in Romania, and at that time, Romania didn't have a certain status in the United Nations, or whatever. So my grandfather helped, and they brought Romania to something status. They gave him a certain status that you were able to import things from Romania. So because of that, it was very involved with a lot of different things. But anyway, so the Skulener Rebbe was in Romania and was in jail, and my grandfather sent matzahs over there. There's a whole story how the Skulener Rebbe, how he was in jail. As a matter of fact, the Skulener Rebbe every Chamisha by Tu B'Av every year he makes Imlav Malka. It's called the Suda Seidah, and every year, I'm talking about from the old Skulener Rebbe to the past one who passed away, Yisrael Avraham son, and even many Skulener Rebbes today. Every Suda Seidah, they talk about my grandfather, because my grandfather, besides the fact that the Rebbe said he sent matzahs and sugar, it was just something they were like dying for, but he felt that the biggest bracha, the biggest major nace that he saw was the same person who was torturing him, actually torturing the Skulener Rebbe. He was forced to give him this matzah and the sugar. So for him, it was like a big thing. So every Suda Seidah by Tu B'Av, they would speak about it. As a matter of fact, by every Seder, by Pesach night, by the Seder, all of the Rebbes, they all spoke about my grandfather, Reb Hershel Bronstein, how he helped them, and they never forgot, which is amazing. As a matter of fact, every yahrzeit when my grandfather, his yahrzeit was Yud Aleph Nisan, for the last, 20 years after he passed away, I would go over to Skulener Rebbe to get a bracha, and he would like talk about my grandfather, whatever. It happens to be that my Sadik was this Skulener Rebbe, that Rebbe Zusia.
Wow.
My son Sadik, my son Tzvi, who's named after my grandfather, his Sadik was the pastor Rebbe who passed away. So I will call it that. And my grandfather helped the Skulener Rebbe even when he came to America. He helped him with his apartment. He helped them, getting, a new immigrant coming. He helped them a lot. So Skulen has a lot of akara types to my grandfather, and I guess so. I felt always a connection to the Skulener Rebbe. So this picture was taken, like I said, by the Chasana, and of course you'll see the next picture is taken of the son. But so we do have a lot of shaykhs to Skulen.
Amazing, that's beautiful. It sounds like a good close relationship, and to understand what your grandfather did, it's worth noting that the Skulener Rebbe, like I mentioned, was in Romania. So he was a Talmud of some of the Rizhiner branches in Romania. Sadiger wasn't really in Romania, but he was a chassid of the Sadiger Rebbe, and then the Bohush Rebbe, who was really in Romania, a real Romanian chassidus, and he's the rabbi of Skulen. He was not from he wasn't a Hasidic dynasty. He was a chassid of big rebbes, and then he was the rabbi in Skulen, and he emerges as a rebbe. So I guess we would call it an authentic rebbe. He didn't inherit it. He really becomes this leader of Hasidim, and he's one of the only people. The Rebbeinu Rebbe also. Not very many people who are Hasidic Rebbes who remain behind under a communist regime after surviving the Holocaust, going through the Holocaust as a survivor, and then staying in Eastern Europe, in the place where the Holocaust took place, but more so under a communist regime, an atheist, anti-religious communist regime, where preaching religion and teaching it to the youth can be a crime. And he stays. And he's the inspiration for Romanian survivors who stayed behind in Romania. He has an active base medrash. And I know about children and grandchildren of other Romanian survivors who stayed in Romania after the war, who their only way of continuing any form of Yiddishkeit, of any Judaism, behind the Iron Curtain. It wasn't technically in the Soviet Union, but it was behind the Iron Curtain in the communist sense, was their affiliation with the Skulener Rebbe during the
I think he adopted many. He only had this one son, who was the last one who passed away, but he adopted many children. A lot
Right.
of the
Orphans.
that
He took care of a lot.
he took a lot of
Holocaust
orphans.
Yeah.
He was like their father. As a matter of fact, many years later, when it was they married themselves and they married off children, Skulener Rebbe used to come to all their weddings, and because they were like children.
Amazing.
They were his father's children. Yeah.
And very beautiful songs were composed by both of the last rabbis, and one of them he composed during the Holocaust, about a whole long thing, which I of course don't even know the words, and definitely would not sing, because people are supposed to be enjoying the Amudim event, not being upset at it. So, but it was a very haunting song, very haunting tune, very powerful words, and it included the cry of the imprisoned, the Enkas Asir, during the Holocaust. And that then in the 1950s, at one point, Romanian government allowed a Jewish delegation to visit Romania to see that Jews are not being prosecuted. There's no oppression of religious life. There's no suppression of Jewish life in Romania, and it was all a sham, because any meeting of this American delegation was with local Romanian Jews, was with communist officials in the room.
Right.
And they knew they would get punished if they said everything was censored. And the Skulener Rebbe is one of the leaders of Romanian Jewry in the 1950s, was chosen as a member of the Romanian delegation. And he was racking his brains, how am I going to convey to the free world? This is a one-time chance. We're going to have this meeting. How can I convey to the free world that things are really, really bad? And what he decided to do is he asked the communist officials if he can sing them a song in Hebrew that he had composed under Nazi oppression during the Holocaust. Okay, Nazis are bad, right? So you're singing it, no problem. So he sings that song, but he changes one part of the song. The words Enkas Asir, he changed into this cry, Enkas Asir. He like screamed it almost. And until today, when they sing the song of the Skulener Rebbe, it's, again, I'm not going to sing it because I'm just going to mess it up, but it's screamed, Enkas Asir, the cry of the oppressed. And the American delegation understood right away that there's an Enkas Asir, that he's screaming out for help, because it's not easy to live as a Jew in communist Romania. And that leads.
Hello, everybody. This is Daniel Karapkin. I'm speaking to you from Toronto, Ontario. I'm the rabbi at the Bayit of Thornhill, and it's wonderful to be able to engage with you once again for a very worthy organization, Amudim, which is doing such important work throughout North America and beyond for Klal Yisrael, especially helping the most vulnerable of our population. It is a tremendous honor to be able to engage in a conversation with Dr. David Pelcovitz, who is no stranger to Amudim, nor is he a stranger to anyone most likely listening or watching this presentation. Dr. Pelcovitz is the Strauss Chair in Psychology and Education at Yeshiva University. He is usually one of those go-to voices that our community goes to when we are facing issues of crisis or tragedy, God forbid. We typically turn to our healthcare professionals, and Dr. Pelcovitz really represents the klal, the tzibor, in helping us heal, in helping us cope and come to terms with some of the very, very difficult issues facing our community and society in general. Dr. Pelcovitz, welcome. It's really an honor to have you here with us for Amudim.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here, and especially an honor to be here with you, given how much I've always learned from your role in leadership, and then addressing all the concerns that we'll be talking about in this program.
Thank you. We are going to be discussing a topic that I believe is dear to your heart, which is putting things in perspective in a polarized world, going from Fomo to Jomo. Could you, Dr. Pelkovitz, please elaborate on this theme, please?
Yeah, sure. There's been a real shift in the world in recent years. It's been going on for a while, but it's basically a feeling that social media has become, especially in younger kids, has become such an incredible force, shaping everything from self-concept to anxiety levels to one's core sense of identity. And more and more, I've had parents and adolescents and kids even, approach me and ask, I feel that I'm too dependent on Facebook, I'm too dependent on Instagram, on TikTok, and yet I can't seem to get off of it. It makes me sad, it makes me anxious, and yet I feel pulled into it. Can you give me some strategies for trying to get better control over this?
All right, and what are the besides the addictive behavior, what is some of the negative fallout that we're seeing when people's realities are defined by what they perceive themselves to be and others to be on social media?
Well, it can often be a false, superficial kind of identity that's based on everything that we know is superficial and cannot be associated with an enduring sense of well-being. As an example, even going to the point of what do adolescents or even younger kids fantasize about nowadays? They often fantasize about being famous. They often fantasize not necessarily about being good and giving people, but about what do I need to do in order to get the most possible likes on my various social media accounts. And it's not surprising that in studies that have been really getting much more publicity just in recent months, we're finding increases in serious kinds of emotional disorders, especially given COVID. So you have that as well. So there's a rise in depression, a rise in anxiety, a rise in kids, especially girls, having poor self-concepts. And even to the point of increases in suicidal ideation and even suicidal attempts.
All right. So, how do you, as a therapist, as a guide, the topic is going from FOMO to JOMO, going from fear of missing out, right? This need for celebrity, this need for being part of the popular group. And you say JOMO, which is going from joy of missing out. And especially with young people, how do we change that perspective, given that so many of our kids are using social media and many of our adults as well?
Yeah. So for both, because adults, these programs are designed to maximize getting that dopamine hit. They're designed to addict us. So what we need to do is we need to come up with some strategies for mindfully disconnecting, for increasing awareness. And I have some specific recommendations that I think it probably makes sense for us to, talk about some of the strategies. I'll start with, just as an example, let's talk about strategies for uninterrupted socializing. So strategies for uninterrupted socializing, with some of the authors on this, here's a wonderful book called The Distracted Mind by Gazzaley, Gazzaley, and Rosen. And what they break down, which others since then have talked about also, is just as an example, the following approaches. Okay, so number one is the goal. You need to know what's your goal. If your goal is to be able to talk to people in an uninterrupted way, with our eyes bouncing off of the person you're looking at's eyes, our hearts bouncing off each other, so the goal in this case might be to keep your phone in the pocket when in one-on-one conversation with another person. Kids and parents tell me that this is something that they would love to be able to focus on and to work on. Having that goal go from the unconscious to the conscious makes a big difference. It says in Proverbs, it says in Mishlei, "Be'ein chazon yifara am." Without that vision thing, you kind of fall apart. And that's number one, okay, is just to put it on. And in fact, when certain communities have had programs to foster getting better control over this topic of use of phones and social media, this was one of the main things that kids very much appreciated and wanted more of when whole communities made up their mind to make this into something that's front and center. The second area would be, as an example, is clarity, which is basically, it's called metacognition, which is the need to, which is a fancy way of saying, why is this important? You have to get to the emotional, get into your heart. Why is this important to you? To recognize that these devices can reduce our own empathy. It according to research, it not only reduces our empathy for others, it reduces our perception of how empathic others are to us, which is an incredibly important kind of thing to keep in mind.
Social media tends to sort of objectify other people, does it not?
Yes, and it does it in a way that is really very, very alarming. It tends to polarize things. So we see the other as being evil and horrible, and somehow, there's some very recent research that shows that tracks things over time, and they find that families are now spending less time at Thanksgiving dinner than they used to, because there's so much tension over differing political views. So you're bound in any typical family to have Democrats and Republicans, in the case of the United States, dining together. And it's fascinating, they've actually tracked it and show a pretty significant dropping in the amount of time, so that the meals kind of end earlier than one would expect. And it's amazing that they have this data now. So that's just one simple example of it.
Well, if I could just follow up with that for a moment before you get to the next point. Recently Facebook was accused by a number of people who came forward and said that they were creating deliberately polarized communities on social media, because their marketing data told them that when people get an emotional rise off of reading something on social media, they tend to become more engaged, will stay on longer, and may even buy things that they see in the ads because they're so emotionally riled up. This is very disconcerting, of course, if it's true. We're not going to convict Facebook in this discussion, but this is certainly something that we have to be careful about. If people are deliberately manipulating me emotionally to get a rise out of me and to start hating or disliking somebody else, that's probably bringing out the worst in me, is it not?
Yeah, look, all of these, social media sites, their financial model, as I understand it, is partly based on maximizing hits, maximizing time on the site, and maximizing, in many ways, the negativity and the polarization. That keeps things going. It's part of what, it's like, and I'm sure any rabbi, somebody in your position, what do how would you maximize the likelihood that you're going to grow your membership and grow the passion of people attending your shul have? It's probably going to be by really reaching them in their hearts, and giving those kind of classes and having those kind of programs and those kind of speeches. That's what they do. And I don't think it's coming necessarily from an evil place. But it's often coming from a place of really not necessarily, prioritizing what's best for their customers. And again, I don't want to, I certainly have no right to and no expertise to, but certainly what that whistleblower has shown in those congressional hearings has made that very clear. Let me just because I didn't talk about it a second ago, let me just take a second to review with you some of this stuff. Here's just a quick summary of some of this stuff. Is that the echo chamber on various social media platforms? It's designed in a way that it empowers status-seeking extremists, so that people who aren't extremists, people who are just talking in a very in much more moderate kind of way, their voice tends to be drowned out, and they tend to become quiet, because if you become too vocal on these sites, people come after you.
Yeah.
And they may threaten your safety. So there's a tremendous tendency for the discourse to become not only filled with personal attacks, but sometimes real threats on the safety of the person. And listen to this: those who deactivate their Facebook accounts report feeling happier. Okay, that's great. Okay, not surprising. But in the case of millennials, in the case of people who were born into a world where they already had their iPhones, they typically reopen their social media accounts very soon after. They find they just can't. They can't do it. They can't do it. It's so much a part of their identity and how they deal with their emotions and how they get their news, that it becomes something that there's a true addiction to. So, when it becomes woven into the fabric of their identity and is their main news source, and to just expand it a drop, there's evidence that our political discussion networks have been shrinking in recent decades. This is before, some of the elections, the recent elections in the United States, but it's been shrinking. And which means that, there's all of this sense of polarization, but there's a fascinating new study. It's a book that just came out a couple of weeks ago that is amazing, because he makes a very strong case that much polarization is false. Social media exaggerates the polarization. And people, when they sit down and really talk to each other and hear each other out, are much more likely to be able to maybe change their views and be open to others' views. The name of the book, and again, I can't emphasize enough how it's totally changed my perspective on these things, because it's a man by the name of Dr. Chris Bail, B-A-I-L, and it's called Breaking the Social Media Prism. And what he shows, with very, very well done research and all kinds of, a large team and, very respected kind of ways of getting to his conclusions, is he comes up with specific ways of trying to help us see things through the eyes of others, without letting the false polarization that happens with the extremists online take over. So
that's great for a person who's going to read that book. But getting back to the getting back to how we solve the problem, and you correctly identify this idea of FOMO, that millennials who sign out of their account can't they're chalashing. They have to get back on. So how do we address this with, you and I remember what life was like before the internet, but so many of who are our children's ages and are certainly our grandchildren's ages, how do we get them to unplug? So you had mentioned the importance of keeping the phone in your pocket and things like that. What else can we do?
Sure. So we already talked about the power of goals, the power of clarity. The next thing is a very simple behavioral intervention. There's nothing quite like it. The Talmud tells us that if somebody has a gambling problem, sometimes the best thing you could do for it is break the dice. This is going back over the millennia. Break the dice. Amazing how topical, that kind of wisdom is. So here on the accessibility end, it's removing all phones from areas of interactions. So you could set tech breaks for checking your phone every 15 minutes. Families can have tech-free zones. And I know this is trite, but it works. So you have a very clear rule at home that parents and kids recharge their phones every night in a public part of their house. And if there's an emergency that comes in, which is what kids are very worried about, they'll be able to check it, at another time. But they have to, once they keep it in a public place, they're going to start to get a lot more sleep, and they're not going to be so hooked onto what becomes this overarching need to check over and over again. The next thing you have to have a strategy for dealing with boredom. Sherry Turkell, psychologist at MIT, a brilliant woman, she wrote a book called Reclaiming Conversations. And what she found is that nowadays, the kids who came of age after the iPhone was developed, they have a very hard time with their anxiety about simple conversations. There's a high level of social discomfort in adolescents and young adults. And she calls it a flight from conversation. And she says sometimes, in extreme cases, parents could really help their kids just to review the basics of social skills training. How do you start a conversation? How do you continue a conversation? How do you show that you're really listening and paying attention? You have to build up that muscle. Many kids who came of age after COVID was already in full force never even developed. If you look at preschoolers, the ability to have the give and take of conversation. Here, many kids who were born, who were, millennials, they have to, in a conscious way, develop it. You don't have to turn into a social skills training expert, but it might be helpful to be able to just talk to your kid about it, model for them how to do it, model for them by talking to your other family members about this stuff. And that could be helpful. And then the final thing is anxiety, which is, there's a tremendous amount of anxiety over how are others going to see me if I shut off my account for a couple of hours a day. Let's say I'm driving. You have a kid who's old enough to be driving. They get very nervous that if their friends are texting them or in a crisis, that if they don't answer them right away, that they're going to be viewed as not being present. So there are simple strategies for the cultural change that can educate kids to know that you don't have to always be on call. You don't have to answer texts immediately. I find that that you have to really teach kids that. I'm available, and you could put it on your away message and it can make a difference. And I think I'm finding the kids are beginning to be more and more open to that because they're exhausted from always being on call.
At Amudim, we give people hope. At Amudim, we help people.
At Amudim, we don't judge.
At Amudim, we give people a helping hand.
At Amudim, we listen.
At Amudim, we're going to care about you and help you get the best treatment you can.
At Amudim, we strive to make others lead a healthier life.
At Amudim, you truly understand.
At Amudim, we adapt to the ever-changing needs of our community.
At Amudim, we provide the light that guides you through your darkest times.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
At Amudim, we save lives and build futures.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
At Amudim, we make a difference every single day.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
I want to get back to that anxiety issue in just a moment, but I guess I have an overarching question that I've noticed of late. My upbringing is very different from the way that I brought up my children is very different from the way that I see some younger parents bringing up their children today. And I'm wondering if all of these strategies, assume that a parent takes into consideration the fact that I am the parent, you are the child, and I will guide you and show you what is best for you. And I hope this is not too far off topic, but it's certainly something that's been gnawing at me. I see so many parents today who show so much derech eretz to their children that they feel that their children should be in control of their emotions, of their behaviors, and put their child on such a pedestal that they don't feel that they can or should interfere in their children's behavioral patterns. Let me just give you one example. There was a parent who brought over one of their children to my house the other day, and I was taught that when someone comes into a guest comes into your home, the guest is supposed to you as a guest are supposed to look at the host in the eye, shake their hand, say hello, make eye contact, all of these things that I was taught as a child. And today it seems like some parents feel that no, we have to be considerate of a child's feelings. And if the child doesn't feel like making eye contact because they're moody or they're in a bad mood, we have to respect that in the child and let the child go off into the corner. And when the child is ready to come and make eye contact and to be engaging, we allow the child to do that. And so part of me is concerned that if these solutions that you're advocating, Dr. Pelkovitz, they sound like wonderful solutions, but they assume that a parent is going to be sort of laying down the law for their children and saying, this is what is necessary, and this is what you should be doing, and this is what you shouldn't be doing. And part of the concern that I have, and I believe perhaps part of the anxiety that children have today, is that they haven't been given specific parameters or sufficient parameters to know the difference between right and wrong. Am I crazy or?
No, you're not crazy at all. I think it's the challenge of our generation. Kids, what my understanding of healthy parenting is about, it's exactly what the Talmud tells us. You find the balance between the left hand pushing away while the right hand brings closer, right? Between small docha and mimakareves. You need the balance between love and limits. And that's exactly what modern psychological research tells us and what the wisdom, the ancient Jewish wisdom tells us. And kids can't thrive without that balance. So all love and no limits, kids grow up to be totally spoiled and overindulged, and you could cripple a kid like that. They're not going to be ready to function in the world if you have an extreme like that. all limits, no love, rules without relationships equals rebellion. Okay, so you need to find the balance, and that's the art of parenting, and it's going to be different for every one of your children because every kid has a different temperament. And parents, I think, you see, the part of the challenge is many of the parents that I believe you're referring to, they're already, they were raised this way. So they hadn't necessarily had the role models that, people who grew up, in a less complicated world, had as a matter of course. And it's interesting, if I could just stay with this for a minute. I think that there is something I hear often from people who I saw in my practice 30 years ago, 40 years ago. I've been doing this for a long time. And now they're parents, sometimes even grandparents. And they come to my office and they'll turn to their parents and say, why did you let me do this when I was a teenager? Why did you let me go into Manhattan when you knew that there was a crazy club scene there? Why did you let me basically, have a limitless American Express card? Why did you do all of this? And they get angry about it. And, there's a beautiful thought in the Medrash that says the following. It says, this is from Mishlei, from Proverbs. Yaser bincha ki yesh tikva, vel hamiso al titei nafshecha. Put limits on your kids. There's always hope. And don't pay attention to their yelling and screaming and going crazy when you do the limit putting on them. So listen to this ancient wisdom. It says, Kol hamosif av yisurin al beno, mosif haben ahava al aviv. The more a parent puts limits on his or her child, the more that child will love the parent. And that's so true. But parents, there needs to be a real, by the way, one more thing. I find that when there's a massive community effort to address this, parents are open to it because they themselves recognize that something has to be fixed. Something that there's something off here. And I think they're nervous about it.
And yet, we can quote Mamore Chazal to demonstrate that parenting requires us to place limits on our children and show them where the lines are. And yet a lot of very frum young adults who are parents are not going to the age-old wisdom of Chazal to derive knowledge about how to parent. They're going to the conventional wisdom that they're watching on social media and in the books that they're reading about how you have to validate your child's feelings and give them the emotional freedom to be able to learn about themselves and to appreciate themselves. And to me, this represents a major disconnect because we look at the Torah for guidance for all areas of our life, except for the parts where we don't look for guidance, for those things which we feel we've advanced beyond the Torah. And this it's sometimes quite frustrating for someone in my position as a spiritual leader who sees people sort of cherry picking the lessons that we can draw from the Torah and then the parts of the Torah that we've moved past, perhaps. Obviously, there are certain things that are anachronistic about the book of Mishlei, which talks about not sparing the rod. And we don't exercise corporal punishment anymore. We recognize that that's not helpful and not the best way to parent. So we've learned to reinterpret it and to reframe it as not literally a rod, but rather as a way of disciplining, sometimes harshly disciplining when necessary. But how would you, and perhaps I'm putting you in an unfair position. This is really more a rabbinical question than a psychological question. But how do we impress upon the young members of our community that the Torah is a holistic guide for how we're supposed to live our lives?
Yeah, it's an alarming development to hear what you're seeing in the front lines over there. I think that let me tell you about a program that took place in Cleveland and in Chicago. And since then, it's been replicated in different parts of the world. And it was on this topic. The rabbinic leadership who were behind the City Field of Sifa in the Mets Stadium a number of years ago, where they say we have to ban the internet. They, very much to their credit, recognized we blew it. We blew it. That's a big mistake. You can't, this is here to stay. We have to find the balance, like Rav Hirsch said, between isolation and inoculation. So the community got together, and they had some generous funding, and had, in the case of Chicago, which was the first community that did it, they brought in the two leaders behind the original internet of Sifa. And they brought them into Chicago. They invited the whole spectrum of the community, from the more modern to the most yeshivish and Hasidish, etc. And they put up a massive site just for that day. And it had an incredible response, because what they talked about was small steps, very small steps. You're talking to somebody, put your phone in the pocket. You're having dinner, find, X amount of interruption-free time. You're, just simple things. But they made it a community effort. And it was a community effort where not only did they bring mental health people to come in to speak, but they brought rabbis to come in and speak who had, some deep insights of their own and were known to be open to the realities of the outside world. And a totally unexpected thing happened. The kids who were there loved it so much that they asked for another meeting, and they wanted more. They said, something, we've been dying for this. We've been dying for this. Now, to get to your specific question, okay, but what do we do about the fact that people are sometimes, even people more to the yeshivish end are sometimes seeing the world has changed in a way that you don't necessarily have to pay attention to rabbinic wisdom, instead pay attention to people who are coming more from a scientific or parenting experts or whatever. I think the best way to change perceptions is it needs to be done, I think, in a massive community level. So here you had the whole community involved. A tremendous amount of work went into it. They did follow-ups. They were still doing things that are tied to this. And from the last I heard, it made change that really lasted, but it was partly because what it came with was respect for the viewpoint of everybody. They didn't go and criticize the people who did the internet of Sifa, okay, in City Field. Mm-hmm. Instead, they came and they showed, like, wow, these men have a tremendous amount to offer. These are the leaders of the yeshiva world, the leaders of the Hasidic world. And there's nothing like modeling and showing people that things are more complicated than you think, and the world isn't in black and white. The world is in gray, and the truth lies in the gray. And I think, I know this is sounding a little bit not directly responsive to your question, but it was a cultural change that took place with all of that effort that I think. Does that a little bit address it?
Yes, I think it does. I don't think we're going to be able to fully resolve this issue about the steady erosion of what we call Das Torah, or the erosion of rabbinic authority and people who look to Rabbanim for guidance based on timeless Torah wisdom. And you said something very profound that we hear all again and again, especially in today's very postmodern society is that we live in the gray. And it's a very uncomfortable position for so many younger people to be living in, because there's a craving, as you had started saying earlier in this conversation, for younger people to have parameters and boundaries and to know what's okay and what's not okay. And to live in the gray is something that we learn to do as we get older and older. And you also had talked a little bit about anxiety, and I want to try and bring this all together if I can. One of the things that we are perceiving is that there does seem to be a greater level of anxiety. Part of it has to do with this FOMO, the fear of missing out, the feeling that I need to respond right away, as you had mentioned before. Part of the anxiety is due to COVID and the fact that because we're social animals and we haven't been able to interact, there's been some damage to our collective psyche, because we haven't had the social interaction that we actually crave, that's hardwired to our very being. This anxiety has manifested itself in a number of very unhealthy ways. And I'm wondering if you could just talk about, part of this anxiety manifests itself in this polarized, vociferous yelling at each other on social media, like we talked about before. But it also has to do with social interactions at the marketplace, where everyone who's I don't know is a stranger and an enemy, potentially. And the fear of the unknown, because we don't know what's just around the corner with COVID, what the next strain or the next iteration or the next shutdown, when that's going to be, God forbid. What do we do when we have anxiety, and how do we deal with anxiety? Is there a way? Is there an easy pill that we can take to help us when we're dealing with anxiety? We're not advocating escapism. We're not advocating taking a drink or smoking a joint. What can we do that's natural to help take a little bit of the edge off of our lives?
Yeah. If I could just give a simplistic answer, but it's, I think, at least to start, the way mental health people try to address anxiety is on 3 channels, okay? One channel is the cognitive. You try to get a hold of the thoughts that are feeding the anxiety. Often in the case of anxiety around COVID, it might be, an awfulizing feeling like, this is horrible, things will never go back to normal, how am I ever going to get used to it? And a lot of self-statements that we're saying on the cognitive level that are either awfulizing or the tyranny of the shoulds. It shouldn't be like this. Why can't I have a normal life? What happened to the, things that I always took for granted? So that's the cognitive. That's the Baal Shem Tov's B'makam shemachshavto shel adam sham hu nimtza ha'ish. You want to know where the person is? Look at where his or her thoughts are. So that's on the cognitive channel. On the physiologic channel, which is, what happens to our bodies when we're anxious? Our hearts will race a little faster. Different people feel in different parts of their body. You may feel it in your GI system. You might feel a tightening in your neck. You might get a headache or whatever. But the physiologic is basically the natural response of the body to perceived threat. And there, this is where smartphones are, incredibly helpful, because there are amazing devices now that really teach mindfulness. There are 2 wonderful books on Jewish perspectives on mindfulness, which are amazing, written by psychologists who are also rabbis. There's but a number of apps. So you go onto commonsensemedia.com, which is a non-commercial site, and you just put in for the age group. Let's say you want to have anxiety management techniques for your kids, you can do it that way. You could find some basic mindfulness exercises for yourself. The most popular one has been Calm, CALM, which has a relatively small fee attached to it, but is excellent, and gives you specific mindfulness techniques for the specific issue that you're having. Is your problem with sleep? Is your problem with worry about work? Is your problem with parenting or whatever? And it gives you mindfulness, and it's a skill. It takes a while, but if you just do it a little bit at a time, simple breathing, normal breath in, slow breath out, can make an enormous difference. And then the final channel is the behavioral channel, where you actually respond to the anxiety by avoiding avoidance. You face what you're afraid of. You're nervous about going to shul because you've been away from it for so long. You push yourself to go back, or you're nervous about getting together with friends, or even if you're nervous about your anxiety about being too tough on your kids, you do that behavioral kind of intervention, and that could be extremely helpful at all. Two other quick points.
So could you just review those three once again?
Yes.
Number one?
Yes, sure. So number one is cognitive. You think in a way, you catch the thoughts that are making you anxious, and you hold it up to the light of day in a rational kind of way. And that could really make a big difference. Okay. Physiologic is in terms of the normal breath in, slow breath out, mindfulness techniques, and there are all kinds of wonderful apps out there on it that make it more doable, but recognize it's not going to work right away. It's a skill that you have to do with time. And then the final is behavioral, which is to push yourself to avoid avoidance, etc. And then the other 2 points that have been found to really help with anxiety during COVID are ancient wisdom, and this is in every religion has this. One is the power of gratitude, to figure out a way to focus on what we have and to be thankful for what we have. And anytime we're able to be grateful that way, again, this is consistent with the Torah readings we have around now. It's the essence of being Jewish, Pam Odes Hashem, right? To be thankful. It helps us in a very basic way with our anxiety. So because you may not have control over, what new variant of COVID is coming, but you always have control over being thankful for what you have in terms of your community, in terms of your family, in terms of friends, or whatever you have. And when you have that focus, it literally helps with your immune functioning, but helps mainly with anxiety. And then the other chesed is to be able, acts of loving kindness for others makes such an enormous difference. To be able to respond to everything that's going on with chesed. It's the antidote to the negativity of social media. Social media, by the way, could be a wonderful source for doing chesed. We now know about the suffering of people who may never have known about in the past.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And those last two items are so powerful. The ability to count your blessings and to recognize, I always try to tell my wife as often as I can, we are so blessed. Even when we're going through perhaps challenging times, but we are so blessed. And then just reminding oneself about all of the brachas of life is just so uplifting. And of course, emulating Hashem, the Halacha b'drachav, is to emulate the Ribono Shel Olam by helping others is extremely empowering. And this idea of imitating God as being a way of lifting ourselves up and alleviating anxiety, I can't think of a more powerful method than that. We are coming up close to the end of our discussion, but I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about one more issue that I think does contribute to some of the anxiety that especially our young people are experiencing today. It's no secret that from time to time, and Rabbi Pelkovitz, the amount of years that you've been in this line of profession, you've seen so many iterations, unfortunately, of communal scandals having to do with people in leadership positions, abusing that privilege and exploiting others because of their position. And this, of course, has created a significant amount of anxiety as well, especially among our youth. Could you just share with us a few thoughts on this topic and how we can restore the sense of joy and simchas hachayim in our lives?
Yeah, so you're talking about like when leadership fails, that
Yeah.
point. Yeah. So again, without without in any way identifying a specific person, because this is something that we're sometimes faced with. How do we talk to ourselves? How do we talk to our kids when there's when our leaders, who should be our moral leaders, disappoint us? And if I could just make a couple of points. The most important one in terms of talking to our kids is to be understood. First, understand. You go to your child and you ask him or her, what have you heard? Especially if you're in a neighborhood where there's been some kind of a scandal, and unfortunately there are multiple scandals in different parts of the world. And if you're struggling with that now, you just ask them, what have you heard? And again, we don't necessarily know anything for sure. Sometimes there are situations where a person's been actually convicted and it's still something that communities might be struggling with, but you ask your child, help me here. And very often they'll answer you in a way that'll will lead you towards what you need to talk about, what you need to understand. So that's number one. Number two is the idea, as a general rule of thumb, to help them have permission to talk about what's on their minds. Don't automatically reassure them. This is along the lines of what we talked about before. There's the thought of Eino Damomed al Divrei Torah elam kein nichshol behem. We can't master anything in life without struggle. And this is something that, may bring with it struggle, because people who we've looked up to and were supposed to be the source of protection now may be in a very different kind of place. So we just need to let them know that it's okay to talk. And it's not disrespectful to talk. The Hebrew word ashrei, which is the highest level of happiness, is tied to the Hebrew word ishur, to validate. To validate what somebody's saying. And we do that for our children. It makes sense. And to name the monster, to talk, to the extent that you could allow them to talk about it, and to talk about whatever anger, and also to talk about how imperfection in general is something that is very much part of what we are sometimes faced with. Nobody's perfect. And I'm not saying this in any way to be an apologist for anybody who might later be found to be abusive, but just the idea of being able to give voice to values and to allow it. People underestimate the power of that. I have a colleague, Dr. Bessel van der Kolk, who wrote a book that's been a best-selling nonfiction book over the last year called The Body Keeps the Score. One of the things he once showed me is he showed me the picture of the brain of one of his patients who was caught in the stairwell of the World Trade Center on 9/11. And he had an fMRI, a picture of that man's brain, as he was reliving the worst moment of his life. He was being crushed by the World Trade Center, miraculously managed to survive. Mm-hmm. And what he showed me is that the part of the brain that shuts off when people are faced with overwhelming kinds of stress is Broca's area, the language centers of the brain. But then what he showed me in subsequent scans over the coming months, that as he gave this patient words for his pain, as he helped him light up the language centers of the brain, and he helped him name the monster, that's where he was able to eventually come to a place where he was able to digest the meaning of what happened. Now, that's using an extreme example, but I see it all the time, how much good we do for ourselves and our children when we allow ourselves to name the monster and to see the area of growth that can come from these kind of struggles. And I'll just end with the following beautiful words of Chazal, which I often quote because it just makes me feel great. From the Medrash Tehillim, it says like this. It says, Ilu nafalti lokanti. If I never fell down, I never would have gotten up. Ilu yashafti bachoshech lo haya'orli. If I never sat in the darkness, I never would have appreciated the light.
Those are beautiful words. I think there's always going to be a tension between the importance of having heroes and role models in our lives, and at the same time, recognizing that even those heroic figures in our lives are human beings with flaws. I remember that one of the difficulties that I had as a bacher in yeshiva was having a Rebbe who I held in great esteem, and I thought he was like the person that I wanted to be. And then I saw him do something that sort of shattered my faith in him. It wasn't something so horrible, but it was just a flaw in his personality. And it was difficult for me as a young man to learn how to process that and put it in its proper context. And as we get older, I think we learn to live in that gray of recognizing that everyone is complex and no one is perfect. It's very difficult, I think, when we're younger, when we're teenagers or perhaps even younger than that, to know how to deal with people who were held in such high esteem, who provided us with such either inspiration, entertainment, Torah education, and then to learn that these people are not only deeply flawed, but perhaps possess a degree of evil that we could never see in ourselves. And we won't be able to resolve that issue. But as you say, the important thing is to open that discussion with our children, allow them to know that their voice is being heard, that it's okay to be disappointed, but that their belief in heroes should not be shattered because of one particular individual, that we should try to hold people that we feel are admirable, that their behavior is virtuous. We should use them as role models, with the caveat that even the greatest of people, the greatest of Gedolei Yisrael, will sometimes have flaws and foibles just like any other human being.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I just want to, I learn so much more in any time I spend with you, Dr. Pelkovitz, and I know that this has been very, very helpful to so many people who might be watching or listening. Thank you for being so generous with your time. Thank you for everything that Amudim is doing, including offering these special video seminars for people during perhaps a very challenging time for the Jewish people and for the world as a whole. As we begin to see the light emerge at the end of the tunnel, let's hope that talks like this will help us emerge as more healthy individuals. And please, Dr. Pelkovitz, please take the last words.
Well, just thank you for helping me think and helping me clarify. I always learn so much from your depth and your ability to talk about this. And thank you to Amudim. Amudim is an organization that I just keep getting more and more involved with Amudim because it's an organization that's involved in saving lives on a regular basis in a very real way, saving lives, and they're always there. And there's an ability to somehow keep growing and keep serving more and more people, and so that people don't have to feel alone in their struggles. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Amudim. Goodbye, everybody.
Hello, everybody. Here we are again with the Unite to Heal program of Amudim. Amudim, as we all know, is one of the premier providers of help, mental health, and otherwise to our Jewish community. They also last year figured out the best way to raise money from Yidden is to make sure they're having a great time. And last year, in the first Unite to Heal, they put out an incredible array of speeches and lectures and music and incredible interviews. And they're doing it again this year, back and better than ever. So welcome to the Amudim Unite to Heal. I very rarely get the opportunity, I never ever get the opportunity to interview such incredible luminaries as I'm interviewing today. I'm deeply appreciative to Amudim for giving me the opportunity. I have been a Talmud who has been zocha to learn both from the Torah of Rabbi Simon as well as Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson, and I believe that I'm not alone in that. At this point, pretty much the Jewish world, whether you're a yeshiva bacher in Muncie, whether you're a secular Jew in California, you've probably been learning and listening to the Torah of one of these two great brothers. And we have an incredible opportunity today to talk to them on behalf of Amudim. So we're going to start with a very simple question. And it's more a little bit about your upbringing. The Jacobson household must have been an incredible place to bring up people who are so dedicated to spreading Torah and Hasidus to the whole world. What do you think your parents got right? What inspired you to do what you do today? And if you can, try to break it down to something that your parents did, but we can all do on a lower level as an air anpin, a miniature, biteable, doable thing that we can all do like your parents did.
Peace Naim, the Bechar. First of all, it's my honor to be here with you, with Amudim, with our dear host, and with my dear brother. We are blood, flesh and blood. And yes, we grew up in a very unique and special home. It's always humbling to hear such accolades. But I will say, in the spirit of my father, Olav Shalom, and my mother, may she be well, many healthy years, one of the things that jumps out at me, this is completely a knee-jerk reaction to your question, was my father particularly, as well as my mother, which I'll speak about in a moment, was absolutely comfortable in his own skin. He was he didn't have that self-consciousness and extremely know why he's here in this world and what is his purpose. And even though it was not stated in words, but it was stated in actions, and that was what exuded. That was the spirit, that was the environment that exuded from him. I remember him sitting Shabbos at the table. He could speak quiet for hours, even though he was a conversationalist and a very charismatic figure, but he had that inner peace. And I think when you have that, it just translates into bringing up children that are also comfortable in their own skin and are focused not on trying to necessarily impress or entertain, but really living up to what their mission is. Now, I want to say it very clearly, a big disclaimer. I am not saying I'm on that level, but I definitely was exposed to it. And my mother as well, completely committed to the cause. You know, everybody has their egos. Everybody has their stuff. They have their phobias, their neurosis, and by no means is anyone perfect. But I think when you have, as a parent, a mission-centric life, that your life is not driven by ego and by conquests and by money and by control and by power and influence, that you know you're here for a reason. And that is not just taught, but actually fed and nourishes children from the youngest of age. To me, that is one of the most critical elements that all of us can learn for success, because then your children grow up having that same type of attitude. I'm here to serve. I'm here to bring something to the world. In our case, we grew up in, we grew up in obviously a very observant Jewish home, a Chabad Hasidic home. And of course, Chabad Hasidus emphasizes this idea of serving, illuminating, Neris Lahayr, to be flames that illuminate and warm everyone around us. So it all fitted in that context. That's one of the ingredients, at least. By no means is it the only one, but that's what comes to mind.
And based on that, what you're describing, what would be like an avoda, like something people would want to work on to be able to achieve that sort of sense of mission and sense of inner peace and comfortability with their own skin? What types of things could people do if they want to be able to get to that level so they could experience that and, of course, give that over to their children as well? What is like something that a person could work on themselves on a regular basis to do, something measurable, like a real avoda?
I think it really comes down to how you look at the standards. You know, a business cannot function without a mission statement. Every business, no matter what, for-profit, not-profit, organizations, schools, every entity must have a mission statement. The first question you have to ask yourself is, what is your personal mission statement? And it can't just be a platitude like, I want to be happy, I want to have make a lot of money, I want to bring up a healthy Jewish family. Those are generic and general. They're beautiful things. But a mission statement means, to put it specifically, how are you going to use your life and the unique skills and tools that you were given, your unique opportunities, to somewhat improve, better, and beautify the corner of your world? So that's the first question you have to ask. If you're not asking that question, which means that you're basically just running your life either as a product or victim of circumstances, then you're never going to get to that place. So obviously, as children, if you can pick that up from a young age, great. But wherever you are in your life, that has to be a pause that we all have to take, if not on a daily basis, at least on a weekly basis, a monthly basis, or an annual basis. And we actually have Moida Ani. lefanecha. When you say moida ani lefanecha melachai v'kayim shachzarta binishmasi b'cham rabba munasecha, what are we saying? Think about the words. Thank you, God, for returning, or you don't say even the word God. Thank you for returning my soul to me, for making me indispensable, for giving me a mission, for renewing my contract and my mandate, and that I absolutely need to fulfill that mission that you have given me and renew it every morning. So that would be, in my opinion, one of the first things that you begin the journey in that sense.
Right. And it's true because so many people are living life without having a sense of mission statement, right? Life happens to them as opposed to them creating the life they want. So just even setting for yourself a mission statement is step number one towards getting there. Okay, absolutely. Beautiful. Rabbi, why?
In addition to the beautiful, eloquent words of my dear brother, I would add very briefly maybe 3 things that I felt in my home. I don't know, always consciously, but now looking back, I think they're all really part of the reality of our family. Number one, my father was an extremely colorful human being, very universal. He had like this universal consciousness. First of all, nobody knew geography like him, right, Simon? I mean, he knew, I don't know.
He knew every river in Russia, yeah.
Every river in Russia, exactly. And he really knew it. He knew how long it was. He knew how wide it was. And he had a real interest. I once saw him reading. My father used to read approximately, he was a subscriber to around 30 magazines and newspapers. And he would read about the economy in Japan. And I asked him, does this interest you? Because I don't have an interest about the economy in Japan. It just doesn't fit into my brain. And he says, yeah, it's the world. It's part of God's world. You have to know what's happening in Japan. It was very interesting. So it was really, there was no tunnel vision. There was no narrowness. There was no judging people based on the community they come from, based on their lifestyle. He actually allowed himself, and he taught us to celebrate the world for what it is. Because if you have tunnel vision, you reduce God's reality into your own stereotypes and preconceived notions, into your own issues, instead of really breathing the world the way it is and enjoying the full variety of God's creation. That was one thing, I think, very powerful. Until today, I meet Jews from all backgrounds, Jews and non-Jews, just a certain freshness, like really be open to tune into where people are, not where you want them to be or what you think about them. The second thing was, the Even Ezra writes that Moshe Rabbeinu had to grow up among non-Jews in a palace. Why didn't the first Jewish leader grow up in a Jewish environment? And he says, the Even Ezra writes this, it's incredible, that if Moshe would have grown up among Jews, he would have developed a slave mentality. He could have never staged a revolution. He had to grow up in an ambience of aristocracy, of royalty. That's how he can overthrow Egypt and liberate the Jewish slaves. My father grew up in Stalinist Russia. His father was tortured and almost killed. He had a very, very difficult life, as a youth, like so many of that generation. But he had a vision of royalty. He was, and he taught this to us. He was broad. He had a fearlessness to him. He was a warrior. He was a fighter. He wouldn't allow himself to become a victim in circumstances. So that was very, very refreshing and empowering. The last thing I would say, something I once heard from him, we were walking to Shul on Shabbos, and he told me that he once asked the Lubavitcher Rebbe why he's getting involved in a very controversial issue that was just controversial, and it's basically taking away supporters from him. People who would support him. It was something to do about the future of Israel. And he said, what do you need it for? Just stay focused on humanitarian good things, spreading mitzvahs. And what do you need this for? So he told me that the Rebbe told him that it says by Moshe Rabbeinu, when he saw the Egyptian beating the Jew, it says, Vayifen kai v'kai v'yarki einish. Moshe looked everywhere, and he saw there's no man. And he killed the Egyptian, and he saved the Jew. And everybody asks, there was somebody there, because the next day, the informers informed on Moshe, so there was somebody there. So the Lubavitcher Rebbe said, one interpretation is not that there was nobody physically present. He saw Vayarki Einish, that there's nobody who's going to stand up to the tyranny. Einish, there's no man, there's nobody who's gonna make this his cause. Everybody was just looking around and sighing. The Rebbe says he had to make a choice. Will he join everybody else and say, there's nothing to do, we're in Egypt, we're in exile? Or he's going to take a stand, and that's what turned him into the eternal Jewish leader. And then my father told me, the Rebbe continued, he says, and this is what my father-in-law embodied. He attributed it to his father-in-law. This is how he was explaining his involvement. What I learned from my father at that moment was that in life, you have to be able to make that choice constantly, whether you're just going to be a bystander, maybe write a check, give a sigh, give a krechts, or to say, no, God put me here and he gave me my unique purpose, as my brother just said. And it's my opportunity to make the difference that I was chosen to make.
Beautiful. It's interesting. The first thing that you said is basically you're describing your father as a koheles. He was like an aggregator of information all around the world. And there's that Gemara that talks about some of the early Tanoim and how they recognized they knew the language of foxes and the language of trees and the language of birds. And you're like, what does that make a difference? They're Tanoim, they're sitting and learning, Hillel and Shammai. But the answer is when you have that breathness and that ability to just take it all in, you also have the ability to put out something that's just so much more comprehensive than when you're living with tunnel vision. So that's definitely beautiful and a very special household that we get a little bit of a feel where the Jacobson brothers come from. So my next question is, Amudim deals with mental health.
Dysfunctional elements in our home, or
that's going to be the bonus material at the end, and then you got to donate a couple extra $100, and you get all the dysfunction from the Jacobson home too. So Amudim really is known for their work with mental health and the Jewish people. And you guys are both such incredible, eloquent speakers. You command such large audiences wherever you go and people sit enraptured when you speak. And there's sometimes, when people are in the crowd and they look at a speaker who just nails it and they really understand and they get everything just right. And there's almost like a halo effect, so but the reality is we're all people and you are all people as well. And obviously you too have your own struggles at times. And there's the mental stresses that we all go through and what weighs heavily on all of us. Sometimes it's helpful for the audience to be able to recognize that the speakers are humans and they go through their own stresses. So my question to you would be, what grinds you down? What really wears you down? And how do you find where you need to save your own mental health sanity and keep yourself on the straight and narrow? What grinds you down and how do you respond to it? How do you deal with it to keep yourself above it?
Okay. So we're already entering into the dysfunctional zone now, which is the things that get to us and cause, as you said, grind us down or stress and so on. It's a great question, excellent question. I appreciate it because I'm usually not asked this question, either because of the halo effect or, I don't know, a respect, but I think it's a very powerful question. I will just, again, speak what comes to me. I mean, I have been blessed, and I say this with all humility, I have been blessed not through work, not through avodas Hashem, and not through yagia and effort, I guess by part of genetic makeup and DNA, as well as we discussed the environment of my father, to have a certain inner calm, even among a storm. So even when there's a tornado, there's the eye of the tornado. But there's an inner calm. I actually, to be honest, I'm speaking openly here, I'm at my best when there's stress. Because for some reason, I'm able to enter into that zone that just gives you a certain, I guess almost like an oasis. You're like buffered.
I gotta tell you, the halo is getting brighter right now.
I'm sorry?
I said the halo is getting brighter right now.
No, God forbid. No. That's halos are actually quite dangerous. So there's that inner sense of peace, which really arises when there's a lot of tension around me. And that is what I do. I'm starting from the second half of the question. But as far as the things that grind you down, I'll be honest, sometimes for me, even though I think I'm a royal optimist, I always like to look at and see the positive in things, the light at the end of the tunnel. And but at the same time, sometimes you feel that as much as you do, are you really making an impact? Yes, you can make a momentary impact. And there's a certain apathy and even mediocrity that surrounds when you see people who get cynical or petty. You sometimes see people fighting over nonsense, but they fight like it's World War III. And that can get to you, and sometimes feel that, am I really making a difference? I wouldn't say I get depressed by it, but I definitely am impacted by it. Another thing is, and this is a very personal note, when you see a lot of pain and people share with you, things that have broken them, tragedies, mental health issues, suicide, the list goes on, unfortunately. And with a person of empathy, there's no way you can just immunize yourself and be indifferent. I remember when I was younger, it was very difficult because I always felt, as my brother earlier said, that you have to rise to the occasion. B'mokim she'ein ish, v'yakein ish. You have to do something. I always felt like they're coming to me, hashgacha pratis. I must do something. It took me a long time to discover I can't solve every problem. And there's some things that maybe hashgacha pratis has to lead someone elsewhere. But I remember the first time I heard about abuse, real abuse, serious abuse. I couldn't even believe it. I thought the person was making it up because I never experienced it in my life. A father beating a child with a baseball bat. I mean, Achman al-San, I even want to repeat some of these things. And it gets worse. It like overwhelmed me. I remember I was saying to myself, why am I being told this? Like what? And I'll tell you the truth, the only way to go is to dig deeper. I had to dig deeper, and I said to myself, if Hashem created this world, and He gave us a Torah, and He gave us Chassidus, He also magdim refuah lamaka, He gave us the healing before the illness, there has to be an answer, even for the most horrendous and horrible things in this world. And it was years ago, I remember I would read and try to understand, it's very hard to go into the kishkis of a person who's suffering something I never suffered. And I have to say, it took a real toll on me. I mean, emotionally, it took a serious toll. And then you start saying, it's so unfair. Children, innocent, defenseless people who did nothing and they're being hurt. And you have also an existential crisis of faith. What does God want? We all know we don't understand God's ways. These things have always taken a very strong effect on me, even till this day. And ultimately, it comes back to the eye of the tornado, that you have to say light at the end of the day is stronger than darkness, and that hope is stronger than any type of despair. And as a person in my position, I cannot afford to become part of the problem. So I have to rise to the occasion to do the best. That doesn't mean you have answers. Like one Rebbe once said, I don't have answers for you, he told someone who suffered a tragedy, but I can cry with you. I can hold your hand. I can walk with you. And that's a strength, nachamu, nachamu. That gives strength, that consoles, that comforts a soul. So that is, the human condition can be quite beautiful, but also quite painful. You see things that are, I've unfortunately witnessed and experienced and heard things I never wanted to hear. And it takes a toll, but you know what? At the end of the day, you have to become stronger. Kashayano esam kein yirbe v'chein yifritz. It says as the Jews were oppressed, it says in Mitzrayim, that in direct proportion to that, they thrived and they flourished. And I like to believe that our challenges, my own and the ones that I've heard and the ones that I've absorbed, have only caused us to be a catapult us and be a springboard for me personally to become a greater person and to realize how more important it is that we need God more than ever. As Holocaust survivors say, when they're asked, where was God in the Holocaust? So how do you believe in God after the Holocaust? And they'll say, who else do I have to believe in after the Holocaust? Not humans. Look what humans did, how they betrayed their own humanity. So we have nothing but God. And that becomes our greatest strength of all, that when you're bound above, you don't fall below.
And that's the eye of the storm. At the end of the day, the Roner Shalom.
Yeah.
Okay, Rabbi YY.
It's interesting. I was just thinking as my brother was talking, Jews suffer from guilt. They say that if a Jew doesn't feel guilty, he blames himself. And correct me, Simon, if I'm wrong. I never felt that my father had any guilt. Is that true?
I agree.
I never saw it.
Our mother didn't always like that.
My father, it's interesting. All Jews that I've ever met have deep guilt in them, sometimes stronger, sometimes weaker. My father, I never saw guilt, and I was surprised how that happened. Especially Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Yom Tovim, Jews are stressed out. And
how about you?
And actually, I think my brother Simon also doesn't have guilt. I don't know, you'll have to correct me. It never seemed that way. But I was not blessed with that. I also have anxiety. from a young age. And I also I struggle with self-consciousness. So when I speak or lecture, these are some of the struggles that I have to work through in the past and also in the present. And I started to speak very, very young age. So in a way, it's always a struggle for me, like, who am I? Not to make sure that the I is not the I that gets projected, but there's a deeper I. There's a beautiful teaching from the Maggid, or the Maggid of Mezrich, that I think is, for me, it's very relevant personally. He says that it's Elisha. Elisha wanted to prophesy, but he felt he's not in the mood of prophecies. He said, "Vayhi kuli menagin, bring me a singer, a composer, a musician." Vayhi kenagin hamenagin, v'tihi alav yad Hashem. As the nagin started to be menagin, when he started to sing, so he felt the Spirit of God, and he asks, what does it mean, kenagin hamenagin? It's a strange sequence. And he says, when the menagin became the niggin, when the singer becomes one with the song, with the melody, that's when the divine energy can flow through him. Like a violin doesn't have an ego. Violin doesn't have insecurity. A violin is just a channel for the music. So he says, when the menagin becomes the niggin, we become one with the music. V'tihi alav yad Hashem. For me, that's always a challenge, when I speak, when I lecture, when I communicate to people, either individually or collectively in larger groups, for the menagin to be able to transcend my own fear, my own insecurity, my own traumas, my own wounds, and become a channel for the niggin. And when that happens, miracles occur around me and inside of me.
I'm asking each and every one of you to please take a few seconds to hear what I'm about to say. I'm coming to you on behalf of an organization that means a great deal to me personally and should also mean a great deal to each and every member of our community. Amudim is an organization, as so many of you are aware, that responds to all kinds of crisis, whether it's personal, familial, communal, whether it's in your own community, whether it's in your own state or across the world. Once a year, we have an annual campaign in which the proceeds from this campaign comprise the overwhelming vast majority of our budget the entire year. Every single one of the services that we provide and every drop of assistance that we provide to those that are struggling or facing a crisis, we don't charge a single penny for. This is the time that once a year we're coming to you to please open your minds, open your hearts, and open your pockets as much and as generously as you can. Because if you believe, as I do, that the issues we're dealing with are critical and need to be worked on further, and that we need these resources readily available for when people do face a struggle or a crisis, then please contribute to this campaign and please partner with us so together we can unite to heal.
Beautiful. Okay, so we're going to switch it up now. We're going to actually give Rabbi YY an opportunity to answer first. Both of you speak a lot and engage with a very broad audience. However, your audiences are a little bit different at times. Obviously, there's like the Venn diagram. There's some crossover over there, but for the most part, Rabbi YY is speaking to a yeshiva world crowd across the board: Hasidish, Litvish, yeshivish, modern, but more within the folds of the Torah confines, so to speak, who are already involved in Torah learning and Torah lifestyle. And Rabbi Simon is a little bit more engaged with the broader. I mean, it's a beautiful expression of Yafutzuma and Asecha Chutza. That is a very big thing in the Chabad Hasidus, just be able to get it out there and put it out there to everyone who can hear and everyone who can listen. There's obviously things that, and both of you are deeply involved in the Chabad community as well. So the Chabad community is an enigma to a certain degree to everybody outside of it. It's such a powerful community. You have the Kenes HaShluchim with thousands and thousands of people sitting in one ballroom, and everyone obviously looks at it with an incredible amount of admiration. Baruch Hashem, wherever I travel in the world, the first thing I always do whenever I go anywhere is look up the Chabad house and engage with them. So my question is going to be, where can there be some cultural diffusion and where should there be? So we'll start with Rabbi YY. What is the most important thing that the yeshiva world needs to learn from Chabad? And what should Chabad be learning from the yeshiva world?
So, it sounds like a great question and to make for an exciting answer. But the truth is, I think that today we live in a generation where Jews are so much exposed to each other that, to put it frankly, somebody who may be called a yeshiva type of guy is often saturated with a lot of the energy and the wisdom of Chabad. And sometimes somebody who grew up and calls themselves Chabad may actually still have to learn what the essence of Chabad is. So, I don't see it as color where there's two teams. They stand for this, they stand for this, and I'll let them learn from each other. I think when you're dealing with deep psychological, spiritual, and emotional truths, when you're dealing with Avodas Hashem, things are very, very intimate and very, very personal. And as Hashem told Shmuel Hanavi, Al tabit al mareyu, don't look at external appearances. Ki ha'adam yireh le'einayim v'Hashem yireh lalevav. There's the guy who's maybe a Litvak for, 30 generations, but his entire persona and behavior day to day is a living embodiment of some of the great ideas of the Baal Shem Tov, and sometimes conversely. So I really would not address one community versus another community. I think in any community and in every individual and collective, there are great virtues and there are great flaws. I would rather talk more about ideas. And I think some of the ideas of Chabad Hasidus that are really ideas that I think deserve to become the passion of every single Jew in order to really help us become the nation and the people that we need to become and bring a Geula consciousness to the world is, I would say, two of the foundational teachings of the Baal Shem Tov and of the Baal HaTanya. Number one, this was on the deathbed of the Baal Shem Tov's father. He was 5 years old and he told his son, he said, Yisrolik, don't fear anybody or anything but Hashem. And number two, love every Jew with every fiber of your being. And it became the two fundamental teachings of the Baal Shem Tov. Number one, Einaid Mulvadai, meaning there's no division, no real division in the world, no real division between people. If the doors of perception are cleansed, everything appears as is, a flow of divine infinity. To be able to transcend fragmentation and dichotomy, to be able to realize that all the wisdoms of the world is all part of oneness, part of integrated divinity and infinity. And that includes science and physics and psychology and mathematics and biology and medicine. The Rebbe would always say, the Torah, the Zohar says, the Medrash says is a blueprint for the world. The whole universe is a manifestation of Torah. Spiritual oneness is everywhere. And therefore, you don't have to be afraid of anybody or anything, because within every reality, you could find the divine. And number two is that ability to really see the souls in people, to really be able to love every single Jew. And by extension, it means loving humanity. It's never using God as a crutch for our own religious insecurities and turning God into an excuse for judgmentalism, dismissiveness, OCD, anger, religious sense of superiority. Sometimes my religion could become the greatest obstacle to experience God, because in the name of religion, I can become judgmental. I become full of hate and anger and vengeance, and it's all blamed on God. And I think the Baal Shem Tov, the Alter Rebbe, the Rebbe were real embodiments of showing people that it's not about, how religious or not religious you are. It's really when you live with Hashem in the deepest way. So then whoever you meet, you have one mission: to help them find the godliness and holiness within them. And I think these are two very powerful ideals that when we live with them, all of us, those who call themselves Chabadniks, those who don't call themselves Chabadniks, I think when we live with them, we change ourselves and we create so much light in our environment, among our children, among our students. And, I think that today we live in a world of cross-pollination. And what does the world of Gula look like? It's a world where you don't look at this Jew and say, oh, you're a Babaver, you're a Vizhnitzer, you're a Litvak, you're a Lubavitcher, you're a Breslover, you're a modern Orthodox, you're this. And right away, I'm stereotype you. And that's not the real world. That's not the real world of Yiddishkeit. The real world of Yiddishkeit is a world in which of our souls shine. And when our souls shine, we realize that we are all one collective soul, a manifestation of divine infinity, whether I wear Streimel, I wear a baseball cap, or I wear a Barcelona Chicago hat, or I wear a different type of yarmulke. And, there may be some differences of nusach and distinctions and this emphasis or that emphasis, but in that ultimate oneness of Hashem, if we're all part of Hashem, stop chopping up God into so many different groups and pieces.
All right. Okay, truth is, there are obviously, I think, I'll give you an example of something, for example, where I believe like the Elamai Yeshiva, so to speak, could learn from Chabad. Chabad's ability to really just share whatever is valuable in terms of teaching other people. Like if you open up a Chabad house in any city, I'm not sure what cities there are not yet a Chabad house. So let's just call it, if you open up one on the moon, you can have immediately like all your educational components, and you have like all the beautiful graphics. There's an enormous amount of sharing of that information. That's the kind of things I was referring to more, or certain things. But obviously, you're going way deeper than that. You're going to the levels of like the neshama level, where we all come back to Kutchabrichu Yisrael Be'eretz.
My brother and I, my brother even more than I, because he's older, have heard this following statement by the Lubavitcher Rebbe. I don't know, I heard it maybe 200 times. He probably heard it 900 times. He quoted his great-great-grandfather, the Alter Rebbe, the Balatanya, who would always say these words: Chassidus is nishkein maflega, which means never allow Chassidus to become party politics. Don't turn it into a political party color war. We're the red team, they're the green team, we're going to win. We won color war. Look at the Kenos HaShluchim. Oh, but look at this event, but look at that event. You lost the plot. You now went into a color war, ego insecurity place, which we all have. We're human. We all have it, whether you call yourself this type of Jew or that type of Jew. His point was, if you're really tuning in to the elikus, to the godliness of Yiddishkeit, to the Ashreinu Matov Chalkeinu Manayim Garaleinu, every person you see, every Jew you meet, when you could cleanse yourself from external perceptions, you realize that there is a deeper spiritual truth that really unites us and that we are all part of.
Okay, so I'm going to take that answer, and that answer is basically saying we're not going to go into the divisions. We're just going to go into the elikus, to the root level. I really appreciate that. I'm going to ask Rebbe Simon one question, then we'll conclude with a final sort of a last remark from both of you. So I want to talk to you a little bit more. We're going to delve into the mental health area. Mental health challenges are on the rise. Prior to COVID, the CDC reported that in 2019, about 20% of Americans were receiving mental health treatment, and at least 16% of them were using medications to help with their challenges. Obviously, after a year of being isolated, people literally having almost no outside human contact, having the media on all sides trying to hype up the fear and the sense that large, powerful groups are trying to harm you, the mental health crisis today is far greater than it was before. And while the numbers are better in the firm world, and indeed my friend Dr. David Rossmarin, who's a psychiatrist and a professor at Harvard Medical School, has published many articles showing that living a religious life, having a belief in a Borei and a creator, and living a more community-based life as we do, brings down the incidence of mental health crises significantly, but we don't get a free pass. And as Amudim can well describe, we have a lot of real challenges to mental health in our community, the rates of anxiety, clinical depression, OCD, even suicidal ideations that would shock most viewers who are tuning in. So on behalf of all those who are suffering, how does the person react with debilitating depression to the point that it's a massive struggle to get out of bed? How does the person with such great social anxiety that they can never eat in public and can barely muster the courage to utter a word at a simcha, how does the yeshiva boy battling OCD who's washing his hands 40 times a day to the point where his hands are raw when he goes back from Seder to check that he didn't leave his jacket on his heater in his room 12 times a Seder, how does that person connect to Hashem, who obviously gave them these challenges that they can't speak about to almost anybody because of all the stigma? challenges they're afraid to talk about because of the ruining their own shidduchim or the shidduchim of their families. How does this person relate to the Ribbono Shel Olam, creator of OCD and creator of generalized anxiety disorder?
I can't control myself from asking how much time do I have for this answer?
I would say about not enough.
You're asking me, or you're asking us to answer a question that really would resolve every possible problem on earth. I mean, we have 8 billion people, and some people say 8 billion neurotics, or other forms of dealing with, whether you're describing some of the conditions, there are many others that you could include into the lot. So to avoid getting into the generalities and really try to focus on a few key points, let me pose the question a bit differently. Now, you say God is the creator of OCD, is the creator of, schizophrenia, of bipolar, of depression, all the other types of disorders. Let's pose the question this way. Since God did create the human race and every human being, and that's a klal, that's a yesod, what does he expect of us? He created us imperfect, with the possibility of having different illnesses, both physical, emotional, and mental. So what does God expect of us? To go back to the idea that the Torah is the blueprint for life. It's not just a blueprint, whether the chicken is kosher or not kosher, or what time Shabbos begins, or whether this is a chametz or not chametz. It's a blueprint for every aspect of our lives, and perhaps more relevant than anything is our personal well-being. So how does a Jew look at this? If you ask a secular person, they'll say, okay, that's why we have therapy and we have medication. And you know what? The world is imperfect, and then that's it. People are not well, and God bless them, whatever. But Torah and Yiddishkeit says we have answers. We have healing. That the world before Chet Tzadas was a healthy world, and Mashiach comes and the Geula comes, will be a completely healthy world. So how do we integrate that? I can tell you, I've always asked this question to myself. If the Torah has answers, it shouldn't just have answers, like I said, in what are the Lamates Malachas or other technicalities in Halacha. The answers to the biggest issues that plague us. I just talking to parents who just had a Down syndrome child. And they can't get over, what should we do? This is a lifetime sentence. So we're dealing with something that affects us all, in some ways more severe than others. So the answer, briefly, is that the same Eibishter that created the human being with all these challenges also created answers and solutions. This doesn't mean that we can heal everything. Ch'mon al-Itzlan, there are illnesses you can't physically heal. But this doesn't mean we can't do anything about it. We're not victims. So the Torah provides us with elaborate instructions. Let's just start with, just eliminate one element. The Eibishter says, Nitin reshus l'reifa l'rapes. V'rapi yirapele. The pasuk teaches us, the Gemara says, maybe we can't heal if God causes someone to be sick. Who are we to intervene? There is a Havamina like that. So Torah says, no, v'rapi yirapeh. God says, I've given permission, which means I've given strength, I've given medical wisdom, my wisdom. God is the healer. Ani Hashem refecha. I'm the healer, but I've given the ability to human beings to figure out some medicine, to figure out solutions, whether it's physical medicine, whether it's psychological medicine. So that's one thing. If a person is in a situation, you don't go and say, if God forbid a person is suffering from very severe anxiety, you don't just say, go learn Torah or do a mitzvah. Yes, in addition to that, you have to go to a doctor. The Eibishter said so. So that's critical to remember, that going to a doctor is part of God's mandate. It's not like saying the Torah doesn't have an answer. That's the Torah's answer. The Torah is saying that Eibishter gave power, just like he gave strength to a person. You go to a mumche in any given area, that's a mumche in medicine. On the other hand, let's be honest, like the Rambam says, there's cheli haguf and there's cheli hanefesh. There are things that are indeed spiritual maladies, that medicine alone and doctors alone and surgery and therapy is not enough. You do need an element of godliness. Because remember, the most important principle is that that when a person is aligned with their physical lives, are aligned with their spiritual lives, that's how you draw down energy. What is health? Health is seamlessness, a flow. And Aveda come from the word Aveda, means removed, it moves away. Havara mereshus l'reshus. A mitzvah means connection. Tzavse v'chibur. When a person does a mitzvah, you're aligning your very physical life. When a person is loving, when a person is kind, mitzvah avos Yisrael. It's not just you're doing another person a favor. You're doing yourself a favor because you're feeding the chesed and the ava within your neshama, aligning it to the way the Eibishter created you. You become a healthier person. When a person, Rahman al-Islam, has sin in their heart, it's not just an aveda. They're misaligning themselves. So Torah and mitzvahs and the whole Jewish approach is also about healing. Torah, it says, Mevir Refuah Elam. So coupled with any of the medical interventions that are necessary, we cannot ignore them. We also look to create healthier children and healthier adults by being spiritually healthy. My brother mentioned some of the elements. I'll mention a few more. The idea of Hashem Echad is not just a nice concept of monotheism, that there's one God. It means there's one reality. That when you align yourself with that oneness within you, what do? You counter fragmentation. You counter all the different voices that drag you in many different ways. So though that alone may not be the total solution to a mental health issue, but it's definitely a big part of it. So if you combine, when necessary, medical intervention, psychological intervention with Torah intervention, it's really a holistic picture that creates a healthier person. You know, I'm taken by the name Amudim. What does Amudim mean? Pillars. So of course we talk about the three pillars. Three things that the world stands on. What are the three pillars? Torah, Aveda, Gemilas, Chasad. So most people say, okay, nice. The whole Torah, because Bereishis is B'shvil Yisrael, B'shvil HaTorah, so Torah is the basis. Torah, Aveda, Gemilas, Chasadim holds up the world. It's a lot deeper than that. Torah, Aveda, Gemilas, Chasadim, and I'll translate it now into simple English, which often is necessary to appreciate it. Think of it as cognitive, emotional, and behavioral conditioning. The Torah aligns your mind to think healthy. You think transcendent. You think about things that are beyond the material. What's Aveda? Aveda Shabbat Zuhit Tefillah. Prayer. It's emotional conditioning. Working, getting emotional intelligence, becoming more empathetic to God and to others. And what's Gemilas Chasadim? Behavior, actions. It's not enough just the mind and the heart. You have to act in a healthier way. I have an expression I use, is you have to immerse yourself in a spiritual spa. Just like a body gets comforted and soothed through a physical spa. What's a spiritual spa? Study, prayer, action, SPA. Torah, Aveda, Gemilas Chasadim. So we have all that we need to address the issues. Now, let's be honest. I want to just say this on a final note. The bottom line is we can't always say we have the answer to all problems. We are given the tools to try our best, but we learn how to navigate and we learn how to grow. And frankly, if we did what we had to do, many problems would disappear and many would definitely be alleviated. But the Eibishter decides to do even after our efforts is up to God. But the fact is, there's no question in my mind, and this is what I find valuable about Amudim and about all our efforts, is we can bring a lot more healing to this world than we can imagine. And definitely that we shouldn't be part of the problem, but be part of the solution.
Wow, that was beautiful. And especially the way you broke that down, cognitive, emotional, behavioral, and how we have the whole picture here. We have the whole picture here. Quite beautiful. Okay, so we're now down to our final question. It's going to be a quick one. So the total answer time for this one is 60 seconds. So in Pirkei Avos, often it says, Hu haya omer, which of course means he used to say, but also in the Chassidus, they say his essence would tell you this. And when you watched him, Hu haya omer, if you watched the way he lived, it would scream out to you this message. So we're now in our final question, and we want to ask, if there's a Hu haya omer that you would want to be known for, God willing, like, what is the Hu haya omer? Not what should be chas v'shalom on someone's tombstone. Someone asked me yesterday, what do you want they should say about you? in your funeral. I said, I'd rather just have the guy who wouldn't quit, wouldn't die, wouldn't give up. He's somehow breaking all the medical miracles. But I'm saying, what is the Hua Yoimer of Rabbi Simon? What is the Hua Yoimer of Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson in 60 seconds or less? Because we do have to fit it somewhere. No, I'm kidding.
Shimon Peres' son said at his funeral, President of Israel, Peres, that he asked his son, what do you want me to write on your tombstone? And he said, here's the man who died prematurely. He was 94 years old. I don't know, Hua Yoimer is a very intense description, but I'll tell you one message that I find when I communicate it to myself and to audiences and to people, both individually and in groups. It has, I find, a very, very transformative impact. And that is really, as my brother just said, every single one of us has challenges. Many people who call Amudim suffer very severe challenges, whether it's mental illness, mental anguish, whether it's serious abuse or not serious abuse, but sometimes benign abuse can have the same horrible impacts. And I can't always go back and, replay the scenes of my life. Certain things are just facts. But I think one of the profoundest ideas that Yiddishkeit teaches in such an incredible fashion is how I frame my experiences. It's all about framing. You can have the same piece of art, but if you use a different frame, it looks very different. We call it reframing. And the first one who taught us to do that was my original namesake, Yosef. Yosef endured one of the most difficult lives in history on so many levels and through people who were supposed to love him. And yet, instead of falling into despair, he became one of the most charming and enjoyable and beloved figures in the Tanakh. He saved the world from famine. And he told his brothers how he did it. He said, you did not sell me. God sent me. And what he was telling all of us is that any circumstances, any mental pain, mental illness, challenges from within or from without that I'm confronting, I could look at them in two ways. One is I was sold. I'm just a victim of other people's horrible choices, a victim of my nature or my nurture, my genes, my epigenetics, trauma of 2,000 years, or trauma from childhood. Or I could say, I was sent. God sent me into this place. I am an ambassador of the divine. I'm an ambassador of infinity, charged to bring light into places that nobody else can, but only me, by the power of my infinite soul, which is a manifestation of Hashem in this world. It doesn't take away the pain, but the reframing of it transforms everything.
Wow, beautiful. Okay, and Rabbi Simon for the final word.
It's hard to define your own Hu Haya Emer, but I'll say this. The Eibishter created, God created each one of us with unique song within you that you and only you can sing. Another way of putting it, I put it in my book, Torah Meaning for Life. Birth is God saying, you matter. Absolutely, unconditionally, you are indispensable. So if I were to say one message that I would want to be remembered for, and it's not my message, it's a message which is ingrained in the very essence of Torah, is you were born an original, don't become a copy. You have songs inside you. Don't die with your song still inside you. Discover your unique mission and discover the courage to express it. And you're fully capable of doing that. Too many of us are conformists, and we choose the easy path of just following the herd mentality. You have a song, you have many songs inside you. I mean, I'll quote Michelangelo, even though he wasn't Jewish, but he's studied by Jewish scholars. When he was asked, how do you carve those beautiful angels? How do you sculpt them in the marble? And his response, which I'm sure he heard from the Kabbalists in Venice and in Florence in Italy in his time, was this: I see the angels trapped in the marble, and I carved and set them free. We don't need to find beauty out there. It's not in a book. It's not on a shelf. It's not in a product. And it's not in Botox. It's right here inside you. Your song, your angel, your flower. But it gets trapped in marble, in concrete, and other substances. Discover it, let it soar, spread its wings, and live up to the unique calling that only you and only you, can accomplish in this world.
Wow. Okay, this has been an incredible discussion. First of all, to talk with both of you, people who clearly are here on a mission, like Rabbi Waiwai's Huyayimer, and clearly are not copies of anybody, and are really bringing out your own unique songs in the world. So thank you so much for giving your time to Amudim. Thank you for everything that you do for Klal Yisrael. And as we wrap, we just want to say thank you so much to Amudim for their incredible and never-ending 24/7 support of Klal Yisrael in every way, shape, and form. May HaKadosh Baruch Hu give you continued success, and you should be able to thrive until we no longer need you. Amir Tashem, with the coming of the Mashiach Tzidkenu Meher Rabbeinu. Amen.
Rabbi Levi.
Yes.
Say something. Yeah, can I say something?
Absolutely.
And I just think it's important. I wanted to say it before, but it slipped my mind. And that is, I think it's so important for everybody hearing this session, this program, or any of the other sessions, and may pass it on to others, whether you're listening or watching live or replay, whatever it is, just to realize that we as a community and as individuals, we have to eliminate the stigma of not allowing young men and women to feel comfortable to speak about their anguish and suffering and pain. If you're suffering from depression, if you're suffering from other forms of internal psychological and emotional suffering, trust me, you can ask my brother, he will certainly agree with me. All of us, in every single family, there is dysfunction. The only families I know that are perfect are the families I don't know. The only people I know are perfect are the people don't know. Each one of us is dealing with a lot of stuff. This myth of the perfect frum family is non-existent. It never existed. It never will exist until Mashiach comes from Rabbi Amenu. There are people you can trust, not everybody, but there are people you can trust. Open up, because there's a lot of help out there. B'siyata d'shmaya.
Amen. Beautifully spoken. And I think we still have to go back to Amir Tashem with Mashiach Tzidkenu Meher Rabbeinu, because that's how we have to always wrap. So thank you so much again, and we look forward to continued success and continued learning the wisdom of the Jacobson family. Yasher Koach.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's an enormous chus. It's a great privilege and pleasure once again to have the opportunity to have a conversation with Mori Varabi, with Rav Shechter Shlita. And we're so grateful to Rebbe for this opportunity and for this time, and to have a conversation that I think so many people would be curious about, that can be both instructive for how we live our lives and asking shaylas and getting psak and following a certain Masorah of halacha, and to also understand behind the scenes the mind of a posek and what goes through the process of trying to answer a shayla and serving in that role. Rav Shechter is not only Rosh Yeshiva Rebbe at Yeshivas Rabbitzko Chanan at YU, but Rebbe is also a posek of the OU. Rebbe is a posek of Klal Yisrael, who receives calls from around the world on a regular basis. And Klal Yisrael benefited, we all benefited from Rebbe's hadracha, Rebbe's direction, Rebbe's psak throughout the whole corona pandemic. The shaylas that came out, the tshuvas that came out, that gave us clear, concise, relatable, real directions on what we should be doing communally and for different Yomim Tovim and in our own personal and our own practical lives. And I know that even those who had not considered themselves Talmidim, students of Rebbe previously, from different segments of the Torah of the Orthodox world, read and learned and followed those Piskei Halacha and found them to be invaluable. And among the many reasons we are so grateful and indebted to Rebbe was Rebbe's tremendous hard work during that period, and now to continue to give us guidance in that area and more. So it's an honor to have this opportunity to have this conversation about the system of halacha and the system of psak. So paskening halacha means original shaylas that come up, maybe during Corona as an example, or medical ethics, or technologies changing, discoveries, innovation. So there's original psak. But then sometimes there's a machlokes in halacha, and a person's not necessarily paskening, but they're choosing between two different psakim that exist. So for example, can you open cans on Shabbos? A person learns the sugya, and a person looks inside and sees Rosh Zalman held this way, and Reb Moshe held this way, the Chazon Ish held this way. Can they decide which one makes more sense to them? I learned the sugya, I see it's a machlokas of the poskim, and the argument that this one made resonates more for me. I think it's more correct, so I'm going to open cans, or I'll choose not to open cans. It's not an original psak someone's making. They're taking the existing psakim and deciding which way to go.
I don't think that's right either. If a person is not on the level that he's able to paskin, he's not really on the level to choose which one of the different poskim he thinks makes more sense either. You have to know so much. There's so much outside information you have to know in order to know which of the three shitas, let's say, makes more sense over here. I don't think so. That's the common shtick now. The boys all learn yeshivas till they get married, and they think they know how to read a Mishnah Berurah, therefore they know how to paskin whatever it says Mishnah Berurah. I don't think that's right. They don't know how to paskin. We don't always follow the Mishnah Berurah. And even if you do always follow, you may not realize that there is more to the shaila than what you saw at first. Could be that it's more complex, there are more aspects. I don't think it's a smart idea to every bacher who learns in yeshiva, he should be machri on his own which of the poskim he should follow.
It could lead to actually following contradictory psakim, because maybe you like Rosh Zalman over here, Reb Moshe over there, but it's an inconsistent and it ends up being a contradiction. So what does one need to do? One has to have a Rebbe, one has to have a dedicated posek, and then go through all the areas of Hilchos Shabbos, Hilchos Kashrus, Taharas Mishpach, and say, in any area that's machlokas, my Rebbe or my Masorah, how should I paskin in that area?
That's the Mishnah in Pirkei Avos. It says, Hasei L'cha Rab, you have to have a Rebbe Muvak. In the days of the Gemara, those who were Talmidim of Beis Shammai follow Beis Shammai. Those Talmidim of Beis Hillel follow Beis Hillel. Each one follows his Rebbe. For those who are neither Talmidim of Beis Shammai nor Beis Hillel, then the Gemara says you go Basaroiv. But those who are Talmidim of the Miyut follow them. The Gemara says also Beis Shammai Kidurein. Those who are Talmidim of Beis Shammai follow. That's the main din. You follow your Rebbe Muvak. The Torah tells us in institution of Zok and Mamre, whenever there's a machloikis in town, divrei rivas b'sharecha, there are different opinions. It's causing friction. If it's not causing friction, so in Warsaw they should follow the rabbi in Warsaw. In Vilna they should follow the rabbi in Vilna. In Prague they should follow the rabbi in Prague. You don't always have to present all the shadows to Rabbi Yashiv. You don't present all the shadows to the Bez Nagol. If there's no friction, you leave everything the way it is and say, every community should follow their rabbi. If it's causing friction, then you have to present the shadow to the Bez Nagol. And then everyone is obligated to follow that psak.
So you have to take every question in every area of halacha and have one Rebbe that you turn to, one Rebbe Mavak, and ask all those questions so that internally being consistent.
So more correct is that you have to have one Rebbe Muvik and you follow everything that Rebbe says, because really in Torah, Kol HaTorah Kula Yenechad, everything is interconnected. And you may be observing contradictory shittas, maybe that everything hinges on how do you read a certain Gemara. So you think that Reb Shlomo Zalman's psak makes more sense over here, and the Chazon Ish's psak makes more sense over there, but they're contradictory because how do you deal with the other Gemara? So you have to be consistent. You really have to pick one Rebbe. Asay l'cha Rav.
So people who are aware of, let's say, certain leniencies or stringencies of Rav Soloveitchik, but they only keep what makes sense or is convenient. A person has to be consistent, or of Rav Shechter. Somebody knows of a certain psak of Rav Shechter in a certain area and wants to invoke or quote that, but is ignoring a stringency in another area. That's not correct.
That is correct. That it is not correct. Yes.
Person has to be internally consistent.
Yeah.
Can a person have different rebbeim in different areas of halacha? The Taras HaMishpacha, I speak to this rebbe. When it comes to kashrus, I speak to this rebbe. Or even in across areas of halacha, one derech hapsak.
I think the Chazon Ish has a little essay called Emunah B'Tochen. So that little essay, written a fancy Chazon Ish style Hebrew, poetic Hebrew. So he writes that years ago, before the Industrial Revolution, you would have one Rebbe who would paskin on Orach Chaim and Yeridei and Eben Ezer, Choshen Mishpat. He would give Hashkofa, he would give on Pilpulim on Kotshim. The same Rebbe was the Rebbe and everything. After the Industrial Revolution, so everything is, you divided the labor. So one person sews on the buttons on the right arm, one person sews on the buttons on the left, and one person makes the pockets inside. There's a doctor for the left foot and a doctor for the right foot. So we divided everything. So the Chazon Ish was an expert in Erevin. So Rabbi Pam consulted him when Rabbi Munk from Paris sent to Shaila in the middle of the war, Second World War, about the Erev in Paris. So he sent a letter to the Chazon Ish, already lived in Eretz Yisrael. And then when Rabbi Pam had a Shaila in Hilchas Mikvos, so he sent the Shaila to the Chazon Ish's brother, who was an expert on Mikvos. Chazon Ish knew Mikvos well also, but apparently Rabbi Pam felt that Rabbi Meir Karelitz, the brother, was a bigger expert in paskening on Hilchas Mikvos, and the tshuva was written in the Broadway Central Hotel in New York. That's what he writes there. So after the Industrial Revolution, everything is divided. So every yeshiva has a mashgiach who gives hashkocha, gives mussar, hashkofa. Then they have a posek who passes. Then you have the Rebbe who says the pulam on the Gemara. We divided everything. And then sometimes this posek is an expert in Erevin. He's an expert in Taras HaMishpacha. The other one is an expert in Hilchas Shabbos. Each one is an expert in something else. We live in a generation where it's hard to have one person be the expert in all areas. And we hope that they're not contradictory psukim when we follow the expert in Erevin. The other one is the expert in Taras HaMishpacha. We hope that they're not contradicting each other. But really, more correct would be if Asay L'cha Rav, one Rebbe, or it's hard to have one Rebbe Muvik, so maybe if you have a group of Rabbi Muvakim, so then you follow the majority, the consensus of the group whom you consider your Rebbe Muvik. By the Ashkenazim and by the Sfardim, probably, let's say each group has, let's say, 500 Rabbanim Muvakim. We all follow the Rambam and Rashi and Rabbi Tam and the Ri and the Ramban and the whole, and then the Ashkenazim follow the Chayodim and the Mishnah Berurah and the whole, and the Sfardim follow the Ben Ish Chai and whatever, all I don't even know the names. So it comes out that each group has 500 Rabbanim Mefakim that they look up to, and each group follows the consensus. So the consensus by the Sfardim is going to be in one direction, consensus by the Ashkenazim is going to be another direction. Because we don't have really one Rebbe Muvik. We have a group of Rabbanim Mefakim. Then Gemara, so you follow the majority opinion.
So coming back to the question of what are the criteria to be a posek? So knowing Kol HaTorah Kula, not just being an expert or not even just being knowledgeable or literate in one area, having a certain hekef, having a certain understanding of Kol HaTorah Kula. But let's say a person learns and is literate in Kol HaTorah Kula and they're coming to a different conclusion than the Chazon Ish, then Reb Moshe, then Reb Shlomo Zalman. What right do they have to argue? What right do they have to put their head between these great mountains, between these great people? Maybe they should say, if I come to a different conclusion, it must be because I'm wrong. What makes them entitled to paskin for themselves or for others?
That's a very serious question. How does a person know whether he's a chacham shehigia lo hayro? We have, they keep on printing kisvei yad from the days of the Bali Al-Taisvis. They found kisvei yad. Some of them are utterly ridiculous, just like we have people putting out sforim today that are utterly ridiculous. In the days of the Bali Al-Taisvis, they had Talmidim who are writing things that are ridiculous. You have achreinim. I remember once someone gave me a matana, a set of Shabbos Tshuvos, and we were on vacation in the mountains. So one night after I finished learning with the boys on a Thursday night, so I was looking in the sefer, and my wife was knitting something, and she asked me, "What's so funny?" I'm reading a tshuva. Said, "What's so funny?" So I said that Yankel Halberstam gave me this matana set of Svarim. It's entertaining, it's humorous, silly. This Pesach wrote tshuvas that are utterly ridiculous, and every generation there are people who wrote. So that's very difficult. How does a person know how to judge on himself? That is a chacham she'igil ora. In every generation there were people who thought that they were God's gift to the world. They were not exactly their gift to the world that they hear, okay, but not in Psak Halacha. That's a very tricky thing. That's not so easy to decide on your own, that you're a chacham she'igil ora. Not everybody has smicha. Not everybody who knows how to read Gemara is a chacham she'igil ora. You have to have more than that.
And to have a right to disagree with those who came earlier. Reb Moshe, how did Reb Moshe know he could disagree with those who came earlier?
That was right. That was after Reb Moshe published all his farms. There was a certain prominent Talmid Chacham in the New York area who published a sefer attacking Reb Moshe. He's such a balgaiva. How does he have the chutzpah to disagree with some sefer and the Rebbe Yehuda and the Shacha and the Bir Agro? So Moshe was very hurt, and he said, "I don't think I'm bigger than them." Those who knew, I knew Moshe a little bit. He was so humble. He was ridiculously humble. He was so friendly with everybody. He wasn't arrogant at all. He was unbelievably humble. But he said he thought he was entitled to an opinion. And he said if he's entitled to an opinion, he's entitled even to disagree with the others. He said maybe he's not entitled to an opinion. But he says he didn't want to give his opinion, but people pressured him. Rabbanim were insisting they want to hear his opinion. So he said, okay, if they want to hear my opinion, I'll give them my opinion. I have to give your honest to goodness opinion, even if it's a disagreement with the other. Says there is no din that because the Chassam Sofer was a bigger genius and he knew more than me, I have no right to disagree. Maybe I'm not entitled to an opinion at all, but if I am entitled to an opinion, if I'm a Chacham Shigil Ram, I'm entitled even to disagree with those who are greater than me.
So if we could turn to Rebbe a little bit. There are Rosh Yeshiva and Magidei Shir who are not poskim. There are poskim who are not giving shir in the yeshiva. They're not Rosh Yeshiva. Rebbe, of course, I think was one of the youngest, if not the youngest, appointed as a Rosh Yeshiva, as a Magid Shir in the Yitzchak Chanan, and continues to serve in that role today. Rosh Yeshiva, Rosh Yeshiva, and at the same time is a posek to Klal Yisrael for the OU. Any consumer of OU products anywhere in the world is a Talmud, is relying on Rebbe's psak because that's what's guiding the OU, and in so many other areas. So when did Rebbe, who was giving shir at a young age and was on the trajectory of being a Magid Shir, a Rosh Yeshiva, when did being a posek, when did Rebbe also begin to answer halachic shaylas and begin to add the track of posek?
I'm not sure exactly. It could be quite about 30 years ago. Rabbi Genak asked me to join the staff at the OU to work on issues in kashrus. At that time, I was fully, now also, I was fully meshuvah to the yeshiva. The yeshiva paid me a full salary. It's not that givaldic, but they pay me a full salary, so I felt meshuvah all the time. So on Fridays, I used to learn in the Beis Medrash, I learned at home. I used to learn with other rabbis, with Talmidim. And at that time, when Ganak asked me to come into the office on Fridays and to work on issues on kashrus, I asked Dr. Lim, does he think it's a good idea? Does he give me permission? Because I'm meshuvah to be full-time in the yeshiva. So he thought about it seriously for a couple of weeks. Then he called me back and he said he thinks it's a good idea. It'll be good for me and good for the yeshiva, that I'll develop a new expertise in Psak Halacha. And he gave me permission to take time off on Fridays to work on kashrus. So most of the shaylas, many of the shaylas that I have to be machriya on are things that I heard explicitly from Rabbi Soloveitchik. If you learned long enough by Rabbi Soloveitchik, you heard so much about Psak Halacha. Rabbi Soloveitchik had many traditions on Psak Halacha. He had here and there he had an original Psak, but most of the hanhogas that he had and most of the psakim that he gave were traditions that he had, either family traditions or traditions from Volozhin or from other Gdolim. And most of the issues that I wrote about for Corona were all things that we discussed over all the years. Whenever you learn Gemara, The Gemara considers the highest level of learning when you learn Lasuk Shmaitza Liba de Hilchasa. After you learn the whole Gemara, you come up with the Maskonas. The bottom line, how do we paskin? And what's the Ikeb Psak and what's only a Chumrah? So these are things that whenever you learn Gemara, you come to that Maskana. And whenever I give Shiurim in Gemara, I always come to them. That's how Rabbi Soloveitchik gave this year. He would always give a background, then he'd work out the Pshat. Then he would say, in review, so what did we say? According to the Rambam, the din is like this. According to Taisa, the din is like that. He would always review, what's the Maskanas Advarim, Halacha L'maisa. They say that when Rabbi Yashiv was a young man, he was learning a Nikaylo. So he would learn the Gemara with the commentaries, and then he would learn the Torah, the Beis Yosef, and the Shulchan Aruch. So they were all making fun of him. All of the Chaverim and the Kola making fun of him. And he had the last laugh, because years later, when the Shaila came up, he had already worked out the whole thing. When he was learning the Gemara, he learned the Torah, the Beis Yosef, and the Shulchan Aruch. So he came to a Maskana. And when they asked the others, they had to start all over again to go through the Gemara and to see what everything was all about. That's the highest level of learning. When you learn every Gemara, La Sukkah Shmaitz, I leave it Hilchasa. So I always, like the Shilas on Corona, were all old Shilas. I don't think there were too many new Shilas there. They were all old Shilas. And most of the Shilas in Kashrus, you see the OU, there's a din. Taisus Simsachim has this. Yerushalayim is a city where they come from all over the world to Yerushalayim. So when you have a mikveh in Yerushalayim, you have an Erev, it has to satisfy all the opinion. New York City is a big city. Miami, they come from all over the world. So the Erev in Miami has to satisfy all the opinion. Not enough that the rabbi in Miami is Lubavitch, he's following the Alter Rebbe. Not all the people that come to Miami are from the Alter Rebbe, not all Lubavitch Chassidim. So the OU gives Hashgacha. People, the Chassidim, the Mesagim, the Galatianim, the Litvaks, the Yekes, everybody eats from the OU. So we always have to be machmir. Whenever it's Yodua that there's a shita, a prominent shita that something is also, we can't be making even if we all convinced against that shita. We're catering to the whole world, so we have to be machmir. If it's a new issue that they don't have a tradition that the chumrah on it, so then we're entitled to be mekel. And if they'll ask us, we're very transparent and we're telling what all of our psukim are based on. And many yeshivas where they're learning Yeridea, so we make available to them, to the boys that learn Yeridea, they make available all the tshuvas that we write. The Rebbe, please give us input. If you don't agree, let us know. And sometimes we'll change our policy. If they bring up a good point, we'll be machmar, mekel, whatever.
So Rebbe's career, so to say, in the world of psak as a posek began really with the OU.
I think so.
And then from there expanded, people bring end-of-life shilas and all kinds of other areas of halacha as well. Rebbe obviously mentioned having heard so much from the Rav, so the primary shimush psak would be from Rav Soloveitchik. Are there others from whom Rebbe would consider he got a shimush psak?
I use the Rav Moshe a lot, but I use Rav Moshe in the Chuvas. I use Chacham Avadia a lot, but just from the Chuvas, not in person. See, Chacham Avadia, my impression is that he didn't really have personal shimush from Rabbein. He learned everything from Svarim. So that's why a lot of times he'll come to a maskana counting up. He knows 25 Svarim and 15 Svarim saying one direction, 10 say the other way, so he goes Basarai. Rabbi Soloveitchik had traditions on a lot of these things. So Soloveitchik would tell you who the tradition is from. This Gadol, that Gadol, not always from the family. Sometimes some other Gedolim in Europe. So Dr. Lamb once recommended that I should go to Eretz Yisrael. I should take a sabbatical from the yeshiva. I should go to Eretz Yisrael for a year, and I should get shimush from Chacham Avadia. So I told them, no, thank you. I don't follow Chacham Avadia's. His Svarim are beautiful. He quotes all the poskim, and he always explains the pros and the cons, the strong points and the weak points, and everybody's troops. And he comes to a beautiful maskana. But he's not based on traditions. I said if I would go for shimush, I would go to Rabbi Yashiv. Well, Yashiv had traditions. My impression was he had oral traditions from living Talmid Chachamim, not just from reading Svarim.
So there's an enormous role of Masorah in Psak, not just to analyze intellectually or academically, but to have a Masorah of, in all the years at the OU with Rebelsky, Zichron Livracha, was it clear Rebelsky's Masorah? Was it similar to Rebbe's? Was it different? Was there different conclusions halachically? Did Rebbe pick up anything from Rebelsky's style of Psak or from the Masorah that he had from Reb Moshe?
Rab Belsky had a lot of traditions from Rav Moshe Feinstein and from Rabbi Yankov Kamenetsky. He would quote a lot from Rabbi Yankov Kamenetsky. A lot of times we would disagree. So the OU, when they gave a hashgacha, would try to see to it that they should give the hashgacha in such a way that it satisfies both opinions. It's interesting that Rabbi Belsky would write his opinion. I would write my opinion. In the first couple of years, we were both there on Fridays. Then after a while, the OU became, at that time, the OU was a very small outfit. They didn't have so much work. There were only 3 rabbanim in the whole office. And then it expanded. Now it's tremendous. There are many more products and many more rabbanim in the office. And this rabbi is in charge of all the milk in the world. That rabbi is in charge of all the fish in the world. This rabbi is in charge of all the spaghetti in the world. So each one is an expert in his field. And then, as it turned out, Rabbi Belsky would come 2 days a week. I would come 1 day a week. So we wouldn't be there at the same time. Rabbi Belsky would write his opinion. I would write my opinion. And I would study what he wrote, and he would study what my, and we would come to a conclusion. We would work it out together. So it's interesting. On one occasion, there was a shaila, and he wrote his opinion. I wrote my opinion. Then 20 years later, the exact same shaila came up. We forgot what we had said the first time, and I wrote my opinion like he said the first time. He wrote his opinion like I said the first time. We were both impressed so much by the other one's tshuva that each one gave in to the other one. So then we had to make a pshara the second time again, like we made a pshara the first time. But that was, they pointed that out once at a meeting, that 20 years later, the same shaila came up, and I wrote like Rabbi Belsky, and he wrote like I said.
So Shemesh is critical in Psak. Person has to have Shemesh and Mesorah. It's not enough to read books or do a Google search on the internet and add up all the different opinions, or I dug up or I found somebody on the internet who found a manuscript, and therefore there has to be a Mesorah with Psak.
That's for sure. There's a line in the Rambam, Rab Soloveitchik used to point out. The Rambam is of the opinion that today you shouldn't count 7 to establish when Shemitah is. After 7 Shemitahs, you have to count a blank year Yovel, and then to push off the next Shemitah. That's how we paskin, that it goes in units 50-50. It doesn't go 7. Every 50th year is a blank, even though we don't observe Yovel, it should be a blank year. But then the Rambam says the Goinim say not so, that you count 7. And you don't count a blank year, 50th year, but the Rambam says it doesn't make sense to him. He thinks the Goinim are against the Gemara. But what can I do? The Goinim lived in Eretz Yisrael. They were Goinim in Eretz or Goinim in Bavel. They lived in Eretz Yisrael, and everybody followed their opinion. So he says the Masorah is an Iker Godlim Psak Halacha, and we have to follow the Goinim. So even though it doesn't make sense to me, you count 7. So the Ravid disagrees with the Rambam, and he says, no, we should follow the Rambam. Rav Soloveitchik said this is the only place in the Rambam, to the best of his memory, that the Rambam paskins against the Rambam, and the Ravid says, no, you have to paskin like the Rambam. But the Rambam paskins against his Shita. Why? He says Masorah is an Iker Godel in establishing what the din is, even though logically, based on the Gemara, he thinks it should be 50-50, and the Yovel year should be counted as a blank year to push off the next Shemitah. But he says the tradition was not so. So whatever the explanation is, we don't follow my logical line. We follow what the tradition was. So you have to know what are the traditions. Rav Soloveitchik was very heavy with a lot of traditions. A lot of times he would say something dramatically in a public address or in a shiur, and people would think that he's making something up on the spur of the moment. He wasn't making it up. He was saying all the family traditions or traditions from Volozhin, traditions of Psak Halacha. Years after he passed away, then we say a lot of times, Moshe said the same as Rab Soloveitchik. And the other Gedolim, that was a tradition, that you paskin like that sheet.
So the Masorah, to be able to stay true to it, is critically important. Sometimes in learning Tshuvas, a Gadol arrived at a Psak and is uncomfortable taking that position unless other poskim will also agree and sign on. Sometimes the posik asserts their position even without getting an endorsement or cooperation, collaboration from other poskim. When does a posek need to know that they need other poskim who will say, I'll sign on to with me? And when can a posek take their position even without consulting with others?
If it's an original chiddush, matar and agun is a very serious shaila. We're just talking about kashrus is an isa derabbanan anad. I remember in the beginning when Rabbi Belsky and I would both come on Fridays, so almost all of the shailas were, how many chumras are you obligated to observe? We weren't dealing with any dinim deraisa. How many chumras derabbanan do you have to observe one on top of the other? And everything was a chumrah. Then as the years went on, it came out that we have new shailas dinim deraisa that we have to work on. So if you're just dealing with chumash on top of chumash, then you don't have to have a consultation. You don't have to have an agreement with other gedolim. But if you're talking about a shaila from Eishes Ish, a shaila from an aguna, and you came up with the original reason why the aguna should be mutter, so that you better have haskama from other gedolim as well. Soloveitchik, I remember once was complaining at the Chag HaSmicha. Dr. Belkin was officially the Rosh Yeshiva. Rav Soloveitchik officially was just a Maggid Shia. So Dr. Belkin was officially the Rosh Yeshiva. So he used to speak at the Chag HaSmicha 10 minutes. He wasn't a fancy speaker. And then he would give over the podium to Rav Soloveitchik. And every time there was a Chag HaSmicha, he would deliver a whole major address, a whole drasha. So I remember on one occasion he was speaking about in America, they call up the rabbi on the telephone with a shayla that if they would ask Rab Chaim Moshe, it would take him a week to work out a tshuva, and he'll write at the end, he's only mekel if another two rabbanim will be masking with him. And here in America, they call the rabbi on the phone, they want him to give a psak, and 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes over the phone. They was giving a mashal. He said, just last week a woman called him on the phone, her husband is not able to have children, she wants to know, can she have artificial insemination? So he said, he doesn't know. Ich weiß nicht. So she says, but Rabbi, they say you're the chief rabbi of America. What's the answer? He said, Ich weiß nicht. She doesn't know. Then she asks, but he already had artificial insemination once before have a baby. You mean to say the baby may be a mamzer? So he says, he answered, Ich weiß nicht. She doesn't know. He doesn't know. He kept on saying he doesn't know. He says, in America, they call on the phone, they wanted to give him psak. Then when Rabbi Moshe published his psak, that artificial insemination, the child is not a mamzer, Rabbi Soloveitchik was mesupik for years about that. So when we learned the Gemara and Yevamos, so he said, let's not discuss the topic. Rav Moshe Paskin is not a mamzer, we'll assume like Rav Moshe. Let's not pilpul about it. He wasn't sure whether Rav Moshe was Rav. Rav Moshe was such a tzaddik, he assumed Istamim and Hashemayim. They gave him a siyai to the Shmai not to make a mistake.
So if Rebbe's issuing a psak, maybe Rebbe wants to make sure others are agreeing with, or Rebbe's unsure what a conclusion should be, who does Rebbe confer with in areas of halacha?
We have big Talmidei Chachamim in the OU. We have a staff there of 25 Rabbanim, so they all pipe in. Everybody gives their opinion, so sometimes it's a joke what they have to say. No, and other times we do touch up the psak because of there's a lot of input there.
That's in areas of kashrus, but outside of kashrus and other areas of halacha, people come to Rebbe and Rebbe wants to consult someone or send someone or bring it up the chain. Where does it go today?
I rarely consult someone else. A lot of times I used to, David Feinstein just passed away. A lot of times when Rav Moshe has a tshuva on something, and it's not always so clear what the kavanah of the tshuva is. I was told that David Feinstein was there when the father was working on the tshuvas, that he knows all the tshuvas, he knows, wonder what circumstances the tshuva applies when it does. A lot of times there are conditions missing. Moshe doesn't always write all the details of the tshuva. So a lot of times David Feinstein would know it only applies under these circumstances. So I would recommend a lot of times people should ask David Feinstein on some of these serious shaylas. More than once, quite a few times.
What interaction did Rebbe have with Rav Moshe directly? Was asking shaylas and halacha?
Very little, very little.
It was outside.
I just had Rav Moshe from this svarim.
Mm-hmm. And did Rebbe can Rebbe pick up from the Igros Rav Moshe's Masorah, or because he leaves so much out?
I couldn't pick up. No. A lot of times Rav Moshe and Rabbi Soloveitchik said exactly the same. Rav Moshe Feinstein and Rabbi Soloveitchik's mother were first cousins. Her maiden name is Feinstein, and so a lot of times they say exactly the same. They had the same tradition from Volozhin.
Well, how important is it to know the person asking the shayla in order to not have different halachic conclusions that would be contradictory and inconsistent, but to taper a psak to the person based on where they're at and to pick up a little bit what the real shayla is behind the shayla, or issues in shalom bias, or to understand what kind of shas adchak it is for that person?
That is certainly true. A lot of times one person it's shas adchak and there's room to be made on the other person not. But also a lot of things in Shulchan Aruch HaChumras that not Meikar Adin. So it depends how do you lead the rest of your life. Like the Gemara has an expression, if a woman is dressed beautifully, dressed up for a wedding, then she puts on jewelry, she looks even better. But she's wearing a nightgown, she's wearing pajamas and she puts on jewelry, she looks like a joke. So you have people, they're not so careful about Lashon Hara, not so careful honesty in business. All of a sudden they have a chumrah in the middle of nowhere. The chumrah doesn't fit in with your style of living. So sometimes we will recommend the chumas that are recommended in the Shulchan Aruch. A person whose life is a Torah life, if the person is not machmer in the rest of his life, so it doesn't make sense to say machmer here either. So you just tell him what the basic din is.
So it's important to know the person asking the shaila and to taper it.
That's probably why Rab Soloveitchik didn't like to write the tshuvas, because once you write a tshuva, then it's etched in stone as if that's it, li'olam v'od. And that's not that's it. The world keeps on changing, number one, and the psak doesn't always apply to everybody. So each case is slightly different from the other. People are different, so it's not that, even if it's the same shaila, but the whole circumstances are different. If it's a different person, not necessarily going to be the same psak.
So, and what's the role of meta halacha in halacha? And what I mean by that is sometimes there are the strict variables of the halachic question, and sometimes there are broader or meta halachic implications of that psak. So the Mishnah says tefillah b'chol lashon, and technically you could daven in English, but the Chassam Sofer, others understood that if we allow the siddur to be translated to German, it'll be a slippery slope, and so that's a psak that really is not consistent with what the core halacha is, but it's incorporating the meta halacha with a certain vision of the posek that understands being roas hanolad where it can go. So we're living in a time that there's all kinds of other implications of the person sometimes asking shaila. There could be other motives and other agendas and other movements and other things that could taint the halacha. So when do we say that the posek has to be intellectually honest? This is the halacha, these are the makoros, this is the truth, it doesn't matter why the person's asking. And when do we say that you have to know, the posek is wearing glasses that they're able to see what the other person can't see. They have a vision of meta halacha, they understand the broader implications and where it could lead and different movements of Klal Yisrael. What's the role of meta halacha in halacha?
I don't know if you can call it meta halacha. You have a shaila, let's say, can you daven in German? So you're looking, and that siman in Shulchan Aruch, Hilchas Tefillah B'chol Lashon. So based on that siman, it's okay. But you have other simanim in Shulchan Aruch. The shaila, the answer won't always necessarily be found in that siman in Shulchan Aruch where you think it belongs. There's another part to the shaila that if I start observing this din, I'll always daven in German. This will lead to other kilkulim. I won't even bother to learn Hebrew, and I'll associate with the goyim and with the reform. So that's part of the shaila. So that's another consideration. You're not allowed to do something that may lead you to do an issa.
I guess the meta halacha component is for the posek to know which siman trumps the other, supersedes the other. That's where the meta halacha of the vision comes in. So that comes from, that eye on meta halacha comes from Mesorah, it comes from Soda Shem L'Rev, Siyata D'Shmaya. We hope that the posek has. What determines we're living in a time, again, that a person has an internet connection and a keyboard, and they decide they're a posek, and they're not living with that meta halacha. So we, Klal Yisrael, the consumer, when we talk about Mesorah, how do we define Mesorah? Who's one of the Balei Mesorah? Who in any given generation is a link in the chain of the Mesorah, and who is operating outside, who might be threatening to break that chain of the Mesorah?
We know who they are. Okay. I was fortunate. I was born in the middle of the Second World War. So my rabbeim, when I was in elementary school, were big Talmidei Chachamim. And they were teaching us Chumash and Rashi. They knew all, they didn't have to get a translation or anything, Rashi. They knew all the Taisus and all the Pnei Yeshuas on the Gemara. They knew the Gemaras from the Gemara. They didn't need Rashi and Chumash to tell them. And when I had a Rebbe for Haskola's Gemara, they knew all the Gemaras already. I was lucky in a certain sense. I had big Talmidei Chacham teaching me as a young child. The Prima Godim used to be a malamed of young children. Prima Godim was a malamed of young children. The bigger the Rebbe is, so the better he'll be a Rebbe. Yeah, you have to know all these things. We can tell who are the Balei Masora, who the people are still wet behind the ears, and who the people are carrying on all the traditions from the previous generations.
Rebbe answers shilas from around the world. I know I've called Rebbe countless times with shilas from our community, personal shilas, and the Dvarim Ha'umdim Meruma Shalom. These are enormous shilas with the greatest implications of life and death. And Rebbe's deciding end-of-life issues and issues of people who are lonely and issues of people trying to have children, or when would an abortion be permissible. Does a posek lose their sensitivity? They hear these shilas, they deal so much like a doctor who treats the terminally ill could lose the sensitivity to the value of life or the pain of others. Is it struggle for a posek, for somebody who gets these shilas, to maintain the sensitivity? Or the opposite, if the sensitivity is there, is it a struggle that the posek is bearing the burden of Klal Yisrael? How do they sleep at night? How do they daven? They're thinking about all these people and so much pain in the world.
Very often I'll cry, When they tell me the shaila, even I heard the shaila 100 times, I'll cry when the shaila. Yeah, I don't think I lost my sensitivity.
But is it hard then to? I've seen and experienced Rebbe maintaining that sensitivity. So is it hard to be so sensitive? And therefore, with each of these phone calls, with each of these shilas, with each of these meetings, to emotionally become drained, or to the tefillas to become filled with the names of all of these people, how does one bear that burden?
You bear it. You survive.
That's the responsibility. There's a statement that was said many years ago, where there's a rabbinic will, there's a halachic way, that suggests that halacha is somewhat pliable or flexible. And I have balabatim who say to me, Rabbi, we figured out the Shabbos elevator, and we figured out how to have parv ice cream, and we figured out they have the long list. So why can't we solve the Aguna crisis? Why can't we get rid of Yontif Sheni? So there's the Pruz Bowl. We're in a Shemitah year now. At the end of the year we'll have the Pruz Bowl. When we've wanted to, we figured out how to sell the chametz because we had factories or we had warehouses filled with inventory. We didn't want to lose money, so we found a solution. So do poskim, do rabbis, are they able to find a solution when they want? And if there's no solution, it's only because they don't want? What would the answer be to when with rabbinic will there's a halachic way?
Sometimes it's true and not always. Sometimes there's no way out. You're stuck.
So which area? Why can we get creative or flexible in some areas and not in others?
Usually, many of the agunas are because the lawyers fight with each other, and the lawyer wants to make more money. So it's not that the rabbis are negligent; the lawyers are creating the problem. I have a case now in Nabuch that a couple they just got married 2 years ago. They have a little baby; he's not even 1 year old, and the parents got involved and they ruined the marriage. And now the lawyers are fighting with each other. So that's scandalous. The lawyers often ruin the marriages. The rabbis can't do anything about that. We should shoot the lawyers, not shoot the rabbis.
Yeah. So in halacha, a general answer to where there's a rabbinic will, there's a halachic way. Is it never true? Sometimes true? Always true?
Whenever it's possible to be lenient, the rabbis find it important to be lenient. The Gemara complains there was a chotzer where they didn't make an error. They didn't put away a box of matzahs. So Torah, you're allowed to carry. Rabban, you're not allowed to carry. And there was going to be a bris on Shabbos, and in the days of the Gemara, they had to bathe the baby with warm water before and after the bris to prevent infection. So they had water prepared, then all the water spilled. So then the Gemara says, why wasn't there an error? If two Rabbanim live in the area, they didn't make an error. So they quote in Shulchan Aruch for that Gemara. You see, that's the responsibility of the rabbi. Whenever he can make life easier for the Balabatim, he has an obligation to. He can make an error. The Gemara says each one was busy with other things, but it's not right. Whenever it's possible to make an error, you're mechuyev to make an error. The rabbi wants to be machmir, he doesn't want to for various reasons. Every error is based on kula. The rabbi, so you don't carry, but you can't be machmir on the expense of the Balabatim. In Brisk there was an error, and the Rabbi Chaim didn't carry, and Radin there was an error, and the Chavetz Chaim didn't carry, but he supervised the error. For the Balabatim, you have to have an Erev. When there was an Erev in Yerushalayim, Rabbi Herzog didn't carry, many tzaddikim didn't carry. They wanted to be machmer, but you have an obligation. The Balabatim are not mechuyev to be machmer for all the shittas in the world. You have an obligation to, Rabbanim do have an obligation to figure out the kula, to make life easier. The Gemara talks about Agavra. The Gemara says, if you stand up for a Sefer Torah, he certainly stand up for a Talmid Chacham because the Talmid Chacham is greater than the Torah. Because in the Torah it says you give 40 times Malchus, and the Talmid Chacham says you only give 39 times Malchus. So they point out, one of the great Rabbanim from Europe pointed out before the war, see a Gavar Rabba is the one who knows how to find the Kula, not that he knows how to find the Chumrah. Any moron can be Machmah. If you don't know that, then you can be Machmah. But to find the Kula, and the Chumash it says 40 Malchus, and the Torah Sheba'al Peh says 39, so that's the greatness of the Torah Sheba'al Peh. They know how to find kulas, not how to find chumas. So it is, in a certain sense, it is correct. The Rabbanim have an obligation to make life easier for the Balabatim. But sometimes it's just keneged adin. You can't do anything.
So it'd be more accurate to say, where there's a halachic way, there should be a rabbinic will.
Okay.
That's the better way to say it, a more accurate way.
Okay.
Rebbe's been giving psak for many, many years and gets lots of shilas. And Rebbe's mentioned that many or most of the shilas are a repeat of what Rebbe has a Masorah for, what Rebbe's already worked out. Is there an area of halacha that still is difficult when the phone rings and that's the shaila? Of all the shilas through the years, are there any shilas that stand out for Rebbe that were the most difficult that Rebbe's ever had to deal with?
Things that I have not worked out, I sent to someone else. I have no time now to work out new shilas.
But is there an area, or is there a particular shaila, a life and death shaila, a medical ethics, a terminally ill patient? Is there a shaila that stands out? Is there a shaila for an organization, for an institution, a Klal Yisrael, Hatzalas Yisrael? Is there a particular shaila or area of shailas that stand out?
Right now, nothing happens to come to mind.
Okay. We have different Masorah. The different Bali Masorah of Halacha have very, very different styles. And some of them seem to have entered the system of learning Halacha, and some remain on the periphery. So the Mishnah Berurah is a very different style, and the Aruch HaShulchan, and the Chazon Ish Reb Moshe might have different styles. Can Rebbe speak to the different styles? What's the difference between the Mishnah Berurah, the Aruch HaShulchan, the different Masorahs? What do we embrace? What do we not embrace? Are there rules to what we embrace? Mishnah Berurah won popularity. Rebbe's talked about when he received his first copy of the Mishnah Berurah, and how earlier we used to learn the Chayei Adam, the Ketzah Shulchan Aruch. Is it like the Sefer Torah Shebeheichal that it has mazel, which becomes part of the halachic system, or is there a strategy to which have become incorporated into the halachic system?
The Aruch HaShulchan has a style. He'll present. He starts from the beginning. He quotes the pasuk. He quotes the Mishnah. How the Torah Sheba'al Peh understands it, and now how Rashi understands, how Tais understands, what the general accepted opinion is. Then he'll ask a kasha, and he'll give a balabat to teretz. And the Rishonim don't give that teretz, and he'll go ahead and paskin based on his teretz. So I was not so thrilled about that. The Mishnah Berurah never does that. Mishnah Berurah, everything is with Rishonim and Achrayim. He always quotes sources for everything. After quoting all the sources, I'm surprised that he had all these svarim. How did he have the Maimon Mordechai, which was printed in France? How did he even know the Maimon Mordechai existed? It was just printed a few years before he worked on the Mishnah Berurah. I don't know. He had an awful lot of svarim available to him. And his psokim are, we don't always follow everything in the Mishnah Berurah, but everything is based on, they worked at it, their family worked, that was a family project to work on the Mishnah Berurah, and they learned the Gemara together with all the Mefarshim. Everything is solid. You can disagree with his maskana, but everything is based on source. Aruch HaShulchan, a lot of it is not based on sources. I was disappointed about that in the Aruch HaShulchan. In fact, I once read the first volume of the biography of Rabbi Cheskel Abramsky. I think it's called Melech B'Yofio, something like that. So one summer, I was reading the first one. There are 2 volumes. So they write when he was, I think, 17 years old, Rabbi Cheskel Abramsky, somebody convinced him that he should go learn in Navardik. He didn't realize that that's what the fellow did for a living. He was salaried to recruit for Navardik. He thought that a guy's giving him an Eitzah Taiva, so he went to learn in Navardik. So they don't explain why in the book. Instead of learning in the Beis Medrash in Navardik in the yeshiva, he learned in the shul. The Aruch HaShulchan sat there all day long in the shul, and he was writing his Aruch HaShulchan, writing. Once in a while, he would get up to check a Gemara. Once in a while, get up to check a Rambam. That's how you write a sefer. You write and you write. Then once in a while, you check to see. I was disappointed about that. I remember when I told it over, that summer that I was doing that, I happened to visit South Africa then. So I was sitting next to the Talmid Chacham, so I told him what I read there in the book. So he says, oh, no wonder there are mistakes in the Aruch HaShulchan. He tells me about a certain Aruch HaShulchan also, I thought was not correct. But Tzilosa Meruba Bechamasa, if the Schach is Tzilosa Meruba Bechamasa, but it's very high, and by the time I'm sitting on the ground level, so the sun rays expand, and on the ground there's hardly any shade at all. It's Chamasa Meruba on the ground. Does the din of Tzilosa Meruba depend on the Schach? Does it depend where you're sitting? So the Gemara said beferish, it depends on the Schach. The Aruch HaShulchan says fakir, it depends on sitting on the ground. So this fellow tells me, he once asked Rabbi Yashiv, isn't it against the Gemara? He said, yes, the Aruch HaShulchan is against the Gemara. That other time also, Moshe has a few times, the Aruch HaShulchan writes things against the Gemara. He was sitting and writing. Then once in a while he looked up. Says, A little strange. That's a tinus that they have against the lavush. The lavush is the most attacked achron, I think. They say when he wrote his Sefer Psak, he just looked in the poskim. He did look back in the Gemara. So a lot of times he gives the wrong explanations for the din in the Gemara. And maybe that leads him to the wrong conclusions. That's how they say when the Shagazai was an old man, he went to take a Sefer out. I think he was 90 years old or something like that. Went to take a Sefer out from the bookcase, and the whole bookcase fell on him. He was old and frail, and they had to take all the svarim off to save his life. And he said it's not going to help. Through his lifetime, he always disagreed with all of these svarim, and now they all jumped him. They all ganged up. They all jumped him, and he asked them, "Oh, mechila?" And he says that we're all mechil except for the levush, because he was mavaza the levush more than everybody else, because the levush has so many mistakes. That's not what it says in the Gemara. The levush is strange. That's I wasn't so keen about the Aruch HaShulchan for that reason.
The Mishnah Berurah, in contrast, Mishnah Berurah is a staple in every base medrash. In our yeshiva, we used to have Mishnah Berurah Bechinas. I don't know if they're still doing it today. We learned the Mishnah Berurah. So how did the Mishnah Berurah enter, so to say, the canon of learning halacha? It became the default in yeshivas that you learn through the Mishnah Berurah.
My impression is because after the war, there was such a churban haTorah, so many yeshivas were destroyed, so many sfarim, so many Talmidei Chachamim were killed. So all of those who survived, everyone had passed through Radin at some time or another, either to learn a Radin as younger children, or to ask a bracha from the Chafetz Chaim, or to ask an eitzah from the Chafetz Chaim. My father-in-law never learned a Radin, but he came to ask an eitzah about how to be potter from the draft. So everyone had a shaychus with Radin. So they were all sort of, in a certain sense, Talmidim of the Chafetz Chaim. So when they were restoring the Torah after the war, in America and Europe and in Eretz, so all over the world, these were people who had a shaychus with the Chafetz Chaim. So that's why the Mishnah Berurah became accepted. We don't always follow the Mishnah Berurah, but fantastic sefer. It's always very solid with quotations. Everything is based on Rishonim and Achronim.
When did Rebbe first get the Mishnah Berurah?
I think I was married 6 years. My father never had a Mishnah Berurah. My father got a Mishnah Berurah after I left the house, after I got married. My wife bought me by my birthday around 6 years after we were married. It's a fantastic sefer. When we learned Shulchan Aruch, Orach Chaim, Rabbi Soloveitchik gave Shem, he didn't use the Mishnah Berurah. He didn't use the Taz. He used the Magen Avram and the Bir Agra.
Why not the Taz?
They had a family tradition that the Taz is usually not accepted. He told the whole story, and he told us it's a true story. He heard it from his father, that when the Shach wanted to publish his commentary on Shulchan Aruch, so I had to have the Haskama of the Vad Arba Rotzes. And the Taz at that time was the Zkan HaRabbanim. He was the oldest member of the Vad Arba Rotzes. So he looked through the Shach, and he realized that it's fantastic. It's much better than his Sefer. Taz hardly had any svarim. The Shach died at a very young age, and he had access to everything. Had all the svarim from Greece. How did he even know that they existed? He always quotes all the svarim. How did he have them available? I don't know how. He knew everything at such a young age. He mastered everything. So the story goes that the Taz didn't want to give a haskama to the Shach because he saw that he's going to be out of business. No one's going to read the Taz anymore. The Shach is so much better. And but finally later they were printed. The Shach was printed. So he said, the Vilna Gaon said, as an oynish min hashamayim, because the Taz didn't want to give haskama. So that's why in Orach Chaim usually we pass, most of the time we pass like the Magen Avram against the Taz, and in Yeridei Ruba de Ruba we pass like the Shach and the Chashmich, but then as a stam is printed on the bottom of the page. And Orach Chaim in Yeridei is printed where Rashi belongs, and the Shach and the Magen Avram on the outside where Tosfos belongs, and Chashmich, but then as a stam on the bottom of the page. So that was his attitude. He rarely read the Taz. So I printed that story when I quoted a lot of things about Rabbi Soloveitchik in the first Sefer Nefesh Harab that I wrote about Rabbi Soloveitchik. I wrote that story. So Rabbi Shlomo Zalman read the whole Sefer Nefesh Harab, and he sent me a message, but they didn't deliver the message to me till the third edition of the Nefesh Harab was printed. He wanted me to leave that story out because it's a bizoyan to the Taz, which it is. And he said people are going to stop learning the Taz, but Rabbi Soloveitchik did. He did stop learning the Taz. But he gave me this message after the third edition was printed already. So it's too late to take it out now. There were thousands of copies in the world. But the Taz can't compare to the Shach.
Was that the only Ha'ara Shlomo Zalman had on the Nefesh Harav?
That's the only Ha'ara that they gave me. Maybe he had many other Ha'aras. He gave the Sefer to his son-in-law, Rab Zalman Nechemia, to read. That I know. And then another one of his sons, he has his son, Shlomo Zalman has his son who lives who lives in Tel Aviv, I think. So he also read the whole Sefer, and he didn't know that there were another two Svarim. So he once, when I was in the NCSY learning program in Beit Meir, so he was staying in a hotel nearby. I forgot what the hotel was called, something Shapira, Ramot Shapira, I think, no, I forgot what it's called, Ramot Shapira, yeah. So when he saw that there's more, he said, how does he get the other two? So I said, I'll send it to you.
Rebbe spoke earlier about the importance of learning Sugyas Aliba de Hilchasa. That was Rav Yasha's advantage. He had already been learning that style. Rav Soloveitchik, Shir was Aliba de Hilchasa. The impression of the Briskers was Lamdas and Chakiras, but it always ended up Aliba de Hilchasa.
He would always say, in conclusion, what's the din in this case? So he said, the Rambam Shita is, so the boy would say, it's a din of cheptza. No, the Rambam Shita is that it's Aser. We gave the explanation, and the Rabbis Shita is that what the guy said, din and Gabra. He said, no, the Rabbis Shita, it's Mutta. Say what they said. And we gave the explanation, it's a din and Gabra. No, he was always makpid. He said once in Shir, my grandfather Rabbi Pam never cleared any chakiris. My grandfather would learn the Gemara and the Rashi and the Tosafot. Then he would realize that Rashi seems to understand this a din of cheptza. Does understand a din of Gabra. So when he wrote it up and when he delivered the Shir, he delivered it in such a way, he said, you can clear a chakiris at A or B. And then he showed that's Rashi and Tosafot. But that was only the style of presentation. But that wasn't the way he came to that conclusion. He didn't start off with chakiris. He started off by learning the Gemara and the Rashi and the Tosafot. What are the dinim? Rabbi Soloveitchik always insisted you should know what are the facts in the Gemara. What does it say? What did Rabbi Meir say? What did Rabbi Yehuda say? First you have to get straight what they said. And then you can analyze what motivated them to say. Where did it come from? What are the sources? Is it deraisa, derabbanan? Soloveitchik, when he gave Shir, when the Gemara is full of machloikas, and whenever there's a machloikas, he said they disagree on one point, but they agree on another 99 points. So let's first concentrate on the 99 points that they agree, then we'll understand better the one point where they disagree. So he would first give us the whole background, Psukim and Chumash and Mishnayos and everything, and then it was obvious what the one point of disagreement. After he gave a whole background, it became obvious. Machloikas is about a certain definition of a certain term in the rest of the picture. But you can't take a machlekes out of context. You have to give the whole background, and then you'll understand what the machlekes is.
So Rebbe would tell Bachram learning today in yeshiva, would tell people who are trying to grow to be Talmidei Chachamim, that because the impression is that to have brisker lamdas, to be a brisker, leave the halacha to like the people who can't really learn lamdas. But the lamdas is complementing the halacha. It has to be a liba de hilchos of the learning.
Avada has to be a liba de hilchos. I remember yeshiva has a Amudim program that used to give them tuition free for all the years that they go to college. Now they don't give tuition free, but they give a big break in tuition. So they have a lot of boys come to apply for that because it's a big chunk, it's worth a lot of money. So a few years ago, a boy had learned in the Meir Yeshiva in Yerushalayim. We usually go to Eretz Yisrael to interview the students who want to join the Amudim program. So a few years ago, a boy came who had learned in the Meir Yeshiva. So we asked him, what did you learn? He said, the last 2 years he learned Bava Kama. He learned. So we said, how much you cover? From cover to cover, he knows everything. So we started asking him questions. He didn't know anything about Bava Kama. So I said, so how do you say it? He learned Bava Kama 2 years. You don't know anything. Well, what are you talking about? So he said, no, he learned like Rabbi Baruch Ber. I said, Rabbi Baruch Ber knew every Gemara and every Taisus. What are you talking about? That's not Rabbi Baruch Ber. They have this image. Rabbi Baruch Ber says Pilpulim. Rabbi Soloveitchik said he met Rabbi Baruch Ber. Rabbi Baruch Ber knew every Taisus and Gittin by heart, word for word. He said, what kind of learning is that? You have to know the facts. You can't philosophize. By Rabbi Soloveitchik, philosophize was a dirty word. I remember someone once said a svara in Shia, so Rabbi Soloveitchik said, let's not philosophize. That was a dirty word. Torah is supposed to be Torah. You're not supposed to give svaras about Rabbi Soloveitchik didn't say svaras. When he got stuck in a Gemara, he would always interpret it based on another Gemara. You see from the other Gemara that there's a certain idea, so that idea explains this Gemara also. He wouldn't make up ideas. You always explain one Gemara with another Gemara.
So if somebody wanted to grow in learning halacha, what would Rebbe recommend? Which sefer? What would be the best path for the person to grow learning
You
halacha?
have to know first all the Gemaras and the basic Rishon. Rabbi Soloveitchik wasn't interested in reading every Rishon. He would study Gemara, Rashi, Taisus, and the Rambam, and then if there's a famous Rashba, a famous Ran, a famous Rosh that's quoted in Shulchan Aruch, he would discuss that. He would go read it inside. He would feel it was a challenge for him to read a Milchamas. If the Ramban has a Milchamas, that's like climbing Mount Everest, because the Ramban starts barfing Gemaras from all over the place, and he doesn't tell you which Masechta it is. So that was a big challenge to read every line in the Milchamas and to know what he's talking about. But like this, he wasn't interested in reading all the Rambans. If it's a famous Ramban that's quoted in Shulchan Aruch, he's going to discuss it. Otherwise, he was happy with Gemara, Rashi, Taisus, and the Rambam.
And among the Achronim, Astam Balabas, not somebody whose ambition is to be a posek. Should they learn the Mishnah Berurah, the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, the Chayadim? Should they take the Art Scroll series, the Koran series? I don't even know what series are coming out today in Halacha. Someone wants to know Halacha. Someone wants to be a Talmud of Rav Shechter, and for Rav Shechter to be their Rebbe Muvak and to follow all the Psakim. But they have to start somewhere with a foundation. So what should they learn?
I would recommend to go through the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch from cover to cover a few times, once a year for 2-3 years in a row, and then to underline it, to check off when you come across a sif that you never heard of before. Most of the dinim you know. You like tefillin every day, you know how to daven, you know how to say Krishma. Most of the dinim, observant people, they're not 13 years old, they're 20 years old, 30 years old. Most of the dinim we know. So whenever you come across something that you never heard of before, so you underline it or you check it. Then after you go through the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch a couple of times, if you know Gemara well enough, then it's shaykh to learn the Mishnah Berurah. If you don't know Gemara, you're going to misunderstand the Mishnah Berurah. Mishnah Berurah a lot of times quotes technical terms from the Gemara or from the Rishonim. So if you're not familiar with the Gemaras, you're going to misunderstand what the Mishnah Berurah is arriving at. People misread the Mishnah Berurah.
Mishnah Berurah is graduate level. Don't skip to the graduate level. Make sure that you know what you're become literate first.
Absolutely.
I want to thank Rebbe for his time. This was a tremendous conversation and very eye-opening, and we're deeply appreciative, not only for this, much more significantly for everything that Rebbe does for us, for Klal Yisrael. The Rebbeinu Shalom has given us a huge bracha to have Rebbe, as a posek, as a source of halacha. Kosh Baruch Hu should continue to shower Rebbe with good health and strength, and for many, many years we should be able to continue to learn and get guidance from Rebbe.
Amen. Should all be healthy.
Amen, amen.
I'm Rachel Tuckman, and I'm a licensed mental health counselor working in the 5 towns. I am so grateful to Amudim for giving us this opportunity again to have a conversation about the things that we're passionate about mental health and about the topics that resonate with us. Getting together and talking with two of my favorite people, Rachel Herkman and Ellie Chevalis, and I'm going to let you guys introduce yourselves, and then we will intro our topic for today.
I'm Rachel Herkman. I'm an LCSW, a licensed clinical social worker. I have an office on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, and I also do trainings and speak in different communities. And I feel really passionate about having conversations about mental health and the way we relate to our struggles. I also have the honor of being the clinical director of the Lawyers Project magazine, which is an online magazine for Jewish women, where we enjoy being able to create conversations about the real things that are going on in people's lives and the communal healing that can come from us having more of those open conversations. So I'm so grateful to be here having an open conversation with both of you. And thank you to Amudim for being a trailblazer in really trying to push these types of programs forward. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Ellie Sheva.
Hi, thanks. I'm Ellie Chevalis. I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist, LMFT. I practice on Long Island and virtually. I also am a digital educator. I lecture to groups, but also online. And I write, I blog, I have articles and a book on healthy thinking. And like Rachel Herkman, I'm also, humbled and grateful to be included in these conversations, and especially organizations like Amudim that do so much to serve the greater community. And it's always so much fun to talk to my Rachel friends. So thank you.
So today we are talking about toxic positivity. And so I want to hear from you guys. I guess just when you hear toxic positivity, what is the definition that comes to your mind? And then let's just talk about, is it a problem? Is it something is toxic positivity really a thing? Where does this come from? Some of the challenges, and then I guess finding the balance. What is the balance? If being so positive is really toxic, like what are we supposed to do? So I guess we'll start with Rachel. Tell me, when you hear toxic positivity, like what comes to mind?
I think the word toxic implies something that maybe is healthier in lower doses or a lower amount, but when it reaches a certain amount, it is no longer helpful and can have a detrimental effect. So when we talk about toxic positivity, what comes up for me is what I see happening for many people in situations. And I think this, obviously, it predates social media, which is that when somebody is going through something difficult and they're in a place of pain and they get a message, whether it's implicit, explicit, or they were educated in a culture where basically there was a sense of you just need to be positive all the time, and it's not okay to express feelings that don't sound positive and inspiring and uplifting. And when that is the only way that people feel is an acceptable way to share when they are going through something, I believe that it gets to a point where people can't hear the messages that others are trying to tell them, which they think is coming from, they're trying to help them, and it's very often it's coming from a good place. But because people feel like it's at a point now where people throw platitudes around, and it's kind of like, that's not necessarily the space the person was in that moment, that's where I think it gets to this place where we might call it toxic positivity, where it's positivity being thrown at people or shoved down their throats, right? You can offer someone the most beautiful piece of Napoleon, and if they say no thank you, but you shove it down their throat, they're not going to be able to fully enjoy it because they weren't in the space where they actually wanted to eat that, right? So I think this idea of giving people space, understanding what they are hungering for or yearning for in that moment, I think the toxic positivity piece is this kind of like very, it can sometimes lack a certain capacity to read the room and be able to take a step back and sense where a person's at. Right.
Elisheva.
It would be hard to add anything to that. That was so eloquent and comprehensive. I think you said what all three of us really, I can't speak for Rachel. I agree with everything you said. I would just add, my own thought is that something that I had been thinking about and actually had written about a few years before, but the language that I used was healthy and unhealthy positivity. Saying that, positivity is not always appropriate for every situation, whether internally or interpersonally. But it is useful to think in terms of healthy, sort of thinking like, when is it healthier to be positive and when is it healthier to explore, other orientations and emotions. And I had a conversation with a friend who's in more of the like spiritual motivational space, but she has definitely gone through her own life challenges and mental health challenges. And her approach for her own self and in her own style is more of a radical gratitude approach, very positivity oriented. And she was saying that she doesn't believe that there's such a thing as toxic positivity. She said like positivity can always be beneficial. It just depends like, who and when and how. And I think we ended up coming to an agreement that it was more about semantics. It was interesting because I found that the first time I heard the word toxic, I was concerned because I think there are certain strong words that get overused, especially in the social media space and especially in what is a very polarized kind of culture that we're living in right now, where people like jump to very dramatic language. And I was concerned, while I do, in my opinion, there is such a thing as toxic positivity, especially at the interpersonal level, trying to put a silver lining on somebody else's cloud. But I wondered whether maybe toxic was a stronger word than I was personally comfortable with. And then as I was hashing it out with his friends, something that I explained to her was that even in the intrapersonal, like meaning within a person's own self, right? If I try to skip steps, like if I try to jump ahead and just make it all good, like but it's okay. Like it's all going to be okay in the end, right? And I don't let myself first process the emotional and the psycho-spiritual like struggles that I'm having. Very often what will happen to people is they somaticize, right? They start to get like physical pain or ailments, and people actually can get sick from stress. We know this now. And so actually the word toxic in that case wouldn't be hyperbole. Like it would be appropriate to say that, sometimes when we suppress, when we repress, when we don't deal with things, it kind of manifests in other places for us, in our relationships or in our bodies. And so, so to me, actually, I kind of, in debating this issue, I actually sort of found like there is, I think, an appropriate place to use. And again, language is very personal. So if someone doesn't like the word toxic or doesn't like, picking on positivity, I remember once I had a client who told me, very cheerful, sweet, upbeat person, a lot of anxiety. And I had comments on them like, oh, you sure smile a lot. She's like, oh, I grew up in a pathologically positive home. It was so cute. So pathological positivity. And she gave me permission to recycle that phrase.
Right.
And it's positivity can be a coping skill, and coping skills aren't always bad, but, when we recognize them for what they are and sort of like acknowledge that, positivity is great, but like almost everything else, there's context, and, almost nothing is for every situation and every relationship, every moment.
Yeah. So I actually came across the term toxic positivity a bunch of years ago from a therapist that I follow on Instagram. Her name is Whitney Goodman. She's an LMFT, Sit with Wit. She's Gottman trained. She's fantastic. And she did this post that like went viral. It was all over the place about like helpful phrases when someone's going through something. And we'll talk about this later, because the research that we conducted together was like so fascinating. But she talked about toxic positivity, and I was like, wow, I had never heard that term either. But it happens to be that I have an aversion now to that word toxic also. And I actually saw another way to frame it would be dismissive positivity, which I think is actually a lot more accurate, right? Because if someone is going through something, or we're going through something, and right away we look to put a positive spin on it, and we push away all other emotion, right? Not just we're trying to like focus on the positive or be optimistic, but we don't want to feel any of the negative. We are dismissing all other feelings. So I think that dismissive positivity made a lot more sense, right? That there's no room for any negative feelings, and we have to avoid those. And what that does is kind of like what you just said, is it just delays the inevitable. Like if you shove those feelings down and pretend they don't exist, it will come back in some way, either in your physical health, like in your body, you'll be feeling it, or emotionally, like you're just waiting to erupt. So I think that the whole idea of like toxic positivity is just, again, it doesn't acknowledge or make room for fear or pain or sadness or anger. And some of the things that I've seen are like, the one that drives me the craziest is really like, happy girls are the prettiest, right? Like oh, so if you're not happy, you're like ugly and disgusting, and we're always just supposed to smile, right? Or like good vibes only. Like, of course, we all want like good vibes in our life, but like the reality is like it can't always be good vibes. And like, what do we do when it's not? And so I think it is important for us to address kind of finding the balance between like what's optimism versus toxic positivity. Let's talk about the emotional, spiritual, intellectual components here. Let's talk about the difference between using positivity with yourself versus using it with someone else, right? Because there's a huge difference. Like telling yourself like God has a plan and there's a reason for this, that could be so helpful, but to someone else, it could be like really, really hurtful and not helpful. And so I think that, you know, again, there is a place for positivity, and I don't want to leave anybody, you know, with the idea that we should never be positive or hopeful, but we do need to know, you know, that a lot of the time, I think positivity is usually more helpful for us than for other people. And we shouldn't make assumptions about what people need or want to hear in moments of sadness. So something that we kind of touched on in our discussion before this was we were talking about the difference between using positivity with yourself versus someone else. And I guess now would be a good time for us to get into like our unofficial research that we can do.
Yeah, because I think that really would open up a lot of the different places we would go with this.
Yeah.
Can I interject something before we go there? I just wanted to comment on something that Rachel Tuckman just said. You were saying how there's a very big difference between preaching to someone else, you know, like the perspective, God has a plan kind of messaging versus giving ourselves that messaging. And I completely agree with that. But I also want to say that even within the self, there's not always a consistent level of propriety. So I think like even within ourselves, there are times that we can sort of be more motivational in terms of telling ourselves like what we want to believe and using our belief and faith and strength to bolster ourselves in times of challenge. But also even within the self, saying like that's not always, sometimes even that can be dismissive, that even like within the self, that there are going to be times where that might not be what I need to hear even in my own head. And that's okay too. It doesn't, we'll get into that more, but it doesn't mean that you're a person of lower faith if you have to go through that process. In fact, faith gets refined and strengthened by being, you know, sort of challenged in times where the emotions challenge them. But anyway, we'll get into that more, but I just wanted, because you mentioned it.
That is very important. And I do want to talk about that because I do feel like people believe that it's like a lack of faith or a lack of amuna to like not be positive in hard times. But I think that's even like the problem with dismissive positivity, toxic positivity, is that it uses all or nothing language. So like everything happens for a reason. It's all for the best. Sometimes maybe, but then how do we believe that if like, you know, a young child dies, or God forbid in cases of like horrible abuse, like how can we say everything happens for a reason? Like we cannot use that line of thinking there. So I think that all or nothing language can be really unhelpful and detrimental. And it also kind of like makes us think that emotions are like nice and clean and simple and like, you know, happiness is a choice. Like, yeah, but sometimes it's not the healthy choice, right? And sometimes if you have depression, it's literally not a choice, right? So it stigmatizes a whole group of people and creates a lot of shame and judgment and misunderstanding, right? So if you have a family member who's struggling with depression, happiness is a choice. Why can't you just get out of bed? Why can't you just take your medication? Why, right? It creates this whole level of like misunderstanding or lack of compassion or lack of empathy because we think it's so simple, you know, just don't be angry, just stop crying. Like, but that's not how humans work. You know, we need a lot more space. We need a lot more empathy. Sometimes the only way out is through, you know, we can't avoid, like you were saying, we can't avoid those feelings. We asked on our platforms, our social media platforms, we kind of polled our audiences and said, like, when you were going through a struggle, what was something that you were told that was helpful, hurtful, and something that gave you hope? And what we ended up finding was that there was literally the same answer for each column, right? What was helpful for some was hurtful for others. What was hopeful.
Right. God has a plan. God has a plan was in all three categories.
And all three of us polled our own audiences,
yes.
And all three of us got repeat answers in all the columns. It was fascinating, right? Like
it was so interesting that literally people would say, like, you will get through this. I know it. That was hurtful for someone. Like, how do you know I'm going to get through this? You know? And then it was helpful for people to hear, like, I'm going to get through this. Like, thank you for that vote of confidence. You know? I'm just looking through some of them now. Like, you're going to be fine. You're going to be okay. That was hurtful to hear. You're going to be fine. You're going to be okay. what can I do to help? Someone actually said that that was not helpful because they were like, just tell me how you're going to help me. Like, don't ask me. I'm overwhelmed with that. I don't want to hear what can I do to help.
I heard both of those. Meaning there's people like to quote that one of like, don't just say, tell me what I can do to help because I'm confused and overwhelmed. Tell me what you're going to do to help. And then I've heard people say the other thing. So, well, now I have 12 lasagnas in my fridge because everybody told me they were going to give me a lasagna. So you can really play that both ways. One thing that I think did come across from the answers, I didn't mean to cut you off, I'll keep going, but is that I think the energy behind people's messaging more than the words was when the empathy comes through. So whether, and a couple of people mentioned this, is that when you feel like the person is like, I'm here with you, right? Like I'm present with you. And even if I don't know exactly what to say or do, I want you to know that I'm here to support you and I'm feeling pain with you. Then I think the language that they use is almost secondary to the sentiment that presence conveys. Like another one was like, people said like, I wish people would just call me and not send a text. And I've heard other people, it wasn't in this, but I've heard other people say like, why are they calling me? Just send a text. Like, sorry, Rachel, continue.
No, it's true. And I think that's really what it is. I think the theme was that people wanted to just feel cared about, and I think that it's a lot of the time, I think it's important for us to realize that, like, we were saying earlier, what's helpful for me when I'm sad might not be helpful for you. And I think that the question of like, what can I do to be helpful? I want to be helpful is a great question. But yeah, then there's like, well, I don't know what I need and I don't know what will be helpful for me. And that's where I kind of say, okay, then we kind of have to just try to kind of figure it out. But definitely, I think that when we use things like, God has a plan and he was so good and that's why he was taken and only you can handle this and this will make you a stronger person and one day you'll be able to tell your story and strengthen people. I think we have good intentions. And again, sometimes those things were helpful in our poll. I saw that people sometimes did like hearing that. But we also have to ask ourselves, like, am I telling someone this because I am so uncomfortable with their discomfort right now and their unhappiness or their anger or their sadness that I'm trying to like make them feel, no, it's not so bad. Like there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Maybe they're not ready for the light yet. Maybe they need to sit in the darkness a little bit. And it reminds me of that famous Brene Brown video, right? Where she says like, sometimes it's getting down into that hole with them and sitting with them. It's not pulling them out of that deep, dark, hole that they're in. It's getting down and sitting with them and saying, hey, I'm here, and whenever you're ready, I'm going to come out with you.
Can I share a few points on that? Yeah. One of the things that I thought was interesting, first of all, was how quick people were to send us their input and their experiences, which I think that in and of itself was very telling in terms of that, like, this is something that is very universal, that life struggle is very universal, and that people, I think, do appreciate an opportunity to share what an experience meant for them and what they may have needed differently in that experience. But not everyone's willing to ask that question, right? Not everyone's willing to say, what do you think you needed in that moment? So I was taking some notes on some patterns that I saw because I like to like classify things sometimes. And what I noticed was this: some of these lines touch on one's relationship to God, okay? Some of these things touch on your relationship to pain, okay? Just pain in general, feeling pain, right? Some of these things related to your relationship to time, right? So when people are saying things like, oh, like time heals all wounds, which like we saw that in all three categories. Yeah. Like people saying like, oh, with time it's going to get better. And there are people who are like, don't tell me that, like, you don't know that for sure. Yeah. Right. So, and I think another piece that came up was that, and Alicia, you touched on this, is that if the content is all about relationship to time or to God or to pain, but there isn't really an appreciation for actually the relationship between these two people who are speaking. In other words, to take that into account of, well, who am I to this person anyway? Because I do find that sometimes when these things happen, people take it upon themselves in a well-meaning way to share things. And the other thing about that as well is that we're at a place now where we are making so much more room for people to share their personal experiences. And personal experience is not the same as expertise. And certainly personal experience does not make someone the expertise on how everyone else is going to do things. And I think there's something hurtful for people, or they don't feel seen when somebody is making their own healing situation the blueprint for your healing situation. And you're like, but this isn't about you. Like, that may not relate to me. That may not be my story. And I also, like Alisha said, I also had this as well, that there were a few people who said something to me about, it wasn't about what was said, it was about the space.
Yeah.
That
And
they
the
were
relationship.
in.
Yeah, the context and the relationship.
It was in the relationship. And the other thing I noticed also was in the parts where people said things were helpful or hopeful, the pattern I saw was there was permission for feelings, permission for experiences, permission for how can I be most helpful to you. There was more of a permission. There was more of a sense of presence of like, I'm here with you. I love you. I'm here with you. I have your back. You're not alone. And then the last piece was also a P, was the sense of possibility versus certainty.
Yeah.
I think that is something that is where it's very hard for us to sit with that uncertainty. I think they call it maybe land, right? It's hard to be in the maybe land when we're going through struggles, and that people can sometimes feel like it's being put upon them in the sense of certainty of I know exactly how it's going to go. And then it's not helpful for them because they feel like, are you trying to console me or just control a narrative here? So those were some of my, thank you. So those were some of my 1 a.m. observations, and I'm grateful that they still make sense in the morning, because 1 a.m. things, you're not always like, I think this makes sense.
Yeah, I also noticed on, because some of the people who responded, most of them are people that I didn't know, but there were a handful of people that I did know. And just from those that were, I think, again, because of the way we did this research, it was more ad hoc and more generalized. But I think it also, we can't always lump challenges together in one category. So there's a difference between someone who's going through a challenge where like that maybe land where we don't know what's going to happen next, versus someone in the aftermath of a tragedy, where there's a mourning process. So let's say somebody wrote like, I hate when people this is someone who lost a loved one at a young age, said like, I don't want people to tell me it's going to get better. What's it? And how do they know it's going to get better? And maybe I don't want it to get better. Maybe I'm scared it's going to get better, whereas like, I remember, just to share a personal example, many years ago, my husband was very sick. Thank God he's well now. But there were people who were coming to us and saying, oh, I had that type of cancer and look at me, I'm all better now. And it was so interesting because his like feeling about that at the time was like, don't put that kind of pressure on me. Like, I don't know if I'm going to make it. Leave me alone. Like, don't, it's like, if you can do it, if I can do it, you can too, And for me, it was very encouraging to see people who had been, very, very ill, and now we're in such good health. And I don't think it's because he was the patient and I was the spouse. It could be, but I think it just has to do more with like the way different personalities process other people's input. And that's, I think, a good personal example of the distinction that you were making just now, Rachel, between experience and expertise. And so even something like that fell within all three categories of, someone coming along and saying, this something similar happened to me as well. And maybe my story can give you some encouragement or make you feel less alone. Some people found that incredibly like heartening and empathetic, and other people found it like threatening, or don't make this about you. It's not your time to shine, or, and so it's kind of like what you said before, read the room. Something that I sometimes will advise, like when people say like, okay, what am I supposed to do? I'm trying to reach out to a friend and I don't want to say the wrong thing, because I think the challenge is, and this is whether we're talking about tragedies, whether we're talking about stressors where we don't know the outcome, or even just more minor things, like people just struggling with something that wouldn't be considered by most people to be like a big life crisis, but they're struggling anyway, is that there are so many wrong things to say and so much fewer right things to say. And so, a lot of people sort of avoid, and avoidance was one of the things that was listed as something that people were hurt by. Like, hey, my sister didn't even reach out and she knew I was going through a hard time. It's like, well, there's a chance that your sister didn't reach out and she was so scared of saying the wrong thing, or maybe thought you needed your space. So something that I feel like you can't really go too wrong with in most scenarios is to reach out. And my bias is to do it not with a phone call, but in writing, saying, just like text or message, sort of saying like, hey, I'm thinking of you. I don't really know, sometimes it's not clear I wish I knew the right thing to say or to do or to offer. But I just wanted you to know that I'm here, thinking of you, available if you want to talk, or if there's something I can do, or if you want to just get together and talk about something totally different, just kind of like letting them, like kind of calling out the reality for what it is, that, like, you're a person that's important to me, and I know that you're in pain, and I feel that for you. And so not pretending or guessing to know exactly what the right thing to say is, but that sometimes I find that just saying, I don't even know, or I wish I knew the right thing to say or do it, but I don't, but I also want to show up for you. I think people appreciate that because it's kind of a blank page on which to offer like generic, not generic in a bad way, but sort of like gentle support. And it also kind of like offers the person to let you know, like, is there something that, because sometimes like when I've asked, let's say, clients who are going to be very open with me, like, how should your sister, your best friend, your neighbor, your mother-in-law, how should she have come through for you? Like, what would have been the better response? And very often they'll pause and they'll be like, you know what, I don't even know. Like, I don't even know what I really needed. I just know that what they did or didn't do wasn't right. But sometimes what they'll do is they'll look in the mirror and say, maybe there was nothing right to do in that moment. Maybe anyone doing anything or saying anything or avoiding, I was just in too much pain to receive any kind of support. And just having that acknowledgement that people do care about you at a tough time, even if there's nothing concrete or verbal that can make it better, is still better than nothing.
Yeah. I think that, I don't remember which one of you guys said it when we were talking, but I think it might've been you, Rachel, but claim the credit, whoever said it, but one of you said one person's chizuk, one person's strength and encouragement, it can be another person's dagger in the heart.
It was Elisheva.
I say that, yeah.
But that was like, for when you said that, I was like, whoa, that was like so poignant for me. I'm like, yes, that encompasses like our conversation so perfectly. Like something that could be so encouraging for one could be so hurtful for another. And I think that's why, this conversation is important. I think we need to think about what are the norms in our community. Something that I heard on a David Beshevkin podcast with Josh Grejauer, which was a really great podcast that I recommend people listen to. He was talking about his loss, and he was saying that like in our community, like we don't have the language to handle sadness. We're afraid of negative emotion. And he found that people like didn't know how to approach him. Like it was awkward for them and uncomfortable, and everybody had good intentions. And we were saying here, people intentions did matter, but for him, he was saying, it wasn't even good enough. The intentions didn't help because people were like fumbling, and it ended up being hurtful to him. And so I think that there needs to be a conversation about that. Like we are, as a culture, not even our religion alone, as a culture, we are like happiness obsessed, and I saw a great quote from Esther Perel where she was saying that like happiness has become like this burden for us, that we're all like constantly chasing it, and it's like this outcome and a mandate even. And she was saying like we have to understand that happiness is like a moment, and that we are complex human beings with a wide range of emotions, and there's a place for all of it. There's a place for sadness, there's a place for jealousy, there's a place for anger. All of these things serve functions, and like we have to stop chasing happiness. Because something that she said also was like, she's like, we're so caught up in like asking, like, am I happy? Wait, was that happiness? Am I feeling happy? That like, we don't even get to be, right? That we don't even
taking our happiness pulse all the time.
All the time.
Right. We're not even here. We're not even present. One of the ways that when someone's in pain and someone else says something to them and it's like a total airball is where it's basically the person is not dealing with an intellectual wound. So we don't need an intellectual Band-Aid. We don't need an intellect. And that's where I think some of these statements that we saw in our unofficial data is that some of these statements, I think if someone's in a certain headspace or heart space, they might be open to hearing something like that. And that might be helpful. I think about my own challenges I've been through. There have been things that people have said to me that really were so awesome in that moment. But I know that if I heard that at a different point in that situation, it would have been very, and I was going to say hurtful, but what makes it hurtful is that you want to say to the person, hello, like that's not the place that we're at right now in this conversation. Or, are you consoling or are you controlling this narrative, right? Can you give permission for an experience? And I think something else that came up while you were speaking is that I find that very often when we pivot to fault finding, when I slow it down with people clinically or even just an informal conversation, we really slow down fault finding. There's often underneath it, there's this reservoir of powerlessness. And that's why, just to give an example, let's say we're talking about infertility, but this can happen for other situations too, where there's so much of the fault finding of like, whose fault is it? Like I found like after Mayron, there was like an immediate like obsession with fault finding. And yes, there were clearly things that needed to be explored. And I really hope that that continues in terms of addressing that. But I do think that it's sometimes easier to be in a blame place, even blaming ourselves. Sometimes it's easier to be, I call it preferred pain. Sometimes our preferred pain is to sit and blame ourselves about something than to sit with a certain really difficult powerlessness over life and over a situation that may have happened to us. And that, when I find, that's what's happening often in these social conversations, where there's this misplaced positivity or this in-your-face positivity. It's, are we able to just sit and be still, to be with a powerlessness of, you know what, there really is nothing to say right now. There is nothing to say right now. There is no, you know, I like to say, like, you know, resilience, you know, you can't tie everything with a bow. And there's this pressure that we have to tie everything with a bow during the process, after the process, and being able to sit with it, that no, not everything always is going to come together in this really beautiful way, and it's all going to make sense, and it's all going to feel worth it. You know, resilience, which, by the way, if we want to do another interesting kind of social media questioning thing, is how do you define resilience? Because I think the word resilience has, I think everyone has a different perception of it. I think resilience for one person can mean you just get up in the morning, and you literally get up in the morning and you put one foot in front of the other, and that's resilient. There are people that resilience means that they then become this like motivational person where they, like, everywhere they go, they're giving people encouragement. So I think understanding that, like, resilience doesn't mean you sound like a motivational calendar, and that people sometimes think of themselves as that they are not strong enough because they don't look like that other person over there who is supposedly so strong and resilient, which also ties into that thing that, and some people wrote this also, that they don't like being told, oh, you're so strong. Because it's kind of like the analogy that comes up for me is, let's say like your car broke down and you're on the side of the road and you're changing your own tire, and someone's like, oh my gosh, you're like so good at changing tires. Wow. Like, I don't think you'd be flattered and be like, oh my God, thank you so much. Like, I feel so good that like you're saying I'm talented at changing tires. Because you'd be like, I don't want to be here right now. I don't want to be changing this tire. I want to be on the road with everyone else right now.
Right.
So said a lot there, but again, that sense of like, can we be with the person in this moment right now? Can we be with ourselves in this moment right now and be able to ask these questions of like, what is this really about? What are we running away from?
Right.
What is it that's holding us back from just being able to slow that down and be able to read the room better?
Right. Yeah.
Again, it's not liking those uncomfortable feelings. Sorry, Richard.
No, yeah. I mean, it's boiling down to like, we are always trying to fix, and we're so uncomfortable with brokenness, right? And like, we don't like the idea that some things just can't be fixed, and we have to just let things be. And I think sometimes people confuse comfort with like advice or encouragement. Sometimes comfort is just like, this sucks. Like, oh, this is, I just feel so sad, and I wish this wasn't happening to you. And, you know, like, this isn't fair. Like, sometimes it's just acknowledging, and people are like, no, that's going to make them feel worse. But maybe it's just even saying nothing, just sitting there, you know, and letting it just be. But I think that we feel very afraid of brokenness. We feel very afraid of things that can't be fixed. We feel very afraid of uncertainty, which makes sense. You know, nobody likes that. We don't like to feel like we're hanging and we don't know what's going to be. And I think also, I know for me personally, like when I've grappled with like a discomfort with someone's sadness, it's because like we start feeling the fear of like, oh my God, like I remember that I'm vulnerable too, to be in this, you know? And I think a lot of time we're trying to comfort ourselves. Like, you're going to be okay. Like, I'm here for you. Yeah, I'm going to do, you're not alone in this, but we're like trying to wrap it up. But really we're trying to even comfort ourselves, because I realize, you know what, God forbid I could suffer the same fate as you. And like, I don't even want to sit with that reality. So I'm trying to like package it up nice and make it like, oh, you're so strong. And like, we're going to get through this. And, you know, and maybe that is the truth. They are going to get through this and they are going to find their strength. But that's not what they need right now in that moment. But I think sometimes it's because we face our own fears, our own mortality, our own whatever it is, and we try to push it away, you know?
Yeah, I think people even sometimes feel like pain is contagious. You know what I mean? Like they're trying to protect themselves from it. there's a fear of being silent because silence is the worst thing ever, right? Like it's too awkward, right? And being able to just sit with the quiet and saying like, this is hard and I'm here and that's all I know how to do right now because I can't wrap it up with a bow and I can't fix it. And I think there's also, like you said, you get reminded of our own fragility, our own susceptibility right there, but for the grace of God and luck, we all, we are what we are and it could have just as easily been us. And that's a scary feeling for people. But I think that people really are afraid that it's like, if I get too close to it, if I feel the empathy too much, I'm going to catch that energy. And I think even just knowing that that's something that people are sometimes uncomfortable from allows us to peel that back and say, wait, no, they're them and I'm me. And that's why boundaries are so important, because if I know that you're you and I'm me, then I can be there for you without becoming you, right? Without being absorbed by you.
It's such a good point because what you're saying is what I heard in what you were saying is the sense of dysregulation that happens for us when we hear news or we know about situations that make us feel that fragility of life. And that on a practical level, because we like to give people some practical, examples or applications, is that sometimes people want to reach out to the person to get updates. And the person who's going through the situation is dealing with a million things and may not have the energy to start updating. And by the way, if you're someone who hasn't been close with the person up until that point, and now suddenly you're, texting them all the time, that I think can make people feel uncomfortable too, because it's like, we weren't so close and now all of a sudden you want to be my best friend. Like I'm not a celebrity because I'm going through something and not everyone necessarily deserves to get an update. Like not everyone has to get an update, but something for people to ask themselves is, am I asking this question because I care or because I'm curious for myself and I'm dysregulated and I want to hear that, oh, there was a car accident and they weren't wearing seatbelts, so I could feel relieved and say, okay, I wear seatbelts. I will make sure to wear seatbelts, and therefore I will be safe, right? That dysregulation that you're referring to, and that fragility of life, Rachel, that whole idea that can drive some of the comments and questions that people can ask. That for the person hearing it, it just feels so like, oh my God, how could you ask that? How could you say that? Listen to yourself. But that's the thing. They're totally in their own head, trying to regulate themselves so that they can continue on their day.
Yeah. I think people want to know, I think that there's this fear that not all pain is redeemed. And it's some things we just learn to live with and the pain doesn't go away. And I love that, I'm sure so many of you have seen that, but that visual of the grief ball in the jar, right? 3 different jars, the ball never shrinks in size. The ball stays the same, but the jar gets bigger. So your grief will always be with you. And it doesn't necessarily get better, but you learn to build life around it. And I think if we just learn to get comfortable with that, or not even comfortable, we learn to be uncomfortable with that, then I think that's something that can be very empowering for us. And it could make these negative emotions less scary. But yeah, sometimes pain doesn't go away. And that's just a part of life.
There's another piece that I wanted that Rachel Herkman, what you were just saying reminded me of. I wonder if you guys experience this. I know that for myself, sometimes when I go to a funeral or a shiva house, one of the fears that I have is that I'm going to feel something bigger than it's my appropriate right to feel. So let's say if I'm at a funeral and I feel myself welling up with tears before the people closer in that circle are crying, I feel no, I don't, that's inappropriate. I don't want to be crying before they're crying or, feeling more emotional than the people or expressing more emotion than the people who are more entitled to feel that emotion. And then that sort of very self-conscious feeling of I don't want to do the wrong thing. I don't want to make it worse. I don't want to, attract attention. And I think that's another piece that people struggle with. I know I've heard people say this actually, that I feel I don't have the right to be this sad. I didn't even know them so well. And again, I don't know that there's a specific solution to this, but even just sort of the concept of if you can name it, you can tame it, just kind of saying these are the different messy, complex reactions and feelings and emotions that we have around other people's pain and stress. I think it's a universal thing when people hear that someone's sick, it's well, what do they have? When you hear someone died, it's oh, what did they die from? It's what, we're going to do anything about it at this point, there's, but it's just a kind of a universal human curiosity, and it's not always just coming from a place of empathy. I think that's part of it, but also this place of the dysregulation that it brings to ourselves. And again, just being aware of that and knowing that like the goal is the empathy, feeling the empathy and expressing the empathy and sharing whatever we're going to share and reaching out in that way with empathy. I think that would be like sort of the grounding principle of how we want to show up. And there's something else that I was thinking about hearing both of you speak, which is that I think until now we focused a lot on what we as the supporting party can do, right? Like when I'm the supporting party. But I think also for, in most people at some point in their lives are going to bump up against something where other people are going to have to take care of us. And also to remember that when people show up, they're going to do so imperfectly. They're going to do so imperfectly from their own space. And also just based on like, in that moment, there might actually be nothing that I would be able to receive well, not because that person is insincere or selfish or inappropriate, but just because there is like, like there's just nothing that can comfort me, which was said about Yaakov Avinu, a really great person, right? Like everyone tried to make him feel comforted, but there was no comfort to be found. And because I have heard of people who would say this, like at first I was just like not okay to hear anything from anyone and people fell away and then I felt isolated. So to remember that when people show up in imperfect ways, either if they're people that do really care for you and want to show up in the right way, maybe to redirect them and say, thanks for trying, that didn't help, but you can give me a hug, or you can make me coffee, or if it's someone who you think will be receptive to that. And if not, to remind yourself like the difference between like the action and the intention, to say like, they're trying, they meant well. It's the kind of thing that maybe in another mood or in another circumstance I would appreciate hearing. It was tone deaf for me right now. But again, it doesn't have to be that sort of black and white dismissive, like it's all bad, it's all good. It's just people are trying, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And I would add on to that, if I may, that I think this is so relevant, especially now during the pandemic, of just, we've been dysregulated for a very long time, a very, very long time. And that relationships change. Our relationship to ourselves changes, and relationships with other people change, and friendships change through struggle also. And that can add, I think, to the grief sometimes when people go through painful times, and they learn more about the people around them and what they are capable of in terms of showing up, or just the space they have. And yeah, making space for the fact that people aren't perfect. But I also think that because these experiences can change us as people, that it is okay for us to feel sad if we notice that it changes other relationships as well. And very often, and we saw this in research of people talking about this thing of getting to the other side of things. People often say like, oh, you're going to get to the other side of it. And it has this very linear before and after, almost like you're driving, you're going to go through this dark tunnel, and then you're just going to like keep driving and you're going to get back to yourself, right? And what I think maybe it would help for us to make more space for as a community is that it's not just that we drive through that dark tunnel and keep driving, but really to give permission for people to honor the fact that we might drive through that dark tunnel and lose a part of ourselves, maybe gain a new part of ourselves, or get to know a new part of ourselves, but we might lose parts of ourselves that we're not going to get back, we're not going to get back to ourselves in this, like you are exactly the same way you were before this thing happened to you. And I think when we lower the bar of kind of what it's supposed to look like when you've been through something and now you're not on the other side of it, it just takes up a different amount of space. Like I often say, like something can happen to me or something becomes me, right? When we're in that thing we're going through, it doesn't just happen to you, it like becomes you. And then hopefully with some healing and with time, which time may not change that, but for some people, for some experiences, they can start to feel like this thing, I don't feel all the time like that became me, so to speak, that I'm still that all the time. And really honoring that in terms of that everyone is so different in how they relate to their experiences. And we're not abnormal if we have, and it's okay to not be okay. It's also okay to be okay. That's something else I think it's helpful to throw out here.
I think that I like all of your points, but I even like the idea, and I actually heard this recently about like using this language of like, instead of I'm stressed, I'm sad, I notice I'm feeling sad, I notice I'm feeling stressed. And there was actually like, they had done like brain imaging where people were saying I'm stressed versus I'm feeling stressed, and the impact that it had on the body. And so it really does matter. Like, and clearly it was showing that when you said I'm stressed, there was like more reactivity in your body in terms of stress hormones versus I feel stressed, right? So noticing like that you are not your feeling or emotion, but that you are experiencing it. So I thought that was such a great point. And I think that like a good point for us to kind of wrap up with would be talking about like what's healthy optimism versus toxic positivity. Like, what does it look like when we're just developing more inner resources and coping tools? And what is it when we're being dismissive, when we're shoving things down? You know, like, is there this balance? And the answer is yes, but let's talk about it a little bit, of healthy positivity and optimism and gratitude. There is space for that. And then where is there, you know, when is that maybe not the appropriate response?
So the way I like to look at it is I like the metaphor of the horizon, right? If you picture, let's say, like where the sky meets the water or the ground, there's sort of a line, like a horizontal line. The word horizon is in there. And the way kind of I like to help clients and myself actually look at things is that there are three general categories that we can find ourselves in as far as responding. There's what I call below the horizon of healthy function, when we know we're in that like dysregulated place and we're feeling this like flood of unwanted, unpleasant emotion, either in response to something that we're thinking or feeling, or into a trigger, you know, a stimulus, something that went on with another person, a life event. And that's when we're sort of below. And the first thing to do there is to not rush out of it, but just to sort of say, whoa, okay, this feels like a lot. This is overwhelming. And again, there's a difference between I am versus this is. But even if you're feeling at the first place, like I'm feeling like a mess, just give yourself permission to say, 1 second, I'm allowed to feel like a mess for, you know, for a moment or so, right? Like we don't always have to be so strong, right? First, acknowledge what is and not try to clean it up right away. Let it be, sit with it, feel it. It's okay, right? Then we want to pull it up onto what I call like the horizon of healthy function, just like to take a step back and detach from it. So if I were telling somebody about this scenario, let's say I didn't know the person so well, and I was just taking more of a dispassionate, more of a clinical approach of this is what's going on right now, right? This is what we're struggling with right now. And just kind of describe it in a more even-keeled narrative way. So that way you create a little space, a little bit of distance. Okay, then the next question, so it's a process, right? We're below that horizon of healthy function, right? There's like a lot going on. We're feeling all the feelings that we don't necessarily want to sit with for a long term. Then there's sort of like acknowledging, narrating what's going on, just it is what it is. The analogy that I use is kind of like a sailboat, just like kind of tracing the horizon, just bobbing along on the waves. And then the sort of the next step, which isn't always appropriate, but it's, you know, always a possibility, is to say, what would be not a positive, but a healthier way for me to engage with this reality, this stressor, this thought, this feeling, this relationship? Like, it's not ideal. It's not what I would have ordered. It's not what I would have asked for. But once I'm here, right, that space between stimulus and response, what, if anything, can I do from a place of realistic empowerment to say, can I make this a little bit better for myself? And that could have to do with something internal, right? Like generating a different way of thinking about it, something external, taking some sort of action. I always say, like, kind of it branches between action and acceptance. Sometimes there's something I can do to make things a little bit better. Sometimes there's nothing I can do externally. So it has to do with kind of like taking some deep breaths and reassessing the language that I use even within myself to just sort of say, okay, but this is what it is right now. And maybe I can start to make some peace with that. So, you know, and to me, that feels very different than the Pollyanna-ish of like, you know, I had somebody who once told me that like she had a mentor that she used to call for like advice and encouragement, but she stopped reaching out to her because this mentor eventually at some point in the conversation would be like, but it's all good, right? Like, it's all good. Like, like, everything God does is for the best. And she was just like, I know that I believe that spiritually and theologically, but that's not like where I am right now. Like, I need like a hug over the phone. Like, I just like, that's, you know, whereas kind of like exploring, going through those stages of like, wow, this is really hard. This really hurts. This is not so easy. And saying all the bad words you need to say in order to like feel those feelings, then kind of getting up above, like lifting your head out of the water and saying, okay, but like I can get some air here and like what's actually going on, like in a more strategic way. And then finally pulling out to the next level and saying, is there anything that I can do differently? Is there anything that's within my locus of control that I can then take action or edit my thoughts to make this hurt less, to make this less damaging, either within myself or within my relationships? And sometimes you come up with something and sometimes not, but then that's the acceptance piece. Like, no, there isn't. So I just have to like, this is what this is, and, you know, and move on, you know, forward. That would be like kind of a short version answer of what I would say.
Yeah. Rachel, you have thoughts you want to share?
So many, so I'm going to try to sum it up. So a few pieces. So there was an answer that I got in a DM that I actually like, I was crying from it. It was just such a powerful story. This woman shared that when she was in seminary, she was very close with her teacher, and she confided in the teacher that she had relapsed regarding self-harm, that she had struggled with self-harm a couple of years before, and now in seminary she relapsed, and she told her teacher she was very close with, and her teacher responded and said, how many days had it been up until this relapse? And she said, it was like several hundred days, 500 days or something. And her teacher said, okay, well, we're going to go out to dinner, and I think we should celebrate that, because we have to celebrate that. And I have chills just thinking about it, because in the DM, it was basically saying like, it pulled me out of a despair that I really could have gotten sucked into. And it was really just, it hit that spot of, we're not going to just sugarcoat this, and we're not just going to say Gamzul Tova, and we're going to recognize that something happened here, but we're not going to do it in a way where we're dismissing the whole picture, where we're dismissing your feelings. And I was so happy she sent me that message, because it's so beautiful. And I think there's a difference between burying our feelings and being with our feelings. And we all have various ways that we might bury feelings. Sometimes we have to bury feelings because we have a lot to do right now and we can't deal with something, so we bury it. And people have different ways of burying feelings. The issue I find is that when we're always burying our feelings, and the ways we might bury it can be by just saying everything has to be positive, and we're not going to even allow ourselves to be with a feeling. We could bury feelings through other behaviors that we might call self-destructive, but are often meant to be self-soothing. And if we're always burying feelings, number one, we don't develop tools to deal with and be with our feelings. We don't develop the confidence that we can be with our feelings. And we think that feelings are always very heavy. And one of the reasons why we think the feelings or emotions are so heavy is not necessarily because the emotions are so heavy, but it's because if we're always burying feelings, that means we're always walking around with a shovel.
Yeah.
And there's something exhausting about that, of always having to be on guard, making sure the second a feeling might come up, we're going to bury it. And that process can happen within ourselves, of trying to bury our own feelings. And it can happen when people are trying to console someone else, that they're trying to bury the other person's feelings that to them sound negative or not hopeful. And the idea of can we be with our feelings? And if I would just wrap up with my last point, I think, and this we came across this in a lot of messages, the idea of that personal touch, that when someone is going through something and they feel alone, and they could be surrounded by other people, they could have 55 lasagnas in their freezer and still feel incredibly alone. I remember when I was going through something very difficult, and it wasn't a common diagnosis. I had this very rare lung tumor, and I remember saying, I feel really lucky and very lonely also, meaning I felt very grateful that I have, thank God, it was excellent prognosis and I recovered, but it was also a very lonely place to be diagnosed with something, and not something that a lot of people have. So the idea of the personal touch, and I think on a practical level, I think in between, let's say between sending someone a text message or calling, is sending a voice note. Because I think a voice note, at least you can hear what they're saying, and it's not just a copy and paste text message, right? When we hear someone's voice, I'm a big fan of handwriting. I know handwriting is an endangered species, but there's something so powerful when you see a handwritten card versus something typed. I'm not saying that everyone now needs to start mailing letters, although I think it's cool to mail letters, but whatever, that's just me. But even just something like that, of just the idea of showing a personal touch, and can make such a difference in how people feel in those moments, that it's not about what we say necessarily, it's about our ability to be still with them, but also to be aware that, to be aware of the boundaries, even within that context, and to be able to sit with the humility of the powerlessness of these challenges that we go through, and to be able to be with that, and to be able to lean on each other, and also understand that these are things a lot of people deal with. So with that, I'll pass.
Love that. So, I mean, I guess to wrap it up, I would just add to, I mean, you guys expressed it so beautifully, but I guess I would just add, like, when we are trying not to bypass our feelings, you just want to make sure also that, like, we're not, we had mentioned in our talk separately, we didn't touch on this here, but like fixating and versus focusing, right? So you don't have to, like, and we had mentioned this earlier, even in this talk, like, if you're not feeling like you need to sit with your feelings right now, you don't have to. So you can decide, like, right now, I don't feel like I want to be in my pain. but maybe just being self-aware to ask like, but am I avoiding it right now? Or is this like an actually healthy coping mechanism right now? Because sometimes that is what we need to do to get through. We need to kind of like not process it, and we need to just keep moving. You can sit with your feelings, but don't obsess with them, and start living in those feelings. And, say, like my therapist told me, like, it's okay not to be okay. So I'm not going to be okay. Like, but like you said, Rachel, it's okay to be okay too, and we shouldn't ignore problems, but we also shouldn't pretend that that's all that there is, and I think that there is that balance of optimism. And I think it's important to distinguish even like what are like some optimistic things you can say that are not toxic positivity. And I actually had written a post about this. I called it non-Pollyanna mantras that you can say to yourself, because mantras in general, I think, can be very helpful. And I think saying something like, this is really hard, but like, I'm going to get through it, or I know I'm going to be okay, or I know I have support, or, I know my friends care, things like that. Those can be optimistic without like taking away how you're feeling, or without denying the reality of your situation. And I think in some cases, yes, we do have choice how we want to feel. And I think that you should exercise that choice. Right now, I don't want to be miserable. I want to get up and take care of my kids because I have to. This is my choice right now, or I don't want to, but I'm going to make that choice to get up and do that. Or I don't want to show up at this thing, but I'm going to, because I know that ultimately, like, this is the path to healing. So it's not black and white. It's extremely nuanced. And I love that we did highlight how, we sometimes feel like our community does not have the language. But through all of the Tanakh, I feel like Rebbe and Elisheva here just gave us all of this wonderful, like, it is so much a part of in terms of the Jewish community, there is that language. It does exist. And I remember, Elisheva, you had a post around Sukkot time about reading Kohelet, and about how this time of joy, we're reading this like really depressing, seems like super, negative, like, I hate my life.
I hate life. Literally, that's what it says.
Right. And that really stuck with me, how
it's like a teenager, like slamming their door, going to their room.
Yeah. Like it's this time of happiness, but we're reading about this guy who's like really like struggling.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that was like, again, it was such a reminder, like, and even in your caption, how you wrote it, but it was a reminder of like, there is a time, and we say that in Kohelet, there is a time for happiness, there's a time for sadness, there's a time for joy, there's a time for mourning. Like, we do have this language, and we do validate the range of human emotions, and we should do that within ourselves and with other people. And again, I think that something that stuck with me from the answers about what people said gave them hope was when they would hear stories from people who went through similar things, and not even about like their personal experience, but just when they would see those people show up and say like, look, I'm here, like, I went through it too, and I'm here. And I remember I had recently just gone to a Shiva house of someone who lost a spouse, and I went with a friend who had lost her spouse. And this person was saying like, seeing you here gives me so much comfort. You're smiling, and she's like, it just gives me comfort that you're smiling and you're laughing. Because right now I don't feel like I can, but like, I see that you're doing it. She hadn't even said a word. We were just sitting, and she was laughing at a story that the person who was mourning was sharing. And she's like, you're laughing and smiling. Like, I know one day I'm going to be able to.
Yeah, me too.
Her presence was so, like, she hadn't even.
And that's the key. She didn't say, look, I'm smiling, so you will too. She didn't have to preach it. It's the showing up that made it less is more in a certain sense. Like,
and I thought that was it was like, wow, she just came in the room,
presence. It was a presence.
And I think the power of presence, I think that's kind of even what we have to emphasize. We don't have to fix, we don't have to put a bow, we don't have to tie it up, we don't have to promise everything's going to be okay, because we can't. Sometimes we have to, like I said, not all pain is redeemable. Sometimes we just have to like sit with that. So thank you guys so much for this. Thank you, Amudim, for creating this opportunity for us to just like chat and talk about these things. And we look forward to hearing feedback from you guys about your thoughts on this, and to good things in the future. Thank you.
Welcome to another Charity Bids production of Holy Yid Squares in association with SayMazelTov.com, the only place to create and share personalized video messages from your favorite Jewish stars. And we are all here benefiting our dear friends at Amudim. Tonight's Holy Yids: Barry Mitzman, Kosher Dills, Amy Stupnicki, Hillel Fuld, Benny Friedman, David Elephant, Mayor K, Gabriel Boxer, and Danny Finkelman.
You know the game. It's a simple game of tic-tac-toe. Our stars are ready, and we're all set up here with two great contestants. With us in round number one, Moshe Brandsdorfer, who's executive director of the JCCRP. Moshe, good luck to you.
Thank you, Nathan.
We also have Sandy Eller, who's a writer with the Amudim staff. Sandy, good luck to you. Sandy won the coin toss backstage. We'll choose first. Where do we start, Sandy?
We are going to start with Danny Finkel.
After Israel and the United States, this country has the largest Jewish population. Which one?
All right, I've never been there, but definitely on my bucket list. Love everything about that culture, from the language to the food and to the scenery, which I've never been to yet, but I would go with Argentina.
Sandy, agree or disagree?
Kosher cows, maybe. Kosher population. I'm going to disagree, Danny. Sorry.
The answer is France. Circle gets the square. We move on to Moshe. Which celebrity are you choosing?
I'm going to go with my friend, Kosher Guru.
Kosher Guru, set for your question?
All ready.
Here we go. This was the first president of the United States who hosted the first White House Seder. Was it A, Donald Trump, B, Bill Clinton, C, George W. Bush, or D, Barack Obama?
Okay, I'm going to have to go with the president that I think brought kosher into the White House first for Pesach. It is Bill Clinton.
His answer, Bill Clinton. You agree or disagree, Moshe?
Well, nobody does more chesed than Kosher Guru, and nobody knows more about Passover programs than Kosher Guru, so I'm gonna agree with him.
The answer is Barack Obama, believe it or not. Circle gets the square, and Sandy's off to a pretty quick start. Which celebrity next, Sandy?
Benny Friedman. Help me out, Benny Friedman.
All right, Benny. Benny's been on quite a roll in Holy Yid Squares, and Benny has an opportunity here to move things along. Here we go, Benny. Because they fear for their lives, many Jews have been leaving this country. For the first time in 2,600 years, there is not even a minyan remaining in this country. Is it A, Vatican City, B, Yemen, C, Bahrain, D, Iran?
I was going to say California. I would go with, knowing what I know about world geography and best place to find a minyan, I will go with D, Iran.
All right, the answer is D, according to Benny. Sandy, what do you think?
What are the choices again, please?
We have Vatican City, Yemen, Bahrain, and Iran, or Iran.
I'm gonna play the odds and disagree with Benny.
No minyan remains in Yemen. Circle gets the square, and Sandy is rolling. Moshe, let's see if you can stop the steamrolling opponent. Where do we go?
I knew that one. My wife's Yemenite.
Ooh,
I'm getting the wrong questions. We're going to go to our friend in Israel, we all love following and getting chizuk from on social media, the wonderful Hillel Fuld.
All right, Hillel, here's your question. It actually has to do with Israel, so I have a feeling Hillel has an advantage here.
Come on, Hillel.
Seems to always have an advantage when it has to do with Israel. The question is, which of these fruits and vegetables were invented, if you will, in Israel? A, the tangelo, B, cherry tomatoes, C, kiwis, or D, yellow peppers?
Yeah, along with Waze, the disc on key thumb drive, and many of other amazing inventions invented in Israel, the answer is absolutely cherry tomatoes.
Answer that he gives is cherry tomatoes. What does Moshe say?
With such confidence coming from Hillel Fuld. I mean, who knows more about Israel than Hillel Fuld? Nobody. But I'm going to agree with Hillel Fuld on that one.
The answer is the cherry tomato. X gets the square, and we move on. Sandy, you have a unique situation here. Where do you want to go?
No question at all. Barry Mitzman, please.
All righty. Barry, you ready for your question?
Ready.
Another one that some might argue would be a perfect Hillel question, but this one goes to you, Barry. The question is, which of these indispensable tech products was invented in Israel? Is it A, the USB flash drive, B, the inkjet printer, C, surround sound, or D, the flat screen display? Which one was invented in Israel?
Though I work on social media, I have a little bit of an edge here because my husband works in web development and digital marketing. So I will say that the answer is A, the USB.
She's going with the USB flash drive. Agree or disagree?
Well, given that we just got this from Hillel as well, I think I'm going to agree. Two people giving the same answer. I'm going to hope they're both right.
The answer is the USB flash drive. Circle gets a square, and the winner of round one is Sandy Eller. More coming up, everybody. Make sure to check out the next round right here at Holy in Squares. All right, it's time for round two of Holy Yid Squares, created for and benefiting Amudim. And we have two contestants ready for round two. The winner will, of course, move into the final round. We have in the X podium Aviva Gluck, who we are referring to as both Rebbetzin and in her professional capacity as a nurse. Devorah Fishbein is in the circle podium. Devorah is a case manager at Amudim, and she's raring to go in today's game. Good luck to you. All right, Aviva won the coin toss backstage. She'll choose first. Aviva, which celebrity are you picking?
I'm going to start with Amy Stapnick because I love to cook.
All right, Amy, here we go. Your question's as follows. Why is Brooklyn native Jeffrey Hoffman associated with the term Jews in space?
Wow. Okay. Well, I happen to know why he's associated with Jews in space because he's one of the wealthiest Jews in Brooklyn, and he's funded a lot of the space services that have left from the U.S. to do research.
All right, Aviva, agree or disagree?
I'm going to disagree.
All right, X gets the square. In fact, Jeffrey Hoffman is known as a Jew in space because of his 5 space shuttle missions. Time for Devorah to pick a celebrity. Go right ahead.
I am going to choose the kosher guru.
Kosher guru, you all set?
I'm ready.
Here we go. Forbes magazine guru says that the top 20 happiest countries in 2021, in terms of Israel and the United States, which country ranked higher?
This was actually a very, very tough question to be asking me, traveling to so many countries. But I actually recently got a tip from a good friend of mine, Effie, in a BB WhatsApp group that told me nothing beats the United States.
All right, he's saying that the higher country on the happiness scale is the U.S. What does Devorah say? Agree or disagree?
I'm going to have to agree because Effie's my dad.
There you go. Well, according to Forbes, Israel was at number 11, the U.S. at number 14. X gets the square, and now Aviva is on a roll. Who's your celebrity, Aviva?
I'm going to go with the producer that put out the first video for my husband, Danny Finkelman.
All right, Danny, here's your question. The Israeli city of Netanya is named after A, Nathan Hale, because the town's first mayor got tremendous chizuk from Hale's role in the Revolutionary War. B, Nathan Handworker, founder of Nathan's Hot Dogs in Coney Island. C, Nathan Strauss, the founder of Macy's. Or D, the prophet Natan, who lived in the time right before the second Beis HaMikdash. What's your answer?
I have 3 cousins in Netanya. Make a very wild guess on that one.
Hope you're not related to the mayor.
Founder of Macy's. Doubt that. But you never know. I will go with the prophet Natan.
Agree or disagree? Where are we up to? Aviva, right? Aviva,
Yeah.
Agree or disagree?
I'm going to disagree.
Viva disagrees. The answer is Nathan Strauss, the founder of Macy's, who got the honor when he announced he'd be donating 2/3 of his fortune to projects in the Holy Land. X gets the square. Devora, you got some work to do here. Where do you want to go?
I am going to choose Benny Friedman.
Benny, you ready?
I'm ready.
He was born ready, that Benny
I was
Friedman.
born ready.
Benny, I think in an earlier episode you indicated you know something about kosher food and restaurants.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see if in fact you're an expert. After Tokyo and New York City, this city has the most sushi restaurants per capita. What city is it?
Well, obviously, it would be the city of Miami. It's not even a shiloh.
Devora, he says Miami. What do you say? Agree or disagree?
I'm going to have to disagree.
The answer is Tel Aviv, and Circle gets the square. It's a successful block. And Aviva, I have a clue about where you may want to go with this one.
I'm going to have to go with Barry. Come on, Barry.
All right, Barry, here we go. You ready?
Let's do this.
When Neil Armstrong, first man on the moon, when Neil Armstrong, first man to step on the moon, came to this city for a visit, he turned to his guide and said, I am more excited stepping on these stones than stepping on the moon. Which city was he in?
Okay, so if I'm thinking of any special, unique streets in the world, stone pathways, I would have to think of Tzfat in Israel. The unique blue and the beauty of it. I don't see anything more unique than that other than walking on the moon.
Aviva, the answer is Tzfat. Agree or disagree?
I'm going to say that it's probably Jerusalem, so I'm going to disagree on that.
Neil Armstrong said, I am more excited stepping on these stones than stepping on the moon in the city of Jerusalem. Congratulations, Aviva. Our final round is coming up right here at Holy Yid Squares.
It is a pleasure for me to be able to join in acknowledging the wonderful work of Amudim. During this past year, we had several occasions when there were families in dire need to get to Israel. And because of the bureaucratic restrictions and COVID regulations, they were unable to do so. And despite my contact with government officials and their intervention, it wasn't until Amudim stepped in, they were able to make sure that they were there in Israel to be with their loved ones, often in very serious circumstances with severe time limits. I want to thank him. May you go, Mechayel Ochoyel, and continue your service to the Jewish community.
Shalom, my name is Rabbi Moshe Bamzer. I am a Rav in Albany, New York, and I've had the b'schus, the bracha, of knowing Rav Tzvi and knowing Rav David and knowing Amudim from its inception, the dream that became a reality on the part of one who wanted to serve not only Klal Yisrael but in the entire world. Being a Rav in a small community like Albany, New York, the challenges that come forward, the difficulties, certainly the crises that arise, need an address. Who do you turn to with a teenager? Who do you turn to with a young adult? Who do you turn to when it comes to issues of whether or not it's obsessions or whether or not it's addictions? Who do you turn to when you need a placement? Who do you turn to when you need help and guidance when it comes to a family? Amudim has been and continues to be an extraordinary address on the part of Klal Yisrael. We have been direct beneficiaries of its activities. We wish mazel and bracha. We applaud and we hope that they will go mechayel el from strength to strength. They are inseparable. They are indomitable. And certainly they are a core of our Jewish community, providing help, guidance, and support, always with a smile and always with a sense of commitment and concern. Yasher koach. Chazak v'yamatz.
Welcome back for the final round in this edition of Holy Yid Squares, created for and in support of Amudim. And it looks like we've established a trend here of Eller versus Gluck. At the X podium, it's Aviva Gluck, Rebbitzin, and Nurse. And at the Circle podium, we have Sandy Eller, who's back for the final round. Sandy won the coin toss backstage. We'll choose the first celebrity. Sandy, kick things off.
I would like to start with Kosher Dills, please.
Kosher Dills, you all set?
Yes. Here we go.
Studies show that Israeli children have 90% fewer peanut allergies than their American counterparts.
Welcome to another Charity Bids production of Holy Yid Squares in association with SayMazelTov.com, the only place to create and share personalized video messages from your favorite Jewish stars. And we are all here benefiting our dear friends at Amudim. Tonight's Holy Yids: Barry Mitzman, Kosher Dills, Amy Stupnicki, Hillel Fuld, Benny Friedman, David Elephant, Mayor K, Gabriel Boxer, and Danny Finkelman.
You know the game. It's a simple game of tic-tac-toe. Our stars are ready, and we're all set up here with two great contestants. With us in round number one, Moshe Brandsdorfer, who's Executive Director of the JCCRP. Moshe, good luck to you.
Thank you, Nathan.
We also have Sandy Eller, who's a writer with the Amudim staff. Sandy, good luck to you. Sandy won the coin toss backstage. We'll choose first. Where do we start, Sandy?
We are going to start with Danny Finkel.
After Israel and the United States, this country has the largest Jewish population. Which one?
All right, I've never been there, but definitely on my bucket list. Love everything about that culture, from the language to the food and to the scenery, which I've never been to yet, but I would go with Argentina.
Sandy, agree or disagree?
Kosher cows, maybe. Kosher population. I'm going to disagree, Danny. Sorry.
The answer is France. Circle gets the square. We move on to Moshe. Which celebrity are you choosing?
I'm going to go with my friend Kosher Guru.
Kosher Guru, set for your question?
Already.
Here we go. This was the first president of the United States who hosted the first White House Seder. Was it A, Donald Trump, B, Bill Clinton, C, George W. Bush, or D, Barack Obama?
Okay, I'm going to have to go with the president that I think brought kosher into the White House first for Pesach. It is Bill Clinton.
His answer, Bill Clinton. You agree or disagree, Moshe?
Well, nobody does more chesed than Kosher Guru, and nobody knows more about Passover programs than Kosher Guru, so I'm gonna agree with him.
The answer is Barack Obama, believe it or not. Circle gets the square, and Sandy's off to a pretty quick start. Which celebrity next, Sandy?
Benny Friedman. Help me out, Benny Friedman.
All right, Benny. Benny's been on quite a roll in Holy Yid Squares, and Benny has an opportunity here to move things along. Here we go, Benny. Because they fear for their lives, many Jews have been leaving this country. For the first time in 2,600 years, there is not even a minyan remaining in this country. Is it A, Vatican City, B, Yemen, C, Bahrain, D, Iran?
I was going to say California. I would go with, knowing what I know about world geography and best place to find a minyan, I will go with D, Iran.
All right, the answer is D, according to Benny. Sandy, what do you think?
What are the choices again, please?
We have Vatican City, Yemen, Bahrain, and Iran, or Iran.
I'm gonna play the odds and disagree with Benny.
No minyan remains in Yemen. Circle gets the square, and Sandy is rolling. Moshe, let's see if you can stop the steamrolling opponent. Where do we go?
I knew that one. My wife's Yemenite.
Ooh,
I'm getting the wrong questions. We're going to go to our friend in Israel, we all love following and getting chizik from on social media, the wonderful Hillel Fuld.
All right, Hillel, here's your question. It actually has to do with Israel, so I have a feeling Hillel has an advantage here.
Come on, Hillel.
Seems to always have an advantage when it has to do with Israel. The question is, which of these fruits and vegetables were invented, if you will, in Israel? A, the tangelo, B, cherry tomatoes, C, kiwis, or D, yellow peppers?
Yeah, along with Waze, the disc on key thumb drive, and many of other amazing inventions invented in Israel, the answer is absolutely cherry tomatoes.
Answer that he gives is cherry tomatoes. What does Moshe say?
With such confidence coming from Hillel Fold. I mean, who knows more about Israel than Hillel Fold? Nobody. But I'm going to agree with Hillel Fold on that one.
The answer is the cherry tomato. X gets the square, and we move on. Sandy, you have a unique situation here. Where do you want to go?
No question at all. Barry Mitzman, please.
All righty. Barry, you ready for your question?
Ready.
Another one that some might argue would be a perfect Hillel question, but this one goes to you, Barry. The question is, which of these indispensable tech products was invented in Israel? Is it A, the USB flash drive, B, the inkjet printer, C, surround sound, or D, the flat screen display? Which one was invented in Israel?
Though I work on social media, I have a little bit of an edge here because my husband works in web development and digital marketing. So I will say that the answer is A, the USB.
She's going with the USB flash drive. Agree or disagree?
Well, given that we just got this from Hillel as well, I think I'm going to agree. Two people giving the same answer. I'm going to hope they're both right.
The answer is the USB flash drive. Circle gets a square, and the winner of round one is Sandy Eller. More coming up, everybody. Make sure to check out the next round right here at Holy in Squares. All right, it's time for round two of Holy Yid Squares, created for and benefiting Amudim. And we have two contestants ready for round two. The winner will, of course, move into the final round. We have in the X podium Aviva Gluck, who we are referring to as both Rebbitzin and in her professional capacity as a nurse. Devorah Fishbein is in the circle podium. Devorah is a case manager at Amudim, and she's raring to go in today's game. Good luck to you. All right, Aviva won the coin toss backstage. She'll choose first. Aviva, which celebrity are you picking?
I'm going to start with Amy Stapnick because I love to cook.
All right, Amy, here we go. Your question's as follows. Why is Brooklyn native Jeffrey Hoffman associated with the term Jews in space?
Wow. Okay. Well, I happen to know why he's associated with Jews in space because he's one of the wealthiest Jews in Brooklyn, and he's funded a lot of the space services that have left from the U.S. to do research.
All right, Aviva, agree or disagree?
I'm going to disagree.
All right, X gets the square. In fact, Jeffrey Hoffman is known as a Jew in space because of his 5 space shuttle missions. Time for Devorah to pick a celebrity. Go right ahead.
I am going to choose the kosher guru.
Kosher guru, you all set?
I'm ready.
Here we go. Forbes magazine guru says that the top 20 happiest countries in 2021, in terms of Israel and the United States, which country ranked higher?
This was actually a very, very tough question to be asking me, traveling to so many countries. But I actually recently got a tip from a good friend of mine, Effie, in a BB WhatsApp group that told me nothing beats the United States.
All right, he's saying that the higher country on the happiness scale is the U.S. What does Devorah say? Agree or disagree?
I'm gonna have to agree because Effie's my dad.
There you go. Well, according to Forbes, Israel was at number 11, the U.S. at number 14. X gets the square, and now Aviva is on a roll. Who's your celebrity, Aviva?
I'm going to go with the producer that put out the first video for my husband, Danny Finkelman.
All right, Danny, here's your question. The Israeli city of Netanya is named after A, Nathan Hale, because the town's first mayor got tremendous chizuk from Hale's role in the Revolutionary War. B, Nathan Handwerker, founder of Nathan's Hot Dogs in Coney Island? C, Nathan Strauss, the founder of Macy's? Or D, the prophet Natan, who lived in the time right before the second Beis HaMikdash? What's your answer?
Ooh. I have 3 cousins in Netanya. Make a very wild guess on that one.
Hope you're not related to the mayor.
Founder of Macy's. Doubt that. But you never know. I will go with the prophet Natan.
Agree or disagree? Where are we up to? Aviva, right? Aviva,
Yeah.
agree or disagree?
I'm going to disagree.
Aviva disagrees. The answer is Nathan Strauss, the founder of Macy's, who got the honor when he announced he'd be donating 2/3 of his fortune to projects in the Holy Land. X gets the square. Devora, you got some work to do here. Where do you want to go?
I am going to choose Benny Friedman.
Benny, you ready?
I'm ready.
He was born ready, that Benny
I was
Friedman.
born ready.
Benny, I think in an earlier episode you indicated you know something about kosher food and restaurants.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see if in fact you're an expert. After Tokyo and New York City, this city has the most sushi restaurants per capita. What city is it?
Well, obviously it would be the city of Miami. It's not even a Shiloh.
Devora, he says Miami. What do you say? Agree or disagree?
I'm going to have to disagree.
The answer is Tel Aviv, and Circle gets the square. It's a successful block. And Aviva, I have a clue about where you may want to go with this one.
I'm going to have to go with Barry. Come on, Barry.
All right, Barry, here we go. You ready?
Let's do this.
When Neil Armstrong, first man on the moon, when Neil Armstrong, first man to step on the moon, came to this city for a visit, he turned to his guide and said, I am more excited stepping on these stones than stepping on the moon. Which city was he in?
Okay, so if I'm thinking of any special, unique streets in the world, stone pathways, I would have to think of Tzfat in Israel. The unique blue and the beauty of it. I don't see anything more unique than that other than walking on the moon.
Aviva, the answer is Tzfat. Agree or disagree?
I'm going to say that it's probably Jerusalem, so I'm going to disagree on that.
Neil Armstrong said, I am more excited stepping on these stones than stepping on the moon in the city of Jerusalem. Congratulations, Aviva. Our final round is coming up right here at Holy Yid Squares.
It is a pleasure for me to be able to join in acknowledging the wonderful work of Amudim. During this past year, we had several occasions when there were families in dire need to get to Israel. And because of the bureaucratic restrictions and COVID regulations, they were unable to do so. And despite my contact with government officials and their intervention, it wasn't until Amudim stepped in, they were able to make sure that they were there in Israel to be with their loved ones, often in very serious circumstances with severe time limits. I want to thank him. May you go, Mechayel Ochoyel, and continue your service to the Jewish community.
Shalom, my name is Rabbi Moshe Bamzer. I am a Rav in Albany, New York, and I've had the b'schus, the bracha, of knowing Rav Tzvi and knowing Rav David and knowing Amudim from its inception, the dream that became a reality on the part of one who wanted to serve not only Klal Yisrael but in the entire world. Being a Rav in a small community like Albany, New York, the challenges that come forward, the difficulties, certainly the crises that arise, need an address. Who do you turn to with a teenager? Who do you turn to with a young adult? Who do you turn to when it comes to issues of whether or not it's obsessions or whether or not it's addictions? Who do you turn to when you need a placement? Who do you turn to when you need help and guidance when it comes to a family? Amudim has been and continues to be an extraordinary address on the part of Klal Yisrael. We have been direct beneficiaries of its activities. We wish mazel and bracha. We applaud and we hope that they will go mechayel el choyel from strength to strength. They are inseparable They are indomitable, and certainly they are a core of our Jewish community, providing help, guidance, and support, always with a smile and always with a sense of commitment and concern. Yasher koach, chazak v'yamatz.
Welcome back for the final round in this edition of Holy Yid Squares, created for and in support of Amudim. And it looks like we've established a trend here of Eller versus Gluck. At the X podium, it's Aviva Gluck, Rebbitzin, and Nurse. And at the Circle podium, we have Sandy Eller, who's back for the final round. Sandy won the coin toss backstage. We'll choose the first celebrity. Sandy, kick things off.
I would like to start with kosher dills, please.
Kosher Dills, you all set?
Yes, here we go.
Studies show that Israeli children have 90% fewer peanut allergies than their American counterparts. Why?
I would say because there are less Ashkenazis possibly in Israel than America. That would be my first immediate answer.
All right. More Sfardim and less Ashkenazim. What does Sandy, right? We're up to Sandy. What does Sandy say? Does she agree or disagree?
As a mother of a kid with peanut allergies, I'm going to have to disagree on that one. Sorry.
The answer is because of the bamba that they're raised on from a very, very young age. And Circle gets the square. And Aviva, it's time for you to choose a celebrity.
Kosher Guru.
Kosher Guru, here we go. We have a movie question for you, a cinematic question. While shows about traditional Jews, like those on Shtisel and Menashe, they seem relatively new and watchworthy, it's not the first time that the world of entertainment has shown a spotlight on the Hasidic community. Which of these is not the name of a full-length movie about Hasidim meeting the real world? A, The Chosen. B, The Mad Adventures of Rabbi Jacob. C, To Dust. D, A Stranger Among Us. Or E, Born to Follow.
I think this question was actually written by and for Danny Finkelman to set him up to get it right, because I am so lost over here. But I'm going to have to go with A Stranger Among Us. It was written exactly for the reason that you said it was and was not. That was. But A Stranger Among Us is what I'm going to go with as the answer to this question.
Viva, agree or disagree?
I'm going to have to disagree with you. I'm sorry, Kosher Guru.
I remember A Stranger Among Us very well, filmed on 47th Street. The answer is Born to Follow. That's the one, that would be the fictitious one. X gets the square, and Sandy, it's time for you to choose.
I'd like Amy, please.
Amy, your question's as follows. Which of the following is not a reason why the six-sided Magen David, the Star of David, is synonymous with our people and our homeland? Again, we're asking which is not one of the reasons. A, the star was found in an archaeological dig of an Israeli synagogue that dates to about the 6th century BCE. B, the web that the spider spun to save David HaMelech from Shaul finding him in the cave was in the shape of a six-sided star and then became known as a shield. C, to remind us that when we're saying Shema, we should think about how Hashem's there with us in all 6 dimensions, up, down, right, left, etc., etc. Or D, during the days of the Arizal, people wore jewelry and amulets depicting a Magen David. Wearing it was also recommended to pregnant women as a skula for easy childbirth. One of those 4 would be false. Which one?
So I actually follow a man named Simcha Yakubovich very well, and he does a lot of research on the findings of what we've found and dug up from previous biblical times. And I would say that it has to be A. We have not found a Magen David anywhere that I'm aware
of. Where are we? Sandy, right? Sandy, agree or disagree with her answer?
I'm going to disagree.
The answer is the web that the spider spun to save David HaMelech. No evidence that it was in fact 6-sided, and Circle gets the square. We move on to Aviva.
I'm going to have to go with Barry for the block.
All right, Barry, here's your question. While it was founded in 1948 or thereabout, El Al, the official airline of Israel, did not turn a profit until this year. A, 1968, the year after the Six-Day War.
B, 1977, the year after the Entebbe raid, or C, 1960, the year it switched to using Boeing jets? What's the answer about when El Al turned a profit?
I love answering a question about the airline that's הכי בבית בעולם. So I have to say that the answer is after the, I'm sorry, can you say the options again? I want to say the exact year.
A was 68, the year after the Six-Day War.
Yes.
B was 77 after
I would
Entebbe.
say that it was 68 after the Six-Day War.
Her answer is 1968. Aviva, what do you think?
I am going to have to say that my family went in 1968, so I'm going to agree with Barry.
El Al turned a profit for the first time in 1960 after it switched to Boeing. Circle can't get the square. That winning circle or winning square has to be earned. Can't just be given to one of our contestants, but you're this close. You're this close, Sandy,
Who should
to
I go with? Let's
Holy
see.
Squares championship.
I think Barry again.
Amazingly, she chooses Barry.
Wow.
Here is the question. As a people, we have more chesed and gemachs than, of course, any others, and great support-related organizations. Big shout-out to Amudim for all the great work they do for the community. Which of the following is not an actual gemach? Which of the following is not an actual gemach? A, an antique silver napkin ring gemach. B, a wedding shtick gemach. C, a parking space gemach. Or D, a noise-reducing headphone gemach, which is not a real gemach. We're asking Barry, right? Yeah.
So the beautiful thing about our people is that I feel like we have all of those, because why wouldn't we have all of those? But between all of those options, I would have to say the silver napkin ring gemach.
All right.
I'd love a parking space gemach, though.
So you're saying that the silver napkin ring gemach is the one that does not exist. We go to Sandy in this very tense and climactic moment to see if she can become champion of Holy Squares. Agree or disagree, Sandy?
Does Amudim have, like, is that a case management thing for the napkin rings? I don't have napkin rings. We need someone to call it.
I don't know, but I would get Rabbi Gluck on this immediately, frankly.
See? Okay, I'm agreeing. A.
She agrees the answer is, of course, the parking space gemach.
No, napkin ring was A.
Right, but the answer is parking space gemach. The napkin ring gemach doesn't exist. And that means X will get the square. And now Aviva can add to the Gluck list of victories with the right choice and the right answer. Aviva, who's your celebrity for this question?
Well, also because you go back to your roots, and we share Scranton as our roots, so I'm going to go with David Elephant.
There you go.
My mother's a kid, so yeah.
Oh, Scranton as your roots. Does that mean we're on Lincoln Street or Jefferson Street? I would assume Jefferson, right? That's the center of the neighborhood. Am I right?
What is up, everybody?
There you go. All right, here's your question, and this is, of course, for the victory. The whole kit and caboodle, as they say in Scranton. Which of these toys was not invented by someone Jewish? Which of these toys was not invented by someone Jewish? A, the teddy bear. B, Barbie dolls. C, the Slinky. D, the ant farm. Or E, Hot Wheels. Which was not invented by someone Jewish?
Wow. I believe there are actually two items over there that were not invented by someone Jewish. I think you're mixing up. There's just one Jewish last name. The answer, obviously, everybody here knows, is E, Hot Wheels.
Hot Wheels is your choice. Is he correct or incorrect?
I'm going to agree.
The answer is the Slinky. Circle gets the square, and we move on. Sandy, which celebrity is yours for the
Would
next
this
question?
be a good time to mention the Eller family has roots that go way, way back to Scranton?
Also,
I didn't know that.
The big star of this episode. How do you like that?
Here's the Scranton.
I can't take it. He's taken already. Gosh.
Oh, yes, sir. He's your square.
Mayor K.
Mayor K, star of the Nachum Segal Network 2021 Kosher Halftime Show. Look how he's beaming when I mention it. Mayor, we have a question for you. Here we go. To better serve their Jewish customers, the Oregon-based Pacific Coast Biscuit Company added Passover matzahs to their 1916 product line. Shortly afterward, a lawsuit from the Bisco forced them to change their packaging so that their matzahs, as well as all PCB products, no longer featured this symbol. What was the symbol, Mayor K?
Great question. Good to see everybody here. So when it comes to Pesach goodies, I am the one who knows because growing up in a household which I had, we had all of the chocolates and the cookies and the cakes. And so I'm an expert when it comes to these types of treats. Now, when it came to this particular case, they had a printing error that took place, and it was quite obvious, but there was actually this bread, like this classic emoji bread that we see and use. It was printed on these boxes, and they had to pull them back for obvious reasons with Pesach. And also big mistake there. There's a few of these boxes still in random museums throughout the States in various Jewish museums. So definitely worth checking out on your next visit on the Chol Hamoed trip, perhaps on Pesach. But I'll have to go with that reason.
All right, Mayor Kay is saying that there was a bread image.
Can I hear the question again?
To better serve the Oregon-based Pacific Coast Biscuit Company added matzahs to their 1916 product line. Afterwards was a lawsuit from Nabisco, which forced them to change their packaging to get rid of this symbol. What was the symbol that was on the matzah box? According to Mayor Kay, it was a bread image.
I'm going to disagree, Mayor. Sorry.
Believe it or not, the symbol on the package was a swastika, and that has to be removed. Circle gets the square, and we move on to Aviva. Well, who's your choice for the next question?
I'm going to go with Hillel Fold, please.
Hillel, you ready?
I am ready.
Okay, let's go with this one. Which of these everyday items was not invented by someone Jewish? Everyday item not invented by someone Jewish. A, the ballpoint pen. B, audio headphones. C, the TV remote control. Or D, Duracell batteries, which was not invented by someone Jewish.
I know that all of them were except for the headphones.
He says audio headphones. What does Aviva say?
Since he's a technology guru, I would say, I'm going to have to agree with Hillel.
X gets the square. That's correct. It's the audio headphones. Very nice job on both of your part. Where are we going, Sandy? Who's your celebrity for the next question?
Benny. I want Benny.
Oh, Benny would
Benny, let's go.
Benny, are you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm wondering if I'm ready, frankly, after that performance. But here we go. Benny Friedman for the win. Which of these now ubiquitous technologies was invented by someone who wasn't Jewish? Which of these technologies was invented by someone who was not Jewish? A, spread spectrum, the technology that paved the way for cell phones. B, camera phones. C, video games. And D, the microwave oven. Which one was invented by someone who was not Jewish?
1 second. The first time you asked, you said ubiquitous.
Our writers have quite a vocabulary, Benny.
Ubiquitous. Microwave oven, is that something that's ubiquitous? I can say with total confidence that I don't know what ubiquitous means. Nevertheless, I will say that the microwave oven is not a Jewish invention.
Sandy, for the win, do you agree or disagree?
Let me hear the choices again, please.
Spread spectrum, camera phones, video games, and microwave ovens.
Let's go with the microwaves. I'm going to agree with Benny.
And in fact, Circle gets the square. It is the microwave oven, and Sandy Eller is the champion in this episode of Holy Youth Squares. Thanks so much for joining us, everybody. Keep on tuning in for the next edition of Holy Youth Squares.
Kosher Guru here in the hot seat with Zvi Gluck of Amudim here at Wall Street Grill, where we're about to taste some spicy deliciousness and learn all about Amudim. Let's get fired up and roll.
I know Zvi eats here a lot, but I don't know if he's coming back after today.
On fire! Zvi Gluck, Amudim. Do you even know what is happening here today at Wall Street Grill?
I gotta be honest, I don't. All I know is I was told that I'm gonna be eating spicy food, which I don't do.
But you're gonna do it. And not only gonna do it, but Chef Joseph Paulino, executive chef of Wall Street Grill, created, cooked, curated some of the most spiciest foods in the world, because I'm told you would do anything for Amudim. Are you up for the challenge?
Honestly?
No, lie to me over here. Of course, honestly.
I'm not, but I'm gonna do it anyway because it has to be done.
So let's bring out the heat.
Okay.
First course is jalapeno. It's a pineapple and jalapeno brine chicken thigh with a spicy jalapeno guacamole. Enjoy.
Thank you, Chef. Second. I thought that it's supposed to start, and build its way up. We're starting off with jalapeno. This is...
Just because you hear the word jalapeno, don't get too scared right now. And Sweet, we're about to see how far you'll go for Amudim. Go for it. You know what, I was actually moving this closer to you. I'm gonna move the water closer to me just in case you need extra, you can't get to it. How you doing there, Svi?
I survived it, so far.
Still
more to go.
Still a lot more to go. Let's get down to why we're here today. Growing up, you learned so much from your father in your household, watching, observing, seeing what he did for Yidden around the world. But a lot of us don't know exactly who your father was and what he did for you to learn and grow from that.
So I was blessed to be raised in a great home. My father, Rabbi Edgar Gluck, may he live and be well until 180 years old, otherwise known as Rabbi Chaim Baruch Gluck, has been in public service since he was very young. He actually started at the tender age of, I think, 18, 19. My father was one of the founding members of Hatzalah. He was, very involved in drafting the autopsy law in New York State, prohibiting autopsies for religious reasons, unless it was a homicide or public health emergency.
A real game changer.
My father is, growing up, he was the only game in town. Any emergency, someone needed to get an emergency passport, somebody passed away in one country, another country, someone needed to get any sort of government red tape, it didn't matter. He would figure it out, find ways to make it happen. And Baruch Hashem, he's doing great, and he should continue to, but he's a man that, you say the word chesed, he personifies it, to the umpteenth degree.
I don't know how much you're going to be able to eat later on as the spiciness gets hotter, so you might as well have a little more right now and take another bite and enjoy.
It's not like you're giving me much of a choice over here, and...
No, I'm not. And?
Being a real Ashkenazi Jew from German descent, we don't do spicy very well.
So, hearing about the house you grew up in just now and your father, is there any one story that comes to mind that you'd love to share with us?
When I was about 13 years old, I'll never forget, my father got a phone call from the superintendent of the New York State Police. Said to him, Rabbi, we got a problem. We got, a bunch of people that are driving up to the Catskills on, Thursday in the summertime. And
for some spicy food?
Maybe, but I don't know if back then there was as many restaurants up in the mountains, but there was definitely water for the spicy food. That I can tell you. And he says, these guys are pulling over on the side of the road and it's very dangerous and they're just standing outside their cars and they're shaking and the kids are running around and we're going to start a very serious enforcement of this. So my father, realizing that this was people looking to daven mincha, right, before his man, figured it out.
Shaking,
And
chuckling.
He said to them, you know what, I have a better idea. Why don't we take a spot on the side of the road and designate it as a mincha area so that people can pull over, they'll be safe, and they'll not have these issues of kids running into the highway or anything of that nature. And that was actually the creation of the Mincha area, which for the first few years was actually on the side of the highway before now it's actually part of the Sloatsburg service area. But then came the interesting part. The New York Civil Liberties Union sued my father and the state for separation of church and state. Because how can you make an area called Mincha area that's only for one group, regardless of the safety factors, and that was the only group that needed it. And they ended up having to change the name to meeting area because that was the way it is. So that to me,
Sloatsburg meeting area.
So now if you go there, the sign says meeting area. But this is something that now every time I go up to the Catskills and I daven and I see literally thousands of people on a Thursday there, and I'm saying to myself, wow, this could have either just been warning to everybody, don't pull over on the side of the road, the police are going to enforce it, or millions of Amen Yehei rabbis that have been answered, all in the schus of my father, should he live and be well, and all because it's outside the box thinking. Really
just like you presented something, you think of a solution, and you make sure that that solution is taken care of.
And the only difference was this one was a lot cheaper. I still have to raise the money for the solutions that we come up with at Amudim. But yes, that's where I learned that skill set from.
So you still have your senses, you know, Amudim. You know what's going on. The food hasn't gotten to you yet.
Not yet, but just to humor you, before you force me to take another bite, I'm going to do this one on my own.
Because we're about to get into round 2, and it's only going to get hotter.
It's for the people.
Zvi, we're ready for round 2. Chef, bring it on out.
When you say we're ready?
Oh, meaning me and the chef.
Oh, okay, just making sure we got that.
No, we're on the same page with that one.
Okay, that's great.
Round 2, Serrano. You have slowly cooked lamb belly ribs in a Serrano oil with a Serrano salsa verde.
By the way, chef, that envelope I gave you is to make everything 10 times hotter the next few rounds.
Yes, sir.
Thank
No
you.
problem.
Since these are ribs, I'm going to use
Zvi,
my fingers.
All I could tell you is that these ribs smell insane. I can't tell you how hot they are, how insanely spicy they are, but they smell delicious.
Wow. Good thing I got a napkin here. And I think I'm going to need a refill on the water in a minute.
You know what? I'm going to put mine over here. I'll be nice, just
Wow,
in case.
that is so sweet of you. Ooh, okay.
Getting into what we're here for. So when was the first time Zvi got involved with Rabbi Gluck's work?
Whew, that was actually a very interesting story. So my father was leaving once to Europe, and he used to have different people that would help him out when he went away and carry his beeper for him. So my father was leaving. Oh, 1 second.
It's hot.
Wow. He was actually going to Poland. One of his other many projects was, reclaiming cemeteries and mass graves throughout Europe. So he was actually heading out. And I said to him, Dad, I'll take your beeper this time. And I'll never forget, his face lit up, like completely lit up. Like this was like the best he could have ever had, because I'm not going to lie to you. It was very difficult for me being the son of the man. So for him to see me saying, I'll handle your emergencies while you're gone, was like a huge thing. Anyway, he was on the plane. It was a Sunday. I'll never forget this. And he was actually in the air. The pager goes off. Message about somebody that passed away, and they wanted to do an autopsy, and the family wanted to get the burial done immediately. So I rushed over to my parents' house, and I took out my father's Rolodex from his desk, and I looked up the phone number to the chief medical examiner of New York.
Here I thought you were about to say it was not in alphabetical order. You had to put it all in and find it. It took you hours.
Listen, my father, being born in Germany, right?
Okay.
The last name is Gluck with an umlaut. I always tell people, I'm always exactly a half hour late, but you can count on it being 30 minutes. Anyway, so I call up and I don't know what to say. I mean, I've overheard my father having conversations, but I never really, I was in schools, many schools at that point, but that's a separate issue. I decided to test out as many yeshivas as I could because, I just wanted to know if I have boys, where to send them to. So I made the rounds. And I called
Market research.
Oh, absolutely. The only way to do it. So I call up the chief medical examiner and I said, "Hi, Doc. It's Tzvi Gluck, Rabbi Gluck's son. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to ask you to do, but here's the name of the person who passed away. Here's the location that they're at. And what I need you to please do is arrange that this should be released immediately because they need to fly this body to another country for burial and call me when it's done so I can let the funeral home know to go pick it up." And I hung up. About 30 minutes later, and again, at this point, I'm stuck sitting in my parents' house waiting for a return call because there was no cell phones. And about 30 minutes later, the phone rings, and it's the chief medical examiner. He goes, "Tzvi, it's all taken care of. Tell the funeral home to go, and you tell your father that when he gets back, I want him to bring you to my office." I wasn't sure what to make of it. Now, over the next few days, I had a couple of other emergencies. This one got arrested, needed fill-in in central booking. This one needed kosher food, different issues.
And you couldn't send them to Wall Street Hill back in the day for the kosher food.
Well, I couldn't send them anywhere because they were in handcuffs, you know what I'm saying? But, I couldn't call Wall Street Hill to deliver the food. Maybe that would be nice, considering how great the food is. And it really is good, even if I'm, loving it.
Just going to incentivize you a little bit, incentivize you. You're talking about how good the food is.
Do I say l'shem yichud? Like, I have to have this in mind that we're doing this for a cause? Or I'm doing this for a cause.
You're doing this for a cause.
Watching.
I'm just sitting and watching, enjoying the facial expressions, seeing how you're enjoying the spicy food, seeing how far you will go for Amudim.
I don't do spicy, and you're telling me that this is going up and up. This is...
Everyone told me you would go very far for Amudim, and I see that they were right.
Anyway, when my father comes back home, I tell him the story, and he gets a little nervous. He's like, "Whoa, did you say something wrong? Did you insult them? I mean, the chief medical examiner is who we deal with regularly. You gotta..." And I was like, "No, I don't know. I just called him, and I told my father exactly how the conversation went." And he's like, "You didn't ask, you didn't, I'm like, "I don't know. I just got to get it done. Get it done." So he says, "Okay." He calls up the chief medical examiner. He goes, "I'll be there tomorrow." At the same time, I said to my father, "Here's your beeper back, and I never want to see this again." And he goes, "Why not?" I said, "I got to tell you, these people call, they want help. I'm doing what they need, and then I'm getting yelled at afterwards. They're cursing me out. Nothing's ever good enough. This is not for me. I am not going to be I don't know how you live your whole life with people just, stepping on you." So my father tells me the story that has been written, over many years of the child that was born, was an orphan from the day he was born. And he was raised by the rabbi in town from the day he was born till he walked down the aisle. And when he was about 18 years old, the rabbi gave him an envelope and said, "This is a present for you."
It's getting to you. It's kicking in.
It is kicking in. Oh, my gosh. He says, "Here's a present for you, but you can't open it till you get married." Of course, he opens it up, and he finds these two beautiful stones in there. So he figures, wow, the rabbi gave me these stones. It's a gift to give to my wife. Let me see what it's worth. And he takes it to one store. "Oh, I've never seen anything so exquisite. You got to take it to the big city, and the big city, and the big city." Finally ends up in Minsk. Takes it to the biggest jeweler there, and the guy looks at it and goes, "These are the most beautiful, clear rocks I've ever seen. They're worthless." So he goes back to the rabbi, goes, "I know I wasn't supposed to open this, but can you tell me the story?" He goes, "Yeah. We have a custom that when people do something nice for you, you throw stones at them. So my request is when you throw stones at me, it should be these small little pebbles and not big boulders." And my father says to me, "I understand if you don't want to get involved in public service. But if you do, you're going to have rocks thrown at you, and they're going to be boulders too." And I must say, he's right.
So at what point did it click in your head that you want to get into public service and do what Tzvi Gluck does?
Public service, I kept saying, was not something I wanted to get involved in. I wanted to go out, real estate, hedge funds, make money. I wasn't, the public service wasn't a life for me.
Eat food that's not so spicy.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. At least not for closing a deal. I don't have to worry about spicy food. But when I was 19 years old, I had two close friends of mine that passed away back to back. One of them was driving while he was high on drugs and got into a car accident. And the other one, unfortunately, committed suicide, leaving a suicide note about the abuse that he had endured, sexual abuse when he was younger. And at that point, I still wanted to make money, but I realized that, there were problems out there. And I started volunteering. Our place had just opened up in Brooklyn on Avenue M. Chaim Glantz, Mike Spinnick, a few other very special people, and I went there and I started volunteering, and then all of a sudden this kid from our place got arrested and I would get a call and go down there, and this one needed to go to a rehab, and it just slowly grew until my father decided one day it was time to get me some credentials, and my mother went crazy because she's like, well, if you get him credentials, if he doesn't have smicha, you can't use the word rabbi. So I ended up going for smicha because got to make my mother happy, because we all have to make our mothers happy. And but really, that was the irony, is getting back to the other story. When we went to the medical examiner's office, so my father was nervous, and the chief medical examiner looks at my father, looks at me, and he goes, Edgar, your son, he's got chutzpah, the kind we like. I want him to carry an ID card like you do from this office and get more involved in helping. And that was my first public service, was they made me what's called rabbinical consultant for the office of the chief medical examiner. They made me an ID card. Didn't know what that meant, but still trying to make money, because I growing up, I always had friends that were wealthier than I am. And, my parents are both public servants, so
as it got you into more things, we're actually about to take the level of fireness to another different level. Are you ready?
I was kind of hoping we could keep this going for a while and forget about the rest of the dishes.
We only have the restaurant for a little bit more time, so we got to get going over here.
If you say so.
I say so. Let's get ready for the next round.
I'm ready.
Thai Redbird chili is our next course. Some short-rib flanken, marinated 24 hours at Redbird chilies. Enjoy.
Wall Street Grill knows how to spice it up. Cooked for many hours to get that spice into it. Svi, you're up.
I really thought that the partners in Wall Street Grill were my friends and that they would have my back.
Oh, trust me, they have your back when it comes to Amudim, not when it comes to the spice level.
The smell of this is already, this is, so I'm going to do it in small pieces just to
I think
get
that might be a good idea.
Oh my gosh. How much do I, this is. Okay.
How much do you have to eat? I'll finish that question for you. A lot.
Oh my gosh. You're saying the bread is supposed to help with the...
That's what they say. And here I thought at Wall Street Grill, we'd be just enjoying a nice meal. And Svi, you're quivering in your chair over here.
When do I get my taste buds back?
3 to 6 weeks.
It's not even funny.
Maybe for you, but for us it is. Describe how you're feeling right now. The taste, the flavors, the spiciness.
Honestly, I'll tell you, I don't do spicy at all, ever. But the one thought that's going through my mind, as spicy as this is, and we got a few more to go, it doesn't come close to the pain and suffering that the people that need our help are going through. And if this is the little bit that I have to do to endure this pain, to help alleviate the pain and suffering of others, I'm going to keep doing it.
So we're talking about the pain and suffering of others. Besides the pain and suffering that you're going through right now, Amudim, how did it start?
So I have a very close friend of mine from when I was growing up. Actually, his father, Zechariah Levracha, and my father, Zazain Gesund and Stark, learned in yeshiva together. And his name is Laser Shiner. And we were friends for many years. And, you know, like I said, growing up, I had a lot of wealthy friends, and I was always jealous, and I wanted to make money, and it wasn't in my cards. And at one point, he had said to me, Tzvi, stop trying to make a living. You're good at what you do in helping people. Just focus on that. And he basically helped me out for a number of years. And I was a lone soldier, just helping people when I could. And he kept always pushing me, saying, Tzvi, you got to take this to the next level. You got to do an organization. And I kept saying, listen, then you got to worry about money and finance. I don't want the headaches. I don't need it. You know, I can help whoever I can help. But he kept pushing me. He wouldn't take no for an answer. And I said, you know, when the time is right, maybe. And I just kept trying to, like, push it off. Moshe Wolfson, a very, very dear friend of mine, made a bris a week after his father, Reb Zev, the noted philanthropist who, you know, changed the world of charity and giving in this generation, made a bris about a week after his father's patira. And this was going to be the first Zev to be named. And I was at the bris. And after the bris, Moshe says to me, you know, come to my house. So, go to his house. You know, the benefit of not working for anything is I have the free time. And I'm sitting in his house, and we're schmoozing, and all of a sudden somebody pulls up. The guy gets out of a car wearing a cowboy hat. Very interesting. Moshe opens the door, gives him a hug. He goes, I'm so sorry, my flight was delayed. I missed the bris, but I'm still coming to say Mazel Tov. And we're sitting on Moshe's back deck just schmoozing, the three of us. I don't tell this person my name. He doesn't tell me his name. And we're starting to talk about different situations. And then I get an emergency call in the middle about somebody who, there was a bail issue and this. And I don't remember exactly what the story was. Anyway, and I start answering the questions. And I hang up. And the guy looks at me and goes, who's that about? I said, I can't tell you. It's privacy. He goes, well, what's the story? Don't give me a name. I say, oh, some guy got arrested. And there's an extradition. And I don't know, some rich guy put down $500,000 bail, so they're bringing him in, and he's going to be released right away, and I'm just trying to orchestrate that it should happen in a timely manner. And he turns to me and he goes, this is so-and-so? And I'm like, yeah, how do you know? He's like, I mean, it's very nice that you refer to people as some rich guy, but I'm the guy that put down that bail money. I know this case very well, and I don't know who the guy is either, but somebody called me for help. So Moshe Wolfson looks at this fellow, looks at me, and he goes, you guys don't know each other? And, no, what's your name? He goes, Mendy Klein. What's your name? Tzvi Glock. He looks at me, he goes, you're Tzvi Glock? I was expecting somebody much older. And he gives me a hug, and he goes, I'm trying to reach you for 2 years already. Why are you ignoring me? I said, ignoring you? When did you try to reach me? He goes, check your emails. Look at emails, nothing, I don't see anything from a Mendy Klein. He goes, type in Robert Klein. Okay, so I go through my emails. It says, I have an email from a Karen O'Rourke from RIK Enterprises in Cleveland, Ohio that says, hi, Mr. Gluck, my boss Robert would like to know when he can meet with you. Thank you, Karen. I put it into spam. I don't know what that is. I don't know who you are.
That's like the prince in Nairobi trying to give someone their country's riches.
Exactly, and I never heard of this. Anyway, we end up continuing to talk, and then he makes a comment about something, and Moshe says to him, oh, you don't know what Tzvi does. This one rehabs and detoxes and abuse victims, and he's just a one-man show, like an army. So Mendy says, you should come move to Cleveland. Yeah, we don't have problems. And I was literally drinking a Coke, and I'll never forget this. I spit it out through my nose and my mouth, and it went all over him.
It was spicy?
Not like this, for sure not. It might have burnt my nose a little bit, but not like this. That's for sure not. And he's like, what's that about? I'm like, you know how many people I've helped in Cleveland? What, are you kidding me? And he goes, tell me who. I said, I can't tell you who. I just told you, privacy. And he's like, tell me who you've worked with in Cleveland, on the rabbinic side or the community. So I give him 2 names. He calls both of them up. And they both back-to-back say, Mendy, are you living under a rock? Of course these things are happening. What are you talking about? We call Tzvi Glock all the time. He helps us with this, that. And he ends up calling his assistant and he goes, make an emergency meeting with all the rabbis in town tonight, I'm coming home. Anyway, that was the beginning. And then over the next few months, the relationship built up until Mendy and Maishi finally sat me down one day and said, that's it, making an organization, we're going to do this right. And I reached out to Laser and I said, okay, it happened, except there was one statement that Mendy made. Zecharna Levracha. I still miss him every day, by the way. And he says to me, and I said, I can't be busy, money, fundraising. He goes, Tzvi, as long as I'm alive, I promise you, you'll never have a problem raising money. Now, that sort of was true. I did have to raise money, but I always knew that there was that security blanket. If there was a problem, Mendy would be there, and I, Baruch Hashem, learned how to do it. But he passed away untimely, and at a time that Amudim was in the middle of a growth spurt. And raising money is probably the hardest part of my job. I gotta say, dealing with the most difficult situations, I can get through. But not being able to help pay for those who need it, or be able to hire additional staff to be able to help more people, that's painful. When we first founded Amudim, it was really designed to destigmatize sexual abuse from within the community, to give people a voice they should have where to reach out to. Our goals were, if we can break that barrier of silence and let people feel comfortable to talk, it'll change the tide and people will be able to get the help that they need. We ended up starting to hire case managers, and I realized early on that we needed mental health professionals to be these case managers so they would understand better about what's going on. And we started with a few, and I had sent Mendy an email. We need more staff. We're opening up like 4 to 6 new cases a week, and it's just too much to handle. And I was like looking at it now saying we're like at 140 cases a week now that we're opening up, and compared to where we were back then, I would have never dreamt in a million years that we'd be where we are today, or that we'd be doing all of this case management, which is really what we in essence do. We just become the quarterback for people during their most difficult time and help with every piece of the puzzle. The Amudim today is, the answer is yes. Destigmatization is still our mission statement, because the goal is to be able to start minimizing the amount of problems out there. But in addition to that, and by the way, we've put out a bunch of PSA videos, we've had millions of views, we've received hundreds of industry awards. I mean, it's amazing, and all for destigmatization and to get the word out there. But now it's a lot more than that. It's also ensuring that we have the best relationships with treatment centers, clinicians, advocating for people's insurance, that they should cover a lot of these expenses, because a lot of the times that we're dealing with people, they just can't afford the treatment that they need. You know, going from a 4-person office to over 35 employees in the US and 14 in Eretz Yisrael, you know, having an entire financial back-end office when we started with a part-time bookkeeper, and I'm just like, you know, it has evolved into, I mean, really a mammoth of an organization. I complained once to Rabbi Brudny. We were schmoozing, and I said, oh, it's so ridiculous, thousands of cases that we opened up, and it's so painful. And he looks at me and he goes, no. You have to look at it a different way. It's not that thousands of more people needed help this year. It's that thousands of more people felt comfortable to reach out for help.
And have the place where to go for it.
Exactly.
We're hearing all about Amudim. We know that the budget has grown because the mission, the vision, what you do has grown. On that level, the spiciness is growing as well for you to show everybody how far you're going to go for Amudim. So I think we're just about up to the next course over here of spiciness. Chef, we're ready.
Speak for yourself.
I am
You're
ready.
not the one eating it.
We're about to really heat things up.
Oh boy.
Orange habanero, duck drumettes, yuzu habanero glaze. And I brought you a little extra ice because it's a little extra hot for you.
Oh no. I'm smelling it and I'm scared to touch it. I need some encouragement here. Gabe, you gotta help me out. I can't.
Holy cow, this smells so delicious.
Yeah, it smells delicious. It smells spicy.
So sweet. So not spicy. And I'm not one to steer you in the wrong direction, or maybe I am.
I got to do this because...
Tzvi, you got to do this. Let me tell you
this.
something. We're here at one of the most amazing restaurants in New York City and beyond. You have prepared dishes from the most amazing and talented chefs there are. You're about to bite down into spicy, hot, super, super hot deliciousness. You okay there?
No. I'm just trying to figure out if I should eat it all at once.
I'm just trying to figure out if I should cry or laugh over here. Or actually go get medical help.
Spicy!
You okay?
Am I okay? This isn't about me. Is this about me?
No, it's actually about Amudim.
Good.
But for this 1 second, we're going to look into your health and make sure you're okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give you okay. Oh, wow. Who convinced me to do this?
Your good friends and family and people that care about Amudim and getting the word out there.
Well, I have to reevaluate my friends.
Are you okay? You ready to go?
I'm not.
If you
My
didn't take a
mouth
second,
is
take a
my mouth
breather.
is on fire. My head is. But let's go.
No, I got nowhere to go. I'm here all day, Svi. I got nowhere to go. I want to make sure you're good to go.
I'm going to be as good as I am. What am I going to do? It's just getting hotter.
We just learned about Amudim, how it started, the organization. But let's get into like the nitty gritty just to really get a feel of the history of Amudim.
It all began a long, long time ago in a far, far away land.
In a castle on a mountain.
Where there was no spicy food anywhere. And life was good. So when Amudim first started, we somebody donated space to us in a building in Lower Manhattan. And it was 4 of us actually. First year, our budget was just under about $400,000. I think we helped about 600 people, I think, if I get my numbers correct.
4 people, a minuscule budget, helping hundreds of people in the beginning.
And then realizing that we needed more because we were helping by doing, oh my gosh, wow.
Just remember, you're doing this for Amudim.
So it was just a few of us, and then we realized that, you know, helping them get to the services was great, but then a lot of people couldn't afford it, and things had to just keep growing from there. And by our second year, our budget was over $1.3 million in year 2 of operation. We were about 11 employees at that point, and I got to tell you, year to date, so far in 2021, we're already just north of $8 million.
And how many years later is this?
It's 7.5 years.
7.5 years later.
And we have over 34, 35 employees in the U.S.
1 second. You just said the U.S. Where else is Amudim located?
Oh, I opened an office in Israel a couple of years ago. And there's actually talk now about a few other countries around the globe where, again, I mean, let's be honest, the issues that we deal with, I mean, we deal with everywhere. I mean, we've had clients in over 50 countries.
I was just about to ask, where do the calls and emails come in other than where your office is in America and in Israel?
All over. I don't think there's a single community in the world that we have not received a call from.
Really?
And I'm talking, it could be 1 or 2, and it could be 100 to 200. I mean, in the United Kingdom alone, we've had over 400 some odd clients over the years. Canada, we've had about 700, 800. In the U.S., we've had clients in, I think, over 37 states, 38 states.
I'm hearing all about what you have done, what Amudim does, what you built for the people out there that had nowhere else to turn to. It's amazing. It truly is amazing. Where do you see Amudim going?
Well, I have a joke that I say, if Amudim was an investment firm, our investors would be thrilled because this year alone, we've serviced over 4,500 clients.
Oh, wow.
In total, since inception, it's already over 11,000 people that we have helped.
Wow.
And based on the current numbers, I mean, it looks like it's going to keep growing. But again, I keep telling myself, it doesn't mean more people have problems. I'm listening to Rav Rudney's words. It means more people are reaching out. And I must say this, if not for the dedicated staff,
and they have access to it as well.
They have access to it. They have where to call. They have who to reach out to. And we're blessed with the most amazing dedicated staff from all sides of Amudim who really give it their heart and soul, because I promise you, there is nobody that's working at Amudim for the money. I can tell you that for certain.
How has Amudim changed, functioned, veered this way or that way during COVID?
COVID was very difficult for everybody. We had a couple of things that really was on our side, because at Amudim we always allowed staff to work 1 day a week from home. So the remote working was easy for us because that was already in play. But at the same time, there were a lot of different things that started happening, and our call volume started jumping through the roof. But it wasn't Amudim, quote unquote, related issues. It was anxiety, parenting, all these other, and it was just one after another. So we had reached out to a bunch of our partner organizations that we've done a lot of work with, and we launched a support line that was open 7 days a week, Shabbos, Yom Tov, Pesach. Didn't make a difference. It was right before Pesach that we launched it, staffed with volunteer mental health professionals, answered thousands of calls from 8 a.m. till midnight to be able to provide a service. And we were getting calls from all over the world. And that was just one of the things. You have to step up. But I also have a policy at Amudim. We don't do things unless it's necessary. Sometimes, you get an idea, maybe it'll be good for fundraising. I don't believe in that.
Is this idea good for fundraising?
Well, this we'll find out. This we'll find out. I don't know. But as soon as the call volume started slowing down and the mental health professionals were getting back to work, and so we shut down the support line because it served its purpose, but now it's time to go back to the regular scheduled programming. Right before Pesach, we got tremendous amount of influx of calls from victims of domestic violence. People were, quarantined with their abusers and children and didn't have where to go, and there were no Pesach programs or people weren't taking people into their homes. What do you do? So we ended up, with the help of the UJA and a few other foundations that they put us in touch with, we took out rooms in a bunch of different hotels, and we arranged for meals because New York State allowed for food in hotels to be served to rooms as part of room service, but you couldn't have the restaurant part open. And we ended up creating a safe haven for over 100 people in need that were able to be someplace for Pesach.
COVID.
Smack in the middle of COVID and during Pesach.
So before we hear more about how Amudim has transitioned and helped so many during COVID, we're going to take it up another notch with another dish.
This is good. This is
some
good.
Spiciness.
We're good. We're good.
No, sweet, we're not good. We need to be amazing. We need to be the best, because that's what Amudim is. And we're about to get ready for the next spicy course over here at Wall Street Grill.
Oh, I can't wait.
You're not ready, but we will be.
Don't have a choice. Oh my gosh.
We have some sweet chili ghost pepper wings.
Ghost?
And if you think it wasn't hot enough,
oh no,
we're gonna just put a little extra.
You did not just do that.
Oh, yes, I did.
Chef,
First of all,
I'm looking at this.
I want to smell this. Okay, my nostrils just flared up. I was able to keep a straight face in the other rounds and tell you it was sweet and mess around with you. Svi, I can't mess around or lie to you. This is loaded hotness. Are you ready?
Breathe in.
Svi, this is your time right now to enjoy spicy food for once in your life. How's it taste?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. I don't know how it tastes.
Are your taste buds all burnt off?
Whatever was left of them. Oh my gosh.
You were telling us some amazing things that Amudim was able to actually do during the pandemic. Let's get a little bit more into it.
I will say, I do have to give a very big thank you. Right before the pandemic started, I was in a program that was actually sponsored by the UJA, a Jewish Executive Leadership program at Columbia University. And a lot of the skills and the classes that I was taught during that program actually helped me, as the CEO of Amudim, be able to function, because we lost a tremendous amount of donor base because of people not knowing, the uncertainty of what tomorrow will bring. Our caseload increased, multiple fold. And really, I have to say that that program actually helped me be able to maintain what I needed to keep together in order for Amudim to be able to survive. Another area that we got very involved in and are still very involved in, which again was not the Amudim hat before COVID, might have been the Tzvi Glock being my father's son hat and dealing with public service in other areas, was dealing with a lot of travel related issues. And it started in April of 2020. There was a family that lost a loved one and there were no commercial flights and they wanted to bury their loved one in Israel. And they were flying out of Westchester Airport. And for those that don't know, Westchester was ground zero for COVID in New York.
I forgot about that. You're right. I remember now.
And they were welcomed with a very large police presence surrounding the plane and the Chevra Kadisha and the Undertaker. And I got a phone call late at night saying, Tzvi, you're a chaplain with the Port Authority Police. Can you possibly help us deal with Westchester Airport? And I was like, listen, Westchester Airport is not under the Port Authority. No, you don't understand. They're not letting us go. They're threatening to arrest us. You got to help us out. And I literally, with my assistant, we went down to the airport and I tried reasoning with the police and I got copies of all the documentation that everything was done as far as the COVID requirements for transporting, remains. But nobody really seemed to know what was going on. And I ended up reaching out to the governor's office. And
this was in the beginning of COVID.
This was April 5th, 2020. I'll never forget that day. And then we reached out. I spoke to the county commissioner in Westchester County of Department of Health. And it took a few hours and they ended up squaring everything away and allowing this nifter to be flown.
So I wouldn't say Amudim transition. You more or less took
we
on.
added on another piece. And then that ended up resulting in over, I think it's like 17,000 people that we have helped get into Israel since COVID started, whether it's for tragedies, whether it's for simachot, when they kept changing the rules. And then we did something else that I'm so proud of. We developed a website, amudim.org/travel. And as the rules were changing in Israel, we were always updating the website, but most importantly, full tutorials on how to apply for the permits and how to get in and what categories are accepted. Because if you just go to the Israeli government website, you can't figure out what you're supposed to do. We ended up developing, our webmaster, she was great, she developed a form filler, because a lot of the forms they wanted them digitally filled out. No one knew what to do. How many people can open up Adobe and figure out how to fill out a form? But I'm going to keep this going so you don't ask me to eat any more food. I'm just letting you know.
I see you struggling. This
is going to go for a little bit.
We see you struggling.
Anyway, we had over 10,000 people that used our form fillers alone just for their permits to be able to get into Israel that did not go through our office per se, didn't contact us for emergency help, that were able to be helped by this.
All online.
And I was also very strict, and even now, the rules just changed again recently. We don't publish anything on the website based on the media, based on the WhatsApp chats, based on Twitter.
No rumors, just facts.
Once we know the facts, we update the site, and we update it every couple of days. But I also have to say that this is not something that's just Amudim. We've had some great partners. The Israeli consulate in New York has been amazing. The staff over there bend over backwards all the time, especially for
emergencies. Did you work with them before this as well, or this really sort of catapulted that relationship?
No. So in my previous life, once I started with public service, and I was dealing, again, like I had mentioned, with people getting arrested and tefillin and food, so I always maintained a relationship with the Israeli consulate because they would call me and say, we just found out an Israeli was arrested by ICE. And at one point I was the chaplain at the detention center on Varick Street, so I would go down there, make sure they have what they needed. So I always maintained a relationship with the consulate, but it's never been like what it is now. I mean, we're speaking to them daily, and it's people that really care. I must tell you that the staff at the consulate, they don't get paid overtime, and what they get paid, I'm embarrassed to even tell you, they're not, nobody's getting rich there, but they care. They really, really care. So that was something else that we're still dealing with. And then, going back to the Amudim component, we also set up Zoom meetings for AA, NA. I want to tell you, one of the biggest accomplishments we had during COVID, and I'm very proud of this. I'm a big believer. People need to be able to, mental health is just like anything else. If somebody, God forbid, has a heart attack, right? they'll go on Shabbos to a hospital, right? I'm an Hatzalah 20 plus years, right? When I first became a paramedic, I would go out for a questionable life and death emergency. You leave on Yom Kippur night. Mental health, substance abuse, these issues are all just as important, but people didn't really realize it. There was a lot of stigma. And when we realized that we had to launch the support line, plus we had a lot of people who couldn't make it to their meetings, their 12-step meetings, their AA, NA, GA, Al-Anon, Gan-Anon, it didn't matter, or even support groups, we realized there's going to be issues. And especially with Pesach coming up, that year was a 3-day Yom Tov. So you have people that are boxed in their house, whether they're struggling with, staying sober, or whether they're having issues of abuse or whatever it is, and they need help. And they need help on Yom Tov too. And I reached out to Reb David Cohn, and I asked him for a video where he actually put out on video a very public statement that if people need to join a Zoom meeting on Yom Tov, on Shabbos, it doesn't matter what it is. It's the same thing like dealing with Pekuach Nefesh, saving a life. And if that's what people need, they need to do it. And that video, I am told now, more than a year and a half later, that the amount of people that reach out, especially on Shabbos, Yom Tov, other times, because it's been okay. If you have a problem, you can get help. And it also took the concept of mental health, addiction, abuse, to a very public level, where
You broke down all those barriers.
The biggest rabbi in America today who answers halachic questions is stating publicly you can do this. But then something interesting happened. I got a phone call from a therapist in Lakewood, and he says to me, he says, Tzvi, that video is amazing, but I have clients of mine that they hold the Reb David Cohn, but it would be better if you got a Lakewood Rav to also put out a video. And my first thought was, this is ridiculous. I got a paisik that anybody would call him with any halachic question in Jewish law, they'll take it all of a sudden now. It's not good enough for them, Give me a break. But then I said to myself, it's not about me. It's not about me having an opinion over which rabbi is what. If there are people in a community that need help, and it's going to mean that you need somebody local to do it, then that's what we're going to have to do. And we got the dayan of Lakewood Yeshiva, Rabbi Katz, and he also did a video. And in his video, he even went a step stronger. And he actually said, Shabbos? Yom Tov? If people need to go to meetings to stay sober, you do whatever it takes, even if you have to drive there. Of course you can go on Zoom and do it in the meantime. And if you have a problem, you reach out for help and you call somebody. And if you have to make a call, you do it. And I will tell you, between those two videos, first of all, we saw the amount of calls that came into the support line over Yom Tov, to the point that we needed to call backup clinicians to be on shift. And we had 5 on at a time. So when people say, what was your, the biggest thing that COVID did, it's really, and I got to say this, I know it might not be the, wow, but just getting these 2 videos out were huge in being able to destigmatize mental health and addiction, sobriety, more than anything. It was just, and it just carries a lot of weight. And don't get me wrong, Rebbe Leah called me afterwards and goes, you know how much flack my husband's getting for that video? But we love you, Tzvi.
No, that's my water.
No.
No, that's my water.
Please.
You know what? I'm going to be a nice guy. There you go.
Oh, wow.
As we're bringing up the level of heatness,
wow, that just
hotness,
kicked in.
some spiciness.
1 second. You're the food genius, right?
I don't know about the food genius,
So
but you know what? Kosher guru.
What was that? It just, out of nowhere, it just hit me in the
Those
back of my throat.
ghost peppers just pop like there's no tomorrow. And what we're about to do, Svi, is get ready for the next round.
This is specially brought over for the fire department for the last round. That's how hot we're going to get. So I'm going to keep this real close to you.
It's getting real. Like, really real.
And we present the Carolina Reaper.
OMG.
Oh, no. No, you see what that
Like
is?
a volcano with the lava of peppers.
Bring on the lava.
What is this?
That's the Carolina Reaper.
What? Yeah.
It is going to burn, baby, burn.
Yeah, we'll give you some burn.
But everyone says, will Svi Gluck go all the way for Amudim?
Ah, the guilt trip.
Yes, the guilt
Are
trip.
you a Jewish mother by any chance?
Thank God I have a Jewish mother, so we all know what the Jewish guilt trip is all about.
Okay. I'm gonna do what... Oh my God. This is like...
Thank God we have the fire extinguisher just in case.
I'm just putting this all on the fork at once because I'm gonna... I think if I just do it fast...
You're building up. The problem is that you have these Carolina Reapers here that are so stealthily spicy. They're just gonna creep up. And yeah, bring that level of spiciness. Ooh, he did it. He did it. Svi Gluck. Yes, Svi Gluck just put the most spicy things that we have right here. Okay, this is gonna be funny. Into his mouth, drinking the water. He's shivering, he's quaking.
Oh my God.
Piece of bread? Do I call it Salah from outside? Do I not? Do we warn your wife and family you might be getting home a little bit later tonight?
Oh my gosh, wow. I'm gonna need more water.
Your eyes are watery.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know where to go with this. You're enjoying it, I see you are.
Oh my God, it's still in my mouth. I can't get rid of it.
The future of Amudim. Where is Amudim going?
I want to tell you something, and I mean this very, very seriously. If I would have known 7.5 years ago where Amudim would be today and all the pressure that we would have between trying to find the best help for those that need it, being able to find the money to cover the expenses for it, being able to ward off all the haters out there, I don't know if I would have agreed to do this. And I don't mean this. I mean Amudim. And for that, I'm thankful that I didn't know. Because at the end of the day, maybe it's selfish of me, I don't know. But there is no greater feeling than knowing that one is making a difference. And at Amudim, and it's not me, and I tell people all the time, you know, it's really not me. We have a team that really make that difference. And from the looks of it, if I had to guess, I would say, I would see various branches of Amudim starting to open up in other communities and other countries around the world, especially as the caseload is getting larger and larger from so many other places. And one of our board members actually said not too long ago, the same way there's Hatzalah in major cities and Tomchei Shabbos and Bikur Cholim and all these great organizations, I do believe that that's the direction that it's heading. And I'm not thrilled about it because that just means like more money that we have to raise and probably more spicy food that I'm going to have to eat because people are going to be like, oh, Svi, for next year, if you go spicier, we'll give you more money. And things are not easy, but our job at Amudim is to alleviate the pain and suffering in as easy as a format as possible. And we're trying, and don't get me wrong, it's not just about putting out the fires, which definitely something that we need to talk about. But it's also about prevention. And we're actually embarking on some very, very large prevention programs, school-based curriculum, and many other areas where, while we can't stop dealing with the emergencies because we have to be available, we can try to stem the tide by doing proper and early, age-appropriate education to create a healthier society.
By the way, something I have to add, just hearing everything you've said, the entire show so far, I am in awe of everyone who's on your team, but more so for their families.
I will tell you the dedication, and it's not what keeps them going, it's what pushes to go. and I will tell you this, I've spoken, we do a retreat every year just for the staff and their families. It's not for the public. It's not one of these weekends it's just an internal, and it's a weekend of giving strength to each other. And, we have our clinical advisory board come, and the board of directors come with their families, and, some other, people that are very involved, but it's a closed weekend. It's not for the public. And I end up talking to the spouses of the staff just to get a feeling from them, because the truth is, I want to know if we're overworking people. It's important that, they know that we care and, try to figure out. And by the way, we do get feedback on both sides of the coin. But I will tell you, overwhelmingly, and it's something that we hear all the time, it's not just that they're not like, oh, it's okay, it's your job. It's encouraging. And I could tell you that. I could say that for myself, and I could say that for anybody else. Because, like I said, nobody's working at Amudim for the money, and certainly not for the fame or glory.
So do you think there's a way to stem the tide, reduce the number of people that actually need Amudim out there?
The end goal is yes, and I will tell you that we're already noticing a huge change, and while we still have so much more to go. But I can tell you that from 7.5 years ago to today, parents are calling us much earlier on when they're finding out their children are having problems. People that have loved ones that are struggling with addiction are calling earlier, meaning a lot of that, what we used to see people would call years later, we're starting to get those calls much quicker. So there's definitely been a systemic change in the culture. I mean, we still have a long way to go, but we're heading in the right direction. And I do firmly believe that with continued awareness, education, with this school-based program, trying to create a healthier society, I do believe that the time will come where, things will be better and we will have a healthier society overall.
And a lot has to do because of the work that you and Amudim have been doing for these 7.5+ years.
No. It has to do with those that support the work so that Amudim can continue to do what Amudim does. Amudim is not a person. People always say to me, oh, you're Amudim? I go, no. Amudim belongs to the public. I happen to be tasked with the job of holding the reins right now. But I'm not Amudim. Amudim is everybody. But I do want to say a big thank you to the owners of Wall Street Grill, who are known for their, open hearts. Yoel Zagelbaum, Shalom Veg, Steve Traub, Tariq, and of course, Chef Joseph Polino, who managed to burn my taste buds that I won't be able to eat anything for a month.
Maybe he did you a favor.
No, you got to see the food in my house was good before today, but it's a special thank you.
Tzvi, and everyone who's part of Amudim, I just want to say thank you. You put yourself out there today. Not only you, but your goof, your whole body and everything you've been eating.
And my insides.
And that's why I said the whole goof.
Oh my gosh.
You guys, your team are just amazing. To learn and understand where Amudim came from, how Amudim started, where you're going in the future, what you do on a daily basis, it truly is amazing. And for me to learn and to be here and to feel and be part of it, I'm truly honored and blessed. And I want to say thank you for everything that you do. We want to say thank you to all of the donors, the sponsors, everyone out there that's making this a reality, to hit our goal and above our goal. Every single dollar, every single donation counts and helps to make what you do, to make what Amudim does, a reality.
I also want to thank everybody, and I urge everybody, Amudim cannot do this alone. We can't. Our budget is already over $8 million this year. It's already more than $2 million more than last year. It is growing. There are problems out there. There are solutions out there. We can't do it alone. We need everybody to just do whatever they can. And please continue, keep the money flowing in, keep donating whatever you can. Every dollar, every penny, everything counts. And Gabe, Kosher Guru, it was an honor.
Woo-wee! I want to thank everyone for tuning in to an amazing episode of In the Hot Seat here at Wall Street Grill with Tzvi Gluck of Amudim. Kosher Guru here. Everybody, thank you so much. Have a great day and enjoy.
Thank you, everybody, for coming. We have a great evening prepared. Tonight is a tribute to one of the losses of COVID, the great comedian Jackie Mason. Jackie had critical acclaim on Broadway with his famous The World According to Me. What we're going to do here together is reimagine Jackie Mason, how he would comment on Hanukkah. Hanukkah, according to Jackie. The story of Hanukkah is the story of the Greek-Syrian army that invaded Israel. They conquered the temple, and a small group of brothers banded together, known as the Maccabees, and they fought back against Antiochus and his evil marauders. For generations to come, this became a story of the few against the many, the weak against the strong. Who am I talking to? You know the story already. You know, one of the incredible miracles of the Hanukkah story was that there was no more oil left to light the menorah in the temple. And just as our people were about to give up, they realized that a priest many years before had the foresight to put a little away. Somewhere, somehow, he had the vision, the audacity, the boldness. How much did he put aside? Enough to last barely one night. The truth is, our people notoriously save everywhere except when it comes to food. Food we never save. Gentiles save when it comes to food. That's why you see these hurricane preparedness kits. You ever see hurricane preparedness kits? They were not made by Jews. Why? You could have a family full of people stuck in a hurricane. You open up the backpack, suddenly people are starving. They're underground for days. They open it up. There's one little Snicker bar. The one little Snicker bar. There's nothing there. You can't eat. You see, if a Jew put together this bag, there would be a matzah sandwich with turkey, there'd be yapchik, there'd be chulent, there'd be to-go, there'd be leftovers, there'd be a smorgasbord, there'd be a whole feast ready inside this bag. There'd be latkes, there'd be sufganiot, which gets us back to the Hanukkah story. Because the miracle was a miracle of oil, our people celebrate that by eating these oily foods. Donuts, latkes. Which brings us to one of the greatest contributions of the Jewish people here in America. They brought something to this country that they never had before at this amount. Heart attacks. Judaism seems to celebrate all of its great miracles, and every miracle that Judaism celebrates is clearly a miracle of survival. For example, Abraham in the fiery furnace. Without that miracle, our people don't exist. The Jews in Egypt, without the miracle of the salvation from Egypt, our people don't exist. The splitting of the sea, without the sea splitting, we don't exist. The question is why we make a big deal about the cruse of oil that was found so we could light in the temple. Without the lighting in the temple, we would have been okay. We would have been fine, right? We have a concept in Judaism, onus rachmana patre, that the Torah exempts someone who can't fulfill the mitzvah for whatever reason. We would have been fine. But answers the great rabbi, the Sfat Emetz. He says that the miracle of not giving up on that little bit of oil is a miracle that celebrates the passion of our people. Because passion for our people is a question of survival. Without something to fight for, without something to give our lives for, without something to long for and anticipate, our people don't move on. You understand this? Who am I talking to? So we commemorate these miracles. We have the oily foods, the sufganiot and the latkes. We remember the menorah by lighting in our own homes. And then we bring our families together, mother-in-laws and cousins and uncles we haven't seen in years, all to commemorate the fighting. Now, of course, Jews can't just have a party. It has to be a party with rules. Lots of rules. One of the rules is ad shetichle regel min hashuk. What that means is you can keep lighting until the last person has walked home from the farm or from the marketplace. Till the last person has walked. Now, when this law was created, never did they anticipate a time in history where none of the Jews would work in a marketplace. All the Jews are managing the business from their home office. They're all sitting at home, managing the whole company. No Jew has gone to a farm or to a marketplace in years. It's an ingenious concept to have a home office. Brilliant concept of home office. Everyone came around to it now with Zoom, but Jews been doing it for years. They figured out you could have a tax write-off because your home is your office. It's a business, there's a bed there. The bed is if there's a meeting, we'll sit and talk, you'll take a nap, we'll talk again, we'll have another meeting, but it's an office. Then another rule with lighting the menorah is you don't just light regular menorah. There's something called mahadrin mina mahadrin. There's one way to light the menorah, and there's an even fancier level of the mitzvah. Mahadrin mina mahadrin. Jews have turned the whole menorah lighting into a status symbol. Now everyone shows off what kind of menorah. My menorah, you see my menorah? It's a silver menorah. Not just silver. They have menorahs now that are hybrid menorahs. Hybrid. They light themselves. You don't have to be, they light themselves. Now you could light a menorah without even having a menorah. You give out these Oculus goggles. You have grandmothers schlepping around with Oculus goggles there like they're standing there in the temple itself. You understand this? Oculus, augmented reality. This is the reality. The reality is the kids now get gifts for Hanukkah. We never had this. Now the kids all get gifts for Hanukkah. And everybody's gift is bigger than the next child's gift. And if you notice at a good Hanukkah party, Jews are playing dreidel. Where did this come from? When the Greeks invaded Israel, they wanted to make sure that the Jewish people were not studying Torah. So while they had their Bible books under the table, on top, they pretended they were playing a game where they're spinning a dreidel. And eventually it became such a big game that people would bet money over how the dreidel would land. This became the first offshore casino in history. Eventually they brought this game of dreidel to America, where the Jewish entrepreneurship and ingenuity in the world of gambling and betting went to its fullest phase, and that's when they started managing and controlling the banks. So now we give gifts on Hanukkah. The kids all get gifts. See, it's gotten out of control. The thing has totally gotten out of control. Let me just say something about gift giving and Hanukkah. The beautiful message that I've always felt is that Jews don't go around asking for gifts from people's homes. The opposite. Take, for example, the holiday of Purim. The holiday of Purim is about making sure mishloach manos matanos l'reo, that someone else has gifts. That's what our people represent. It's not about taking. It's about making sure that other people have the opportunities they need. We can celebrate on Hanukkah. We can have a great time, but you first have to worry about that other people have enough. These gifts have gotten so out of control. I have a 6-year-old cousin. The parents got him a Tesla. Not any Tesla. Model S. Model S Tesla. You know what the S stands for? A schmuck. Hanukkah should be a time of Hallel and Hodah, praise and gratitude to the Almighty for all the gifts in our lives. Instead, we're raising a generation of takers, of chazers, of people who are being ungrateful and unappreciative for what they had, who want more and more, and everything in their life is never enough, and they need the next thing, the next thing, the next thing. I shouldn't be talking like this here. I shouldn't be so negative, but it's true. That's not my issue. By us, by our children, you know what we gave them for Hanukkah? Brussels sprouts. So the tradition is we light the menorah in the window. We do this for something called Persume Nisa, publicizing the miracle. People think the miracle we're publicizing was that we found that little jar of oil or other miracles we mention here. But the truth is it's really to celebrate the biggest miracle of all. That 2,000 years ago, for the only time in history, a Jew won a fight. After that, we decided fighting's not for us. Leave it to the Italians. Truth is, I shouldn't say it. It's not true. It's not the case. We still win fights to this day. We never lose. In court. The truth is, Hanukkah carries with it a beautiful message. There's a law that if somebody cannot afford enough for a Hanukkah candle, they actually go door to door knocking to raise money so they could afford to light the Hanukkah menorah. We never do that when it comes to a mitzvah. There's something very unique about the Hanukkah candles because it represents that light in the darkness. A person can never give up hope. They must always hold out for the chance and the opportunity that there is a light waiting for them up ahead. It's to that end that we're all here tonight, recognizing what Amudim does. Amudim is an organization that represents a candle for those who are really literally sitting in the darkness, those suffering from mental health and abuse, teaching them, reaching out to them, letting them know that there is an opportunity for them. There is a chance for them. Tonight is a night of laughter because we know that the most powerful weapon is joy, positivity, a smile. Have a happy Hanukkah. Take care.
Imagine being stuck at home. No friends to talk to, never going outside, never doing activities, never eating out, never exercising, not taking care of your home, not taking care of yourself, not taking care of your family. Imagine feeling isolated, stressed, anxious, depressed. All day, every day, with no end in sight. Imagine wanting to go outside, see other people, connect with them, talk to them, laugh with them. Imagine wanting so badly to break free of the heavy weight holding you down and not being able to because it doesn't feel safe. Now imagine feeling this way long before the pandemic, long before the lockdown. This is how people who have suffered trauma feel every day. Amudim knows that many people have for years felt the isolation and loneliness many of us feel these days. Not because of a virus, but because they feel broken by trauma, depression, anxiety, or other mental health issues. And we want you to know that we are here for you, with whatever you need. Amudim is a lifeline for anyone who feels alone and helpless. At Amudim, we change lives and build futures.